Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Alexander Bardem. My life was nothing special, as I'm someone who was born into a poor family. As for my looks, I'm pretty much average. I mean, maybe. There's no telling what is average or not, because such things change each generation, you know? People's taste changes. Anyway, as a poor person that was born into a poor family, I've always wondered what it was like to be born into a different family, a richer type of family than those who are in the upper-class society. Not to mention being good-looking, I wanted to experience that of life, and unexpectedly I had the chance to fulfill that dream. In the form of God in front of me. My child, you died. Okay. Seriously, I was taking my death a bit too easily. Like it didn't bother me much as I've always thought it would. Either way, I'm dead. So what now? Even though I haven't really remembered what's the cause of my death. I was certain it wasn't an accident because I'm a very cautious person, and a bit paranoid at times. I mean, I was the type of person that thinks what if scenario in my head. Like crossing the road, imagining getting hit by a vehicle, and dying painfully, and that's why I always check if there is a car around. Also, I'm pretty sure that I didn't die because of a disease or an illness. Since I was perfectly healthy, how exactly did I die? Well, I didn't care much honestly, since it's painless and all. I was still curious about the cause of death. So how exactly did I die? And also, who are you, sir? I wasn't really sure if I called this person. If this being is even considered as such, but anyway, they look like a person, but I can't determine which gender they are. Because their voice is a mix between a male and female, not to mention their appearance is a glowing humanoid body that I can't tell whether is a female or male. You died because of my error, child. You see, you weren't supposed to die, but you did because I cut the wrong string. As for your other questions, I have plenty of names, but the most familiar name that you know of me, child, is God, God said. Oh shit, I'm meeting God for real? I wasn't really a believer and was skeptical of the existence of God. And now before my very eyes, I met God. Oh crap, is it too late to repent or something? There's no need for you to do that, child. I didn't bring you here to meet me personally so that you could repent. No, I brought you here so that I can compensate you for my mistake, God said while getting closer to me. Oh, right, God said that my death was because of an error that he made. Surprisingly, I was pretty chill about it, probably because my death is painless and I don't have much attachment back on Earth. While I do have relatives, I wasn't close to any of them, and both of my parents are pretty much dead. That's why I wasn't too affected by my death. Oh, so how exactly would you compensate me, God? I asked with the most polite tone that my voice could muster. I'm pretty sure God noticed that but chose to ignore it and replied, I'm going to give you a chance to either go to heaven or reincarnate to another world. The former was tempting, honestly, as heaven was a myth which was apparently real since God himself said so. To a Christianity like me, It was the ultimate goal of my religion and I would have a chance to go there. But being reincarnated into another is a much, much more tempting offer to me, so I decided. If I reincarnate, would I have the option to choose which world I reincarnate in? Naturally, I asked this because it's very, very important. After all, what if I would be reincarnated in Attack on Titan? Worse, in an apocalypse world where everywhere is a danger. Please, I wasn't crazy enough to be part of such a world, while it's certainly entertaining to see the lives of the people who lived in that world through movies or fiction. I definitely wouldn't want to be part of that fucked up world. Naruto is a shitty world no matter how entertaining the show is, and also worlds that are still in the Middle Ages are no good. Imagine a place with no toilet. I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of a place without a toilet or the internet for that matter. That's why I have to be sure that I can choose. God nodded and replied. Of course my child, you can. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before I wasn't given a choice of which world would I reincarnate to, I would regrettably pick heaven. After all, it's better heaven than reincarnating a world such as Attack on Titan. Or Naruto, perhaps Resident Evil. Either way, all of the above are such a shit world, definitely wouldn't want to be either of those. It wasn't like I was a coward or something, it's just I don't want to die early, not to mention gruesomely after reincarnating. I just wanted to live a life that was better than my previous one. And that was enough for me. Then, please, I'd like to reincarnate in a world similar to Earth, and also I want my family to be very rich so that I would live my fullest in this life without worrying about anything. I said. Is that all? God said. I nodded. Without a doubt that's what I wanted. It's a bit lacking, are you sure that you don't want more? God asked while looking at me. I hesitated for a bit, honestly, I was tempted to add more, but decided that my decision was final. Yes, that's all I wanted. Alright, your wish will be granted, you'll be born in a world similar to Earth and within a rich family. Consider this a bonus from me for not demanding more, you'll receive it when you reach 18. God snapped his finger better than Thanos could ever be, and after that, my soul disappeared and was transported to a world similar to Earth. Later, I would have regretted my decision for not being more specific with my choice, because the world going to be reincarnated was worse than Attack on Titan or Naruto combined. Huh? Where am I? Why am I stuck in such a narrow location? Not to mention, isn't this place too hot? Wait, I'm inside a womb right now. Suddenly, I felt like my body was sliding out of my mother's womb and I was out of that disgustingly narrow, sticky place. It was a weird experience. While it isn't my first time going out of someone's womb, it's definitely weird now that I'm aware of how I got out of that place. Suddenly I heard a man's voice, possibly my father in this world. Magnificent. It's a boy. Thankfully though, I could understand his words, since it's spoken in English, still that accent though. It's British. Wonderful, now I can have a cup of tea. Ahem, British joke. Lorelai, come hold your baby brother. A weak woman's voice said. It's my mother surely, and who is this Lorelai? Her name is a bit familiar though, but I can't point out where it came from. I'll think about it later. Then I felt someone's touch at the back of my body. It was my older sister apparently who held my little bitty body. Is it normal for a baby not to cry? Lorelai said. Oh crap, maybe I should cry so that I wouldn't become suspicious. No, it's not, but it's a sign that the child is brave and has a bright future. My new father said. Or dead, apparently, Lorelai replied bluntly. Suddenly, I felt the urge to cry at the very moment. Not that I was planning to stop it anyway, and so cried like any normal baby after birth. Oh, Lorelai, don't be harsh. Now look what have you done to your baby brother. My new mother lightly scolded my sister. My elder sister let out an annoyed huff, then spoke to me. You, my brother, carry the noble blood of our family Bardem Eloi, and that's why I'll make sure that you'll live through our family reputation. At first, I didn't really know what she meant, but soon enough I would. After that, I couldn't stop myself from sleeping, since I'm a baby and all. But before I fully fell asleep I heard my mother say, Lorelai, would like to name your brother? Lorelai sounded surprised by their mother's suggestion. You'd like me to name him? Are you sure about that, mother? Yes, I'm sure. Alright then, I'd name him Alexander, Alexander Bardem Eloi. Alexander. That's going to be my name from now on, and after that the dream world claimed me. Yes, as you've guessed, the main character or Alexander was reincarnated in Fate, or at least a parallel version of it, since it wouldn't be the only series I'm going to add in this world. A world worse than Attack on Titan and Naruto. There you have it, the Nasuverse, where a lot of beings that could literally end humanity any time of the day. It's just that most of them don't bother humanity as long as it doesn't bother them. Some are inactive, and there's a particular one that plays a lapdog from a certain half-true ancestor. Anyway, Alexander was born in the house of Bardem Eloi, not just from a branch family but a direct relative of Lorelai Bardem Eloi. which guarantees his standing in the clock tower in the future. After all, he got a friend from a high place, or a sister in this case. Not that he'd take advantage of it though. Chapter 2, average 1 a week after being reincarnated, finally. I could finally see, though, what's up with reincarnated babies in anime opening their eyes as soon as they were born? That isn't just possible, you need at least a week or so to open your eyes properly as I did. Honestly, though, I don't remember the world to be this clear, but then again I'm a newborn baby, meaning, new eyes, unlike the ones I have before. Anyway, as soon as I opened my eyes I realized that my room is huge, and that made me wonder if my room is big enough to fit dozens of adults without a problem. How about the entire structure of my house? No, perhaps this is a mansion rather than a house, or maybe a castle. I did remember my new sister saying that our blood is noble, so maybe I'm part of royalty or something? Either way, I'll definitely find out soon. Young master, it's time for your lunch. A maid softly said. Young master. I never thought I'd be one, honestly. The word young master is ruined for me because of those Xianxia novels. I blame it, however, at the same time, I'm grateful because there's no way I'd act like an arrogant brainless fuckers who think through their dicks rather than their brain. There's no way I'm going to be like those. First of all, I'd rather avoid trouble than finding it, but if they fuck with me, then that's personal. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Looking at the maid, who was feeding me baby milk, tasted as bland as it could be, but I didn't really have a choice but to drink since I'm hungry and I needed it to survive. A month later I realized that the world I've reincarnated is magical. As magic exists, I've seen it, my mother and father, and sister perform it at least once. I wasn't sure what to think about it, knowing that this world is capable of magic, while I did say that I wanted to reincarnate in a world similar to Earth. I should have been more specific, but it's too late for regret now. At least I've been reincarnated in a modern era. That's a plus to me, magic or not, it's still similar to my Earth. A year later, I fuck up. It was at this moment I realized which world I have reincarnated from, and I'm very familiar with it since I'm a fan of that particular franchise. But to live in such a world is no better than living in Attack on Titan or Naruto world. In each, Fate-verse is one of the most dangerous worlds to reincarnate in. Despite having countless waifu around, it doesn't matter to me, as this world has a massive red flag. I could only scream in despair internally. After all, there's a lot of beings that are capable of destroying humanity as whole. Who knows when will those beings finally snap and devour Earth? Wait, Allah isn't going to deploy her counter-guardian on me, right? Since I'm an anomaly. At the age of 1, I've known despair thinking about how would my life end this world. It's been 4 years since I've reincarnated. Maybe I was too dramatic years ago, and I've learned to accept the fact that Allah won't hunt me down with her counter-guardian, since I wasn't a threat to humanity, and world domination sounds like a pain, not like I'm capable of it either way. Reading a book about basic magecraft in my family's library, I couldn't help but think. I thought magecraft would be more complicated than this. Don't get me wrong, it is complicated, but I felt a bit disappointed honestly, and also relieved. At least I know I'm capable of learning magecraft. While I was immersed in my reading, suddenly someone touched my shoulder, making me flinch, and immediately shifted my attention toward the culprit. It was my sister Lorelei Bardameloy. Looking at her, my relationship with my elder sister is a bit complicated, but not in a bad way. It's just she's a bit of a hard ass sometimes, not to mention a massive perfectionist, but that's to be expected. After all, she is the vice director of the clock tower. The supreme mage of the present era, Lorelei Bardameloy, the blue blood. Careless. As a magus you should be more aware of your surroundings, little brother. You don't know when your enemies are going to attack. Lorelei started lecturing about how to act like a proper magus. I couldn't help but groan internally. This again. Every time I interact with my sister, she would always find a way to point out my flaws, and I wasn't even going to lie that it's quite annoying at times. Each word that comes out of her mouth is a lesson, now only if she stops doing that. Are you listening? I immediately felt stiff as I saw my sister's glare. It was very scary. Let me tell you, it gave me nightmares at times. Yeah, I do. I lied through my teeth. My sister's eyes narrowed and replied. Is that so? Then mind reciting what I've just talked about? Okay, she got me there. Lorelei let out a sigh and said. If you were any other person, I would have ended you right here and now for lying in my face, but you're lucky that you're my brother. That's a scary thought, and no doubt she's serious about it, knowing her ruthless reputation in the Mage Association. Anyway, I'll cut you off some slack, as today is the day you'll open your magic circuits. Lorelei then dragged me away from the library. Now that she mentioned it, indeed today is that my family is opening my magic circuits, and discovering my origin and element. I wasn't worried whether I have magic circuits or not. If I have them then cool, I can learn magecraft only to protect myself, because unlike most magi I don't have any obsession with reaching the root. I couldn't be bothered looking for it. And if I don't have any magic circuits, then the better it is, because frankly living a normal life is more tempting to me. To begin with, the reason why I reincarnated is that I wanted to live my life to the fullest. Right now, I'm inside a ritual room. This is the first time I've been in this place, and I've noticed that the elders and the head of my family are here to see the result of my awakening. I know that they have big expectations for me, since I'm Lorelai's brother, but sorry to disappoint you people, but I'm not my sister because I definitely wasn't a prodigy. My parents and sister are also near, looking at my awakening with expectations. If it was other people I wouldn't really care, but they are my direct relatives in this world, so I didn't really want to disappoint them, but there's nothing I could do if my result isn't within their expectations. Now, I will begin the ritual. The man with a hood said. How cliché can this be? Why is this guy wearing a black hood like in those movies where they perform some sort of ritual? Is this guy trying to be mysterious? Either way, it's time for him to open my magic circuits. The man in the hood started chanting a spell and my body felt the prana entering, opening my dormant magic circuits. I couldn't help but let out a hiss. It was quite painful, but not to the point that it wasn't unbearable. So, I have 100 high-quality magic circuits, not to mention it's the same as any Bartum Eloy blue blood, noble magic circuits. Good to know that I'm not a bastard child or something. This blue blood magic circuit is the undeniable proof that I'm a pure-blooded Bartum Eloy. While it's already established the day I was born, there's nothing wrong with being cautious. You have a lot of magic circuits, as expected of a Bartum Eloy, Lorelai said with pride. I couldn't help but smile wearily at my sister. I get that she had a lot of pride being a Bartum Eloy and all, but it's a bit too much honestly, because she might as well use Bartum Eloy as her name. Geez, why did my parents even bother naming her if she finds her name almost worthless? Still, it's a bit unexpected for you to be an average one, Lorelai said with a pondering look. Right, I wasn't expecting that either. I mean, despite its title average one, it's actually far from average, because an average one is capable of manipulating the 5 elements known as fire, earth, water, wind and void. That's why a magus with an element of those 5 is highly valued by the Mage Association. To learn magecraft that had to do with these 5 great elements with great ease is something very valuable to the Magi. Even my sister only had wind as her elemental affinity, though that hardly matters as her origin is almighty whatever that is, but honestly, it sounds awesome. Speaking of origin, I wasn't able to figure out mine, not because of the lack of trying but because they can't. No matter how many times they tried, they can't figure out what my origin is, so that's why it's a mystery. Despite not knowing my attributes, I wasn't disappointed at all, because I hardly care about it. Unlike many others from the Mage Association, I don't care about research for better magecraft nor reaching the root. I'm content learning what's in front of me. This means I'm only learning things that are available to my family, because I would never lose my humanity to achieve better magecraft. When I meant losing my humanity, I didn't mean in a literal sense. There's no way I become a dead apostle or vampire, because my family is surely going to hunt me to the ends of the earth. After all, the Bartum Eloy in general hates dead apostle period. Now, by what I mean losing my humanity is me losing my morality, the thing that defines you as a human being, because you are capable of empathy, and most magi are like that, someone with no empathy at all, a little demon using human skin. For the sake of their research, and their benefit, they lost their morality. So, I'm going to be your magecraft teacher from now on, because I'm the best, and that's why you have to meet my expectations, brother, or not disappointing me would have its consequences. Lorelai slapped her riding crop in her steel arm. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva, and thought, she's not going to hit me with that, right? Now, let's start with the basic Alexander. Lorelai with a cold hardened look. I couldn't stop myself from shivering. She looks damn terrifying. So he's like Rentasaka, an average one. Meaning he's going to be a powerful magus with his elemental affinity, not to mention his mana reserves. Now, if anyone is curious, despite its title The Shop, the story is fetish. Well, it wasn't originally going to be like this, but when I started writing this, and thought, isn't his better than what I originally planned? To be fair, I was just going to reincarnate him into a muggle family that is rich, but decided at the last second that there isn't a lot of fan fiction where Bartum Eloy or Lorelai is a character for that matter. So I was like, why not? There isn't a lot known about the Bartum Eloy, it's just that they are a long-line family of magus dated thousands of years ago. That's why I can freely use my idea of that particular magus family without holding back for what's wrong or right. And we'll get to the shop eventually. Chapter 3, a crossover? It's been a year since I started training magecraft with my sister. Gosh, even mentioning her name gave me shivers down my spine. She whipped me, literally, into shape. A slight mistake could lead to horse crop chan in my face. Good thing, It wasn't reinforced thought, speaking of reinforcement despite how advanced it is. It's the first magecraft I mastered. Others might be surprised by that because it wasn't part of my elemental affinity. So how exactly did I master it faster than any magecraft that is part of my elemental affinity? Simple, it's because of my sister's crop that gave me nightmares. To minimize the pain damage I have to learn reinforcement. Screw other magecraft, reinforcement is too useful to me at the moment. Even Lorelei is surprised by how easily I mastered reinforcement. It is a dangerous magecraft after all. With one mistake a part of your body would literally explode. The next craft that learned how to formulate is Hellfire. Whoever named this magecraft, good sir, you are a chunny, no doubt. Despite its name, this fire spell is quite powerful, by my standards, because, in the eyes of my dear sister Lorelei, it's weak. Not that I can blame her after all, she's the greatest modern mage, so that's definitely why she finds it weak. With her capable spell that is capable of blowing an entire city is probably what she considered powerful. But that's not magecraft anymore, it's a freaking noble phantasm. Or true magic. Anyway, I could cast hundreds of Hellfire and it wouldn't be enough to drain my prana. Hooray for my amazing genetics. If there's one thing I love about being a Bardum Eloy, it's their blue blood, because it's as overpowered as it could be. In the modern era where magic is rapidly declining, having perks like this is amazing. Other magi struggle because of their pitiful amount of magic circuits, not to mention their quality is shit, barely can cast the weakest spell available. I'm really lucky to be born into this family, or maybe it's not luck at all because I requested it, even though it wasn't what I expected. Because in Nasuverse, a great family background matters, especially for magi. With great family, comes great resources. And my family happens to be great with almost limitless resources. $1 million is like a penny to us. Getting magical items is easy with my family connections and riches. Now, for my next spell, it's Wind Magecraft. A powerful one too, because the wind is Lorelei's specialty. She had a lot of wind-based spells. And she was especially extra harsh with this particular subject, which I guessed it's because it was her specialty, and didn't want me to mess up. The wind magecraft that I learned from Lorelei is something that she created back when she was younger, and as a perfectionist, naturally, her spell even from years ago is nothing to be scoffed at. Now, she called it decent, yep, she did, and it's literally 10 times as powerful as Hellfire. After memorizing the formula of how to cast it, I managed to perform it without a mistake, but still, it wasn't perfect in the eyes of Lorelei, but she told me that it's passable. Passable? Amazing. She never compliments me or anyone for that matter, so a passable in her standard is basically saying you're amazing. To impress the great and powerful Supreme Magus Lorelei Bardum Eloy is an achievement. I was proud of it, honestly. When you never heard any compliment for years, a simple compliment, no matter how weak it is, makes me proud. After that, I learned a few magecraft that wasn't worth mentioning, though Gandra was nice but definitely wasn't one of the top spells that I've learned. Today was the day I'm going to attend school. I wasn't needed but I insisted because I didn't want to spend most of my time learning magecraft. That wasn't life. I wanted social interaction, even though I'm wise beyond my age, since I'm technically an adult, despite how young my human biology is. No matter how annoying kids are, it still beats being alone. Despite how big the Bardum Eloy castle is, there aren't a lot of people there, not to mention my parents and sister are always busy, especially now that Lorelei is a full-fledged vice director of the clock tower. Congrats for her. Before she was just the acting vice director because the seat was technically from our grandfather, who I never met by the way, but from what I hear my sister admired him. And also he was cursed by some dead apostle ancestor, and that's how Lorelei became the acting vice director, because she was the most fitting for the job. Oh, did I also mention that she is also the head of the Department of Policies? Anyway, enough with that, it's time for me to go to my supposed-to-be school. It's a private elementary school, the best in the country, since they agreed to hear my request of enrolling to a school. As my family motto is, only strive for the best, which exactly what happened here. My family sent me to best private elementary school. I actually saw the enrollment cost and I couldn't help but shudder at it. If I recall, it was 6 digits in number, not to mention it wasn't the US dollar that was used as currency but pound sterling, which was more than $1. My family is rich, true, but it doesn't mean I'm instantly okay with spending a lot of money. I was poor in my last life, and seeing that amount of money being paid for a single semester of school is making my young heart ache. Anyway, I'm going to stop thinking about it for my sanity. Even if I'm rich now, I still hate buying things that are obviously overpriced and unnecessary. Stepping inside the private elementary school, I wasn't exactly surprised that the children here are from very wealthy families. Looking at the school parking lot, the most common cars are limousines. A lot of them are varying in colors. There's white, blue, black, and gold. Shaking my head, I went toward the building with my homunculus maid made by Insvern. The class immediately started, and the teacher was professional and pleasant, but the subject wasn't. Math wasn't exactly my brightest subject, but I was okay with it. The lessons were a surprising advance for a first grader. But then again, this is the best school in all Europe, so it was to be expected that the education would be more advanced than most schools. Upon reincarnating, I realized that my IQ and memory became better. That's because I could recall things faster than before. Since I already know about this, my attention wasn't on the board but on my classmates. I've noticed that my classmates are mostly blondes. Or redheads, while mean and brown. I'm the only one with such color in the class. With only 10 children in the classroom, it wasn't surprising. However, does blonde really have to do with nobility or rich people in general? Because look at this class, the majority of them were blondes. Anyway, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't learn that. It was lunchtime. I heard a childish Ajawa-sama laugh behind me. Oh. As expected of the best school in Europe, the subjects are a higher grade than most. How did she know that? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I shifted my gaze toward the child and was immediately surprised by this familiar person. Sure, she looks younger, but there is no doubt about it. That fancy dress, that drill-like hairstyle, and most importantly that Ajawa-sama laugh. Yep, this person is Luvia Idelfelt, a significant character of Nasuverse, a character with a decent amount of scene time. While she isn't as important as the main characters of Nasuverse, she's still a popular character in the franchise. And she's definitely someone I have to befriend, not because of her background, while this might be biased, but I like her character. To interact with a fictional character was a dream come true for me. I mean, my sister Lorelei doesn't count because it doesn't feel like I met a fictional character, but a perfectionist who is my sister. A hard ass, but regardless I love her. Despite being hard on me, I know that she loves me too, even though she doesn't show much of it. If she dislikes me, there's no way she'd even bother to correct or teach me magecraft for that matter. In a way, she was showing her love through action rather than words. Lorelei is very busy because she's a vice director and the head of the Department of Policies. Despite that she is busy, she always makes time for me, to groom me into the best magus I could be. Anyway, I'd like to introduce myself to Luvia since this is the perfect time to do it. However, before I could approach her, all of a sudden a blonde girl bumped into my shoulder. I couldn't help but be annoyed at this girl's interruption. However, it vanished as soon as I saw her very familiar face, though I couldn't point where I saw her. But I was sure that I knew her from somewhere. Sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. The familiar blonde girl immediately started apologizing. No, it's fine, just be careful next time, I said while looking at her face. Is there something in my face? The familiar blonde girl couldn't help but ask concerned. Shaking my head, and replied. No, there's nothing, you just look familiar, that's all. I'm Alexander Bartom Eloy. Oh, I'm Teresa de Luxembourg. Teresa bowed for a bit while lifting her dress with both of her hands. Suddenly, I felt like lightning struck at the back of my head, as I recalled who she was after learning her name. Teresa de Luxembourg, a princess from the country Luxembourg. However, that wasn't the thing that made me feel shocked. It's because Teresa de Luxembourg wasn't a character from any Fate franchise, but from an entirely different series. Is this a crossover world? So, Alexander realized that he may not be in the normal Nasuverse as he always thought. By the way, Teresa de Luxembourg, or Teresa Wagner, is a character from Tadakun Wakoi wo Shinai. It's one of the best rom-coms I've watched personally. While it isn't popular, it's very good, at least to me. Chapter 4, Luvia Idelfelt. So I've found out that this world wasn't just Fate, but also a crossover from another series that has nothing to do with each other. After getting to know Teresa, I also got an acquaintance with Alexandra Magritte, a friend from the same county. It's quite funny how similar our name was, and exactly the reason why I quickly became close with both of the girls, because of the similarities of the name. Unlike from the canon, both Teresa and Alexandra are childish, which was understandable, since they are 5 or 6 at most. Either way, Alexandra, compared to her future self, was more laid back and less serious. Puberty really hit her hard, but I could sympathize really since puberty is some sort of trigger for anyone. Puberty means you are more conscious of your actions, puberty means you're hornier than usual, and puberty means you are moody than before. The former and the latter are true for girls, but for the middle, it's very true for the boys, which were experienced by yours truly. And I would experience it once again, and I definitely wouldn't be too happy about it, but it's the part of the cycle of life. Humans and animals, wait, humans are technically animals. Anyway, now that I've acquainted myself with the main characters of another series, it's now time for me to introduce myself to Luvia Idelfelt. Even though I know her, she doesn't know me, which is kind of creepy when you think about it. The only redeeming quality I have is that I know of her through fiction and not stalking. Luvia was a social butterfly, her oral skill was top-notch despite being only 5, she's just a natural. Makes me wonder if her other oral skill is as good as this one, Okay, bad me, so young and I already have such dirty thoughts. My puberty is going to be a nightmare, I just know that it's going to be. Now that Luvia is finished talking with our other classmates, it's time for me to approach her. However, she saw me and approached me instead. Greetings, I haven't introduced myself to you, have I not? Indeed, you didn't. I nodded. I suppose I should. Luvia felt it's nice to be your acquaintance, Luvia said formally. For a 5-year-old kid, her words are a bit advanced, but then again, Magi children are just different. Since most of us are forced to mature, well, excluding me, as I'm a reincarnated person and definitely has a peaceful childhood compared to the Magi children of this world. It's nice to be your acquaintance, Miss Edelfelt. My name is Alexander Bardem Eloy. I bowed for a bit. Luvia couldn't help but blink a couple of times and became shocked. BB Bardem Eloy? I couldn't help but smirk at her reaction. As expected, telling her my family name surprised her, but then again, Bardem Eloy is a feared name. Everyone from the moonlit world heard of us unless they were living under a rock. But then again, Shire Emiya doesn't. Indeed, is there a problem? I asked with a fake frown. And no. Forgive me for my outburst, I was simply surprised that Bardem Eloy is here. Luvia quickly composed herself in front of me, making me smile for a bit. For a kid, she is too mature, and I take back what I said before, this wouldn't be annoying at all. After all, it was good to know that someone is capable of communicating with me despite being only 5. I suppose it is, after all, my family isn't quite known for enrolling into a non-Magi school. Which is technically true. I actually never heard of Bardem Eloy enrolling into a non-Magi school, except for me. There's a first for everything, I suppose. Anyway, the reason why none of my family and most of some oldest Magi families don't go to a non-Magi school is that they can always get a diploma with their massive connection. So going to school is basically worthless to most Magi with a family similar to mine. That's why I'm considered odd, because enrolling in a non-Magi school isn't worth anything in the eyes of the moonlit world. Luvia is also odd, because with her family connections she too could get a diploma even without going to a school. I suppose both of us are odd. Tasaka and Shire are exceptions because there's no way they could get a diploma as we do. Rin is poor because of a certain priest. Shiru is well. Shiru. Honestly, I don't know if they even exist in this world, which is why I'm going to check out for them. But there's no way I'm going to Fuiuki. I ain't joining, no holy grail. In the first, I reincarnated because I wanted to live the fullest, not to run into danger. I'm not Shire Emiya, who is obsessed with becoming a hero of justice. Honestly, there are a lot of ways that he could save people. But I can't tell him that because I wasn't there. Anyway, Bardem Eloy, it's an honor to meet you. I didn't think that I'd meet anyone from your family here. Luvia bowed for a bit. Me either. I never thought I'd see an Edelfelt enrolling in a non-Magi school, I replied. A strange coincidence. Indeed. After that, our conversation was cut off because Luvia is rather nervous talking to me. I could tell that she was uncomfortable with my presence. I can only imagine what her family told us about the Bardem Eloy for her to be scared of me mentioning my last name. My name family must have been equivalent to boogeyman in the Mage Association. Seriously, I blame Lorelei for this. Her reputation of being cruel and merciless is affecting our family. Not that I mind though, because to me Lorelei isn't cruel or merciless, though she's a hard ass and doesn't admit that she's wrong. She believes that she's perfect, which wasn't really far from the truth. But even she has flaws and she doesn't even realize it herself. I did try to point it out though, but I was always met with her deadly glare, so I never tried again. My sister seriously needed to get laid as soon as possible. She needed stress relief. It's been an entire year since I started elementary school, and now I'm in grade 2 with Luvia, Teresa, and Alexandra. Luvia and I became close because we dropped all formalities with each other. The first few weeks of communicating with Luvia were quite the moment. She's just very careful with me while talking. Each word, sentence is measured. It was filled with flattery and formality. To be honest, I didn't really mind it at first, but after a month, I snapped because there was literally no improvement in our relationship as she kept a friendly distance. It was me who broke the cycle of the cat chasing mice because I desired someone to talk with me normally. Teresa and Alexandra were exceptions because they don't really know much about me, unlike Luvia, who is part of the moonlit world. At first, she was absolutely scared when I snapped at her, but quickly made amends, making her understand that I dislike our formal relationship status quo. And because of that, we became closer than any modern Magi could be. At first our new relationship was quite awkward now that Luvia doesn't try to be formal, but eventually she got used to it and became comfortable with me. Magi in general are backstabbers, opportunists, and heartless, but Luvia isn't, though it doesn't mean that she isn't manipulative sometimes. I started learning Japanese so that after I graduate I'll go to Japan to enroll in middle school. That's my plan. That's why I'm going to learn kanji, hiragana, and katakana. Since I wasn't planning on joining the Mage Association anyway, I'll go to the place of my dreams, Japan. I always wanted to go there but I couldn't because I was poor before reincarnation. Now that I'm rich, well my family is, but technically it applies to me too. I'm going to Japan and enrolling there. No one can stop me, not even my sister, but I don't think she'll stop me though. I mean, I made it clear that I have no plans of joining the Mage Association or her aristocratic faction. Although my family would probably be disappointed with my decision, probably thinking that it's such a waste that someone with my talent doesn't care about Mage Association in general. I'm kinda like Hueco, who doesn't give a single flying fuck about Magi and their politics. If anyone is curious, the year in this story is in the early 2000s, 2004 in fact. Luvia is definitely younger here, she's 5 while the main cast of Fate is in their 16 or 17. Meaning the rivalry between Rin and Luvia won't happen. Sorry to disappoint, but Alexander isn't joining the Holy Grail War. Maybe he'll join the Granddaughter, but I'm not sure because I'm only familiar with 2 singularities, the A.D 2004 Fuiuki Singularity and A.D 1431 100 Years War of the Evil Dragon, Orleans. Just a reminder that this isn't a Fate story, only a part of it. The whole point of this is the shop, a multiversal one. From that alone you can already tell what's all this about. For now, this is nothing more than a prologue before Alexander becomes 18, I can't just skip it without some context. Chapter 5, Graduation. Magi, in general, are bad with technology because they are so old-fashioned that they don't even know what a Wi-Fi is, but that was them and definitely not me. Right now, I bought the first portable PlayStation ever. It was released in 2005, which was this year. I was very excited after all, this was the first portable PlayStation that I owned. I never had this in my previous life due to how poor my family is. But, right now money isn't exactly a problem for me. I mean, who would have thought that a 7-year-old, almost 8 like me, had £100 million sterling in my bank account? It was a lot of money, but for my family, it's nothing more than an allowance. My parents would give me £10–15 million sterling a month, and I hear that it was a low end compared to the allowance of my sister annually. I didn't dare to ask because I might faint of how many zeros there are. Anyway, since my Magecraft doesn't exactly cost me any money, unlike a certain Saga and Edelfelt, I don't use jewels for Magecraft. With nothing to do with my money, I decided to let it grow and this was the result. Maybe I should invest if this was the same as Earth then, I know exactly where to invest. Bitcoin. But it doesn't exist yet until 2009, so I should wait for 4 more years and I'm all set, though I have a feeling that my money would reach £1 billion sterling at that time. But then again, who was I to deny more money? While I was playing with my portable PlayStation at lunchtime, my Magus friend asked me out of curiosity. "What's that?" "A portable PlayStation," I replied without hesitation while my face was glued to the screen. I was playing Monster Hunter, the first one. As this world is very similar to my Earth, there are a lot of things that are bound to be the same, even Pokemon exist here. Too bad though, I can't play it on a portable PlayStation, since Pokemon is strictly Nintendo, but I wasn't too disappointed anyway, at least I get to play this. The graphics were as bad as it could be. However, despite that, this is actually one of the highest quality games that you can find in the market currently. Either way, I'm going to wait for a few more years for better games and graphics. "A portable PlayStation?" Luvia asked, confused. "That's right, wanna try playing?" I handed her my portable PlayStation. "Mind if I do?" Luvia took it away from my hand, and I didn't realize it back then that I corrupted her. Oh. You foul beast has no chance against an Edelfelt such as me." Luvia laughed as she triumphed at the monster in the portable PlayStation. "That's great, Luvia, congratulations, you beat the weakest monster in the game." I started clapping at her victory. Hearing my words, Luvia recoiled in shock and exclaimed. Weakest? Impossible. That foul beast must have been the strongest. It's a phantasmal beast. No, it's not that, you just suck. I shook my head with amusement. After teaching her how to play the portable PlayStation, to say that she was bad was an understatement of the year. Even an immovable object can do better than her. But at least, hopefully it's not as Rin with technology. To think I've been tricked by such a beast. Luvia glared at the portable screen with irritation. No one tricked you, you trick yourself. Seriously, dying multiple times in such a weak monster. I said while shaking my head and continued. You know what, you can have it, you needed it for practice. You're giving me this? For free? Yes. I nodded, it wasn't a big deal. It's not like it's expensive anyway with the money I have, even if they buy the company that made the PlayStation, and I would still have enough money to buy the company again. No, I refuse to have this for free. As an Edelfelt we have a reputation to live in. And accepting free items is absolutely not allowed without exchanging something for it. Luvia declared. Why must she be so hard on this? Alright, Mage. Alright, then you owe me a favor for that since you won't accept it for free. I said. Deal. Luvia accepted without hesitation. I couldn't help but smirk at that, and thought. Seriously? A mere portable PlayStation for a favor from the heiress of Idelfelt. Just know that getting a favor from a Magi is far more valuable than money itself, because through favors you could actually get something that money can't even buy. For example, a family-exclusive relics or an heirloom. Either way, favors are important in the moonlit world, and it wasn't something that you could just get easily. That's why anyone from the Mage Association is very careful with giving favors, because it's that important. And right now, I just received something that is worth millions or so, for a $295 portable PlayStation. So what's up with the eye bags, Luvia? After a week of giving Luvia my portable PlayStation, it wasn't a surprise that she became addicted. I refuse to admit that it's my fault. She could have stopped playing anytime, but she didn't. However, I can't exactly blame her for enjoying the game. Eye bags? Surely you're mistaken. There's definitely no eye bag anywhere. Luvia denied it, which is clearly horse shit. Yeah? Why don't you saw nothing? Luvia glared at me. While it might be intimidating to the others, but to me, it's quite adorable. Compared to my sister's glare, this was absolutely nothing. Who was she trying to intimidate? Certainly not me. If she wanted to scare me, she had to do better than that. However, that's not possible. As long as my sister exists, there's no way she'd be able to intimidate me. Either way, I shrugged at her words. If she didn't want to talk about her obvious eye bags, then I'll leave it as that. Another 4 years have passed, and it is already graduation. It's hard to believe that I've been in this world for more than a decade. My life wasn't as eventful as you might think, but regardless, it definitely wasn't boring. I've enjoyed my reincarnation so far because frankly, the shit didn't hit the fan yet. It's only a matter of time before something would happen. This isn't an exaggeration. After all, this world is part fate. Anyway, I was the valedictorian for the year, which wasn't surprising at all, despite how advanced this school is. This is in fact an elementary school. As someone who went to university in my past life, the lessons were nothing, not to mention I have a better memory than before. It would be a nice shame on me if I weren't a valedictorian. Like any valedictorian on graduation day, I was told to memorize a speech, which was easy, but the hardest part is that I have to give everyone a speech. But I have no choice. I'm willing to endure this just for today. If I knew being a valedictorian gives a speech like this, I would have handed this title to Luvia. Either way, it's too late for that. For the most part, I was successful with my speech, which was a relief that I didn't embarrass myself in front of everyone, especially to my friends. Luvia, Teresa, and Alexandra were the closest I have, while the others were just acquaintances. So, what are you guys going to do after graduation? I asked my friends. We're going back to our country, Luxembourg, Teresa answered with a sad look. Alexander nodded. She's also making the same look as Teresa, but more controlled. What's with that sad look? It's not like we won't contact each other after this, I said with an amused smile. We do? Teresa asked in surprise. Of course, I'm not old-fashioned enough to write letters for you guys, so here's my phone number. If you miss me, you can call me anytime. I gave Teresa my phone number and did the same for Alexandra. Luvia already had mine years ago. After I introduced her to the wonders of technology, she became quite adept with them. Now, she's a certified gamer. After giving them my number, they left with their limousine. I didn't want to say this out loud, but I'm definitely going to miss the two of them. Now, my attention was now in Luvia. The same question also applies to you too. Do you really need to ask me what I'm going to do after graduation? Luvia asked with a frown. Buying new games in a game con? I replied after thinking for a bit. Luvia immediately blushed and replied. What? No. Who do you think I am? A game addict, I answered confidently. Luvia was so speechless that she couldn't speak for a full minute. It's because what I mentioned was a fact. She is a game addict. If she denies that, then she's a liar. I know how much of a massive gamer this girl is. Anyway, I'm going to be in the clock tower this summer. Luvia immediately changed the subject, but I didn't mind as I remember that I'm going to the clock tower this summer too. Not because I wanted to, but because my sister threatened me if I didn't go. We made a deal that I study in the clock tower for an entire summer, and after that, I'm free to do whatever I want. That's why I'm going. Then look at her and reply. By coincidence, I'm going to study in the clock tower this summer too. Luvia's eyes widened and replied. Really? That's great. Now I know that I won't be alone. Good for you. They talked for a while, and after that, they went back to their respective houses so that they could prepare for tomorrow's arrival at the clock tower. Chapter 6, Clock Tower. I finally arrived inside the clock tower. This place was massive, Not to mention so secure to the point that I'm overwhelmed. This place is packed with different kinds of bounded fields, some of which are very dangerous. Without a guide, there's no way for an average mage to bypass the security of this area. It's literally impossible for anyone to go inside forcefully. Did I also mention how dense the prana is in this place? It's no wonder that the Mage Association was built in this place with such a rich prana. My family limousine arrived at an underground parking lot, where it's unbelievably clean despite only a parking lot. The ground was literally shining. This is only the parking lot, and it's already grand. Stepping outside the limousine, I noticed that I could see my reflection in the ground. The concrete was that clean. There's no way this was cleaned by human hands. This has to be magecraft. There's no other explanation for this. Looking around, I noticed that there's a lot of fancy cars around. There's even a few one-of-a-kind vehicles. Seriously, they take the rich and powerful status too much. Shaking my head, I went toward the clock tower entrance and saw my sister along with a few enforcers guarding her. Lorelei saw me and said, "You're finally here, Alexander. Here I thought wouldn't come." I couldn't help but roll my eyes at that and replied, "I don't have the balls to do that. Even if I did, I'm pretty sure you'd hunt me down and drag me into this place." Lorelei nodded. "You're correct." I couldn't stop myself from letting out a sigh and said, "So, where am I staying?" "Follow me," Lorelei said without looking back, and followed. My eyes wandered around filled with curiosity. While I didn't like being in this place, it's still a beautiful place. Even before I became Alexander, I knew this place through fiction. Now that it's real, I wasn't really sure what to think about it. From what I know of this place is terrible. Not the building itself, but the people who are inside this very building are magi. I never really met a lot of magi in this life. So far I've only met a handful of them. Outside of my family, the only magus I've met was Luvia Idelfelt. And from what I know about her, she's one of the odd bunch of magi that actually had a heart, someone who could still sympathize with normal human beings. Can't say for the rest of the magi here. I don't have any delusion that all magi are like Luvia. Someone like her in the moonlit world is very rare. Lorelei and I arrived at the inner section of the clock tower, the section that only those who have a powerful connection or family could enter. Since technically I have both, I was allowed to enter. It didn't take us long to arrive at my assigned room for the rest of the summer, and it was way bigger than I imagined. "Is this it?" "Indeed, this is the room you'll be staying in from now on," Lorelei said while putting her hands behind her. "It's too big. It could fit a few dozen people inside. Can I pick a smaller one?" I asked my sister, who suddenly glared at me. "No." "Alright, geez, don't glare at me like that." I recoiled at her denial and saw that my sister was letting out a massive sigh. "Remember, this isn't our house anymore. You can't act careless without consequences. Be warned, you must act like a respectable magus. Do not fool around either. Your reputation affects mine as well," Lorelei said with a warning. I didn't say anything and just nodded. I wasn't going to do that anyway. "If you understand, then I shall leave you now. If you excuse me, I have a meeting a few minutes from now on." Before leaving, she gave me the key to the room and left the place where the meeting will be held. Well, then let's arrange my things before exploring this place. After that, I started arranging my clothes, daily necessities, my gaming set, and everything I brought. Satisfied with my arrangements, I decided that it was time to explore the clock tower, walking away from the inner section of the clock tower. The first thing I explored was the cafeteria because I'm very hungry as I haven't eaten breakfast yet. From what I know, the clock tower has several cafeterias. Each one of them has a different quality of dishes. Naturally, the better the quality is, the more expensive the dish, not to mention the difference between the establishment. The ones with a better quality have a better service than the lower quality ones. Which wasn't a surprise for me. However, right now the place I've dined in was one of the lower quality cafeterias, where the poorer magi dines. I noticed that there isn't a lot of people dining in this place. It wasn't strange because most magi had a heck amount of pride. Despite being poor, none of them wanted to be seen or treated as one. That's why even though they are in tight of money, they still choose to dine in a better cafeteria in the clock tower so that they could maintain their dignity and status to their peers and fellow magus. The magi here are the most accepting ones with their situation, or just bored and wanted to try something new. I called for a waitress to get my orders and noticed that I have higher quality of clothes compared to the people who are dining in this place, which made the waitress confused, but didn't say anything. "May I have your order?" Placing back the menu on the table, and started listing my orders. "I'd like 2 cheeseburgers, with fries and a bucket of fries along with a glass of cold cola." After writing my orders, the waitress said, "Please wait a few minutes for your orders to arrive." I nodded, making the waitress sigh in relief, noticing that I couldn't help but frown for a bit and thought, did she really think I'd be displeased with a few minutes of waiting? But then again, this is the clock tower where all kinds of egotistical magus from all over the world gather around. I started tapping my fingers on the table, wondering which department I should join. While there isn't a limit to how many departments I could join, I'd rather pick something that is actually useful to me. After a full minute of thinking, I've decided to join either the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory or the Department of Astrology. Why not both? After that, my cheeseburger, fries, and a bucket of fried chicken along with a glass of cold cola arrived at my table. Then I immediately took a huge bite of the cheeseburger that I ordered and an indescribable flavor exploded in my mouth. It was so delicious that I couldn't stop myself from eating like a barbarian. I know I promised Lorelei to act like a proper respectable magus, but right now it's the last thing in mind. How the heck do ordinary cheeseburgers taste so delicious? After that, I tried the fries, and again, how the hell is this bunch of sliced potatoes this delicious? Then I looked at the bucket of fried chicken and expected it to taste divine like the others, and I wasn't disappointed at all. Although unexpected, I enjoyed this meal very much, even though the high-quality dishes that I eat in my family's castle aren't as good as this. Low-quality ingredients shouldn't be this delicious. Suddenly, I have an idea of who made this. While it's just a hunch, I have a feeling that it's him. Only he could make something this delicious with low-quality ingredients. I wiped my mouth with my handkerchief. It's a habit I learned from being with the Bardam Eloi. Back in my previous life I would never be able to act like this. I stood up from the table and went directly to the counter and said, "Can I meet the chef who made my meal?" The staff at the counter couldn't help but feel concerned at my sudden demand. As someone who had met a lot of magus, he learned to analyze who is powerful and who is not. And he realized that I'm someone who isn't to be looked down upon despite how young my appearance is. Is there something wrong about Sir Magus? No, there isn't. It's just I wanted to praise them for the delicious meal they made, so can I meet them now? I noticed that he is uncomfortable with my presence, so I decided to be specific so that he wouldn't misunderstand my intention. And as expected, after saying those words, the staff calmed down a lot and replied, "So you just wanted to meet the chef who made your meal?" I nodded and answered, "That's right." The staff let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then please wait a moment, I shall call him." Not a minute later, I saw the chef who made my meal, and couldn't stop myself from grinning as I was right about my guess. The person standing in front of me is none other than the main character of the Fate Stay Night series, Shiru Amiya. "I heard that you wanted to meet me, is there anything I can help you with?" Shiru was a bit older than I expected. He looks like he's in his mid-20s, and his red hair already had some white strands on it, not to mention he's already started turning into tan. He almost looks like Archer. Maybe within a few years he would be his lookalike, but for now, he's Shiru, not Archer. "And this is how I met my brother-in-law, I didn't just know yet." Foreshadowing? Yes. It may be biased of me, but I totally ship Shiru and Lorelei. So far I've only seen one version of Shiru dating Lorelei in a lot of Fate fanfiction I read. At this point, Alexander doesn't remember much in his previous life shows, most of them are blurry at this point. Chapter 7, Olga Marie Animusphere. Looking at one of the most popular protagonists in the Fate series, now that I met this person, I thought he'd look more Asian, but he's more Western than I thought. He could even pass as British like me. Either way, it wasn't important right now. I'm just excited to meet Amiya Shiru. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't. After all, he's one of the characters that I like the most in Nasuverse. Despite being flawed and dull, he's just entertaining to watch, his struggles, his ideals, and his fights. Now, that I mentioned it, which version of Shiru is this? Because I'm pretty sure this isn't Ilya or Mi's version, since he's in the clock tower. It's safe to say that this one isn't from the heaven feel. I mean, that version is 1 foot to the grave. There's no way he'd reach his 20s, but what if he did? Then I noticed that he was staring at me, waiting for me to reply, and that's when I realized that I haven't replied to his question before. I coughed awkwardly to save myself from embarrassment. "So, you're the one who cooked my meal?" Shiru didn't hesitate and replied, "That's right. My compliments, it's the best meal I have had in my life." Technically I wasn't lying since it is the best meal I ate, period. Hearing my words, he was a bit surprised as he did not expect to hear that from me, then his expression turned sheepish, and said, "You're exaggerating, the meal I made is second-rate at best." I knew this was coming, however, I still couldn't stop myself from feeling shocked. Second-rate? Does he even know how delicious his food was? Then it got me thinking, if this was only second-rate to him, what about his first-rate? I shudder to imagine how delicious it would be. Honestly, are they sure that this guy Origin isn't God of Cook? Shaking my head in denial. No, it's not an exaggeration at all, it is the best meal I have tasted in my entire life. But no, buts, just accept my compliments, alright? I cut him off before he could finish the sentence. Shiru didn't say for a while before smiling at me wryly. "Alright. Good." I was satisfied with that, though I decided to try my luck. "So, how much do I need to hire you as my personal chef?" Aside from confirming the identity of the chef, this is also one of the reasons why I wanted to call him, because I wanted to eat that quality of meal every single day. It's hard not to. Anyone who tasted this kind of meal at least once would want more. Almost immediately Shiryu shook his head and answered. Sorry, but no, cooking is nothing more than a hobby for me, and I don't intend it to be my full-time job. If it was any other magus, they'd be no doubt offended and start whining about humiliation or something, but I wasn't like that. With my unique experience of reincarnation, and an individual with common sense, I nodded in understanding. Such a shame. Well, at least I tried. Either way, I'll order another dish. However, I want you to cook it personally. Shiryu didn't have any problem with that, so he nodded. To say that I enjoyed my meal was an understatement. It was probably the best meaning I have in both lives. Seriously, how did he even create something so delicious with low-quality ingredients, really? I'll never know. Either way, it was such a fun experience interacting with one of my favorite characters. While our conversation was cut short, it was satisfying. Talking to Shiryu is probably equivalent to talking to your favorite idol. As I was walking in the hall, I realized something. Wait, how is he older than Luvia? It was stupid of me to forget such significant information, but then again I don't remember much of my previous life. It's like they slowly vanish from my memories without even realizing it. You must know that I have a better memory. It shouldn't be possible for me to forget, but I did anyway. It must have to do with me being reincarnated. While I was pondering about my memory lost, without realizing I bumped into something. Damn, I should have paid attention. I thought. Thankfully I didn't fall into the ground, no matter how clean it may look. The person I bumped with, unfortunately, did fall. It was a girl about a few years older than me. She had long white hair and golden eyes. Ever since I've reincarnated, the concept of beautiful has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times in my mind, because the people that are living in this world significantly look better than his previous life. But even so, this girl is quite beautiful by world standards. She's one of the best looking girls that I laid upon until she opened her mouth. You dolt. Are you blind? The white hair girl gave me a threatening, cute look. If she wants to scare me, then she has to do better than that. No, I replied honestly. Then you should have seen me walking. She stood up from the ground and moved a bit closer to my spot and started poking my chest with her forefinger. Well, the problem is I didn't. Which is technically true, I didn't see her because I was thinking. Are you trying to be sarcastic? The girl glared at me with distaste. No, of course not. If I did it wouldn't be like this, I replied with a shrug. She's probably trying to intimidate me. Unfortunately for her, most of my fear is from my sister. You. The teenager became irritated at my comment. I let out a sigh and decided to stop this pointless argument. Look, I apologize, I wasn't paying attention before, so can we stop this pointless argument? Pointless? Do you think Olga Marie Animasphere falling into the ground is pointless? Olga snapped at me. After hearing her name, my eyes widened for a bit as I realized who this girl is, although I could barely remember who she was, probably because she's an insignificant character or something. Noticing my reaction, she suddenly became smug and replied. I see, you must recognize me. That's right, I'm an Animasphere. You should fear me. Now properly apologize before you will face my wrath. I couldn't help but stare at her unimpressed. She thought that my look of recognition is a look of fear. Too bad, because I definitely wasn't scared of her. Anyway, are all magus this petty? Wait, I should have expected this. It was foolish of me to think that they would act like a normal person. What's with that look? I'm serious. I swear that I heard her voice trembling, pushing her forefinger away from my chest, and replied a bit coldly. Try me, Animasphere or not, it doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of you, right? Since you introduced yourself, then it would be quite rude if I don't do the same. Alexander Bardem Eloy? According to Lorelei, showing weakness in the clock tower is absolutely not allowed as a member of the noble house of Bardem Eloy. One shouldn't show weakness, because those who did would be targeted by fellow magus. Even without her advice, there's no way I'd allow myself to be bullied. After hearing my name, especially my last name, Olga's expression immediately turned pale as she recognized it. There's no way she'd think of it as a lie, especially when we are in the clock tower. Claiming the last name Bardem Eloy without being one is a great offense to the family that warrants worse than death. Not to mention, Lorelei and I had a matching appearance. If it weren't for the fact that I'm younger than her, we could have passed as twins if we were at a similar age. I. Olga started trembling visibly. She looks so pitiful that I almost felt sorry for her. However, I wasn't one that forgets, because if I wasn't part of the house of Bardem Eloy, and was born into a family that was lesser than the Animasphere, it would be me in Olga's position. That's why I can't and won't pity her, because things could have been worse for me if I weren't a Bardem Eloy. Look, if only you accepted my apology, this wouldn't happen. It's your fault that it escalated this far. However, There was no if for Olga because it already happened. Olga kept trembling, and I could visibly see tears starting to form in her eyes. Because of that I couldn't help but soften my gaze. If she's so pitiful like that, there's no way I could continue being mad at her. She's lucky that she's cute. It had some effect on my decision-making. Sometimes I hate myself for being nice. This is one of the reasons why I couldn't become a true magus, because I have a heart, unlike most magi. Either way, I don't have any plans of changing soon, because the only difference between a full-fledged magus and I, is that I'm still human. Letting out a sigh, and said, "Forget it, I won't pursue this matter, leave the Animusphere before I change my mind." Realizing that there's a way out from this unbearable situation that she found herself in, she immediately left without looking back. Olga was many things but a fool isn't one of them. She took this chance to get away. Looking at her disappearing back, I couldn't help but say, this definitely wasn't what I imagined our meeting was going to be. Now she's afraid of me. Chapter 8. Though that it's been a few days since I arrived in the clock tower, aside from the incident with Olga Marie days ago, thankfully there isn't anything similar that happened to me, since I'm a bit more careful with my surroundings. How could I forget one of my sister life lessons, that I must be aware of my surroundings? Either way, I'm definitely following it through. Right now I'm sitting on one of the seats in the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, with Waver Velvet as the teacher, and to be honest, he's good, really good. If my teachers from the past are as good as him in teaching, maybe I could have an A+ grade in each subject, but it's too late for regret. Waver's teaching is vastly different from Lorelei. While both of them are good, my sister is harsher, while Waver is patient and more understanding. Luvia is also here with me. In this department I wasn't really surprised by her decision. After all, compared to the rest of the department, this is one of the best departments around the clock tower because the teacher cared about its students' progress, not like most of them. Shiru and Rin Tasaka are also here, listening to the lecture. While I haven't spoken with Rin yet, I definitely did with Shiru. Luvia and I were the youngest that took the class, while others were either teenagers or adults. Waver finished his lesson for today. That's all for today, you can now all leave. After that, he cleaned his hands with his handkerchief and left the class. Looking at Luvia and saying, "Do you have any plans for later?" Luvia nodded and replied, "Unfortunately I do. Why do you ask?" "Too bad, I was planning to invite you for a meal later. If I recall correctly, today Shiru had a shift in that particular cafeteria. I was planning to invite her to eat with me. As a friend, I wanted her to experience the true joy of eating good food." All of a sudden, Luvia froze for a bit before turning a bit red and started playing with her hair. A date? Hearing help but blink a few times after hearing that. How did a kid like her know about that word? Either way, it's not important, and technically if I did invite her it is a date, but I have a feeling that she's misunderstanding things. She's beautiful, sure, but ultimately she's a kid. There's no way I'd date her as she is right now, maybe a couple of years or so, but definitely not now, because I'm not a Lilicon. I have my standards too. I may be a child biologically, but I'm an adult mentally. There's no way I could stomach dating a child no matter how attractive they may be. I gave her a gentle smile and said, "No, definitely not a date. However, maybe in a few years when you're older I'd ask you." Hearing my answer, she stopped playing with her hair and started pouting, disappointed. Too bad. Right now I see her as nothing more than a child, a baby sister that I never had. "You speak as if you're older than me." Luvia let out a huff. "Because I am, however, there's no way I'd say that out loud. It's a secret that no one should know." "Well, technically yes, a few weeks older than you," I smirked in her direction. "Humphrey. It's just a few weeks difference, it doesn't matter." Luvia answered with an eye roll. "It does actually, because I'm older than you, and that's a fact that you can't change no matter what." I smugly look at her. Luvia let out an annoyed huff, and after we talked for a bit before separating to our respective destinations. Since I couldn't invite my closest friend in the clock tower, I decided I'll have to invite someone different, someone I'm definitely close to. My blood sister from this world, Lorelei Bardem Eloy. I'm not sure if she'll accept my invitation, but I'll try my luck anyway. I went directly to the director's office. Normally any magus wouldn't be able to get close, or get inside without the vice director's invitation. Fortunately for me, I just have to show my family crest, and I was allowed by the enforcers who guarded the place. If it were up to me, I'd immediately open the door without knocking, but I have to be respectful and decided to knock gently at the door. Knock knock knock. After a few moments of silence, I heard my sister say, "Come in." Then without waiting any further, I opened the door only to see that Lorelei, my dear elder sister, was preparing to cast a high-level spell that would no doubt kill me instantly without proper preparation. Whoa. Whoa. Lorelei, what are you doing? I even forgot to address her in a formal way. After all, I panicked. Lorelai's eyes widened as she suddenly recognized who I was, and stopped casting the high-level spell that could instantly kill me. Alex. What are you doing here? Lorelai calmed down and sat down back in her chair. Before I answer that question. Forgive me for my crude language, what the fuck was that? I couldn't stop myself from cursing out loud, thankfully though there's a soundless founded field inside the office, or else anyone outside the room would be able to hear me curse. Lorelai frowned at my crude language. Where did you learn those ugly words? I don't recall teaching you that. I blame the internet for that, I answer offhandedly. I see, I will find this internet and destroy it for corrupting you, Lorelai said seriously. My eyes widened as I heard my sister's reply. There's no doubt she's capable of destroying the internet considering how powerful my family is. Shutting down the internet might be hard, but not impossible for the Bardem Eloy? No, no, no. Definitely no. I quickly approached her desk and slammed my hands toward her desk. Both of us siblings were looking at each other with hardened gazes. If this was another time, there's no way I'd look at Lorelai's eyes for more than a few seconds, but right now isn't just another time, but a serious moment. The survival of the internet is within my hands now. Billions of people are counting on me with this. After a few minutes of intense staring at each other, Lorelai was the first to break and let out a sigh. Fine, I will forget this discussion only if you stop speaking such crude language in my presence. Deal, I answered without hesitation. After that, we went back to the previous subject. You still haven't answered my question from before. Lorelai closed her eyes and let out a tired sigh and replied. The reason why I was casting a spell is for safety measures. It's not every day someone visits my office without prior invitation. It might be an assassin that was hired to assassinate me, even though it's pointless. Regardless, I should stay cautious all the time, especially with my position in Clock Tower. Oh, that actually makes sense. If that's her reason, then I can't blame her for the safety measures that she had to do. Now it's time for me to tell her why I was here. Do you have plans right now? I asked. Lorelai frowned for a bit but answered my question anyway. At the moment, no I don't. However, why exactly are you asking this question? It's because I wanted to invite you to eat lunch with me, sister, I said truthfully. Lorelai didn't say anything for a full minute, and honestly, I became a bit worried and said, it's been a long time since we ate together, sister. I thought maybe we can do it right now. Hearing that, Lorelai let out a huff and said, I suppose we can. Great. Please follow me. I know a place where we can have the most delicious meal you'll eat, I said confidently. Lorelai raised her brows and replied, I find your claim unbelievable. Trust me, when did I ever lie to you? A lot, Lorelai replied bluntly, making me cough awkwardly. She got me there, but geez, does she really have to be blunt about it? Anyway, this isn't a lie this time. I'm willing to bet our family name in for this. One must know that using our family name for things like this shouldn't be taken lightly, as they have the reputation to maintain. Only the best of the best should be sufficient for our family. Oh? You understand that if it isn't satisfactory I would have to punish you for using our family name in vain? Lorelai stared at me with a stoic look. I know. I'm fully aware of the consequences, however, I'm also confident about this. I see, if you're that confident of this meal, I have some expectations, however, if it's a disappointment, you should be ready for the punishment. Lead the way, Lorelai demanded. Used to my sister's antics, I led her to the cafeteria where Shiru worked. Would Shiru impress the Queen of Clock Tower? The answer is well, it's kinda obvious at this point because I kinda buffed his cooking skill to X. Chapter 9, A Meal with Lorelai. Everyone was looking at them as they walked through the halls, which wasn't surprising considering the reputation of my sister Lorelai. Despite the look that we are getting, we didn't pay any heed to any of it. Lorelai is completely unaffected by it, and while I felt a bit uncomfortable with their stares, unlike my sister I wasn't used to being stared intensely like this. It would take a while to adapt. Either way, for now I'm doing my best to ignore it. By now everyone must have known me as Lorelai's brother. It's hard not to when you literally have to introduce yourself in front of everyone in the department that you choose. The reaction of my department classmates was still fresh in my mind. They were surprised by my identity, a Bardem Eloy, not just anyway Bardem Eloy either but the direct relative of the Queen of the Clock Tower Lorelai Bardem Eloy. Shiru was also surprised by this revelation, but compared to Rin's reaction it simply isn't comparable. If I only had a camera back then, her reaction was priceless. Either way, in my opinion, they are making a big deal of my status. True, I may be Lorelai's brother, but I haven't really achieved anything significant under my belt, and definitely wasn't a prodigy by any means. After a few minutes of walking, we finally arrived at the cafeteria where Shiru works as a part-time chef/waiter. Lorelai suddenly frowned at the cafeteria, and her gaze shifted in my direction. Is this your idea of a joke? If it is, Then I'll allow you to admit it this time. However, there won't be next time. My time won't be wasted for a mere joke, brother. I have better things to do." Her voice was colder than Antarctica itself. It made me flinch for a bit, because this is new even to me. While she was cold most of the time, they weren't unbearable like this, meaning she's actually quite mad right now. If this was a joke, I'd admit it right away, because frankly I haven't experienced Lorelei being mad at me. Annoyed, yes, plenty of times, but she never got mad at me. This is actually first, despite that I held my ground because this isn't a joke. I stared at her cold gaze with mine and replied, "I assure you, sister, this is not a joke. Do not think for a second that it is, because there's no way I'd waste your time if it isn't worth mentioning. While this might be a low-class cafeteria, do not assume that its food quality is the same." Both of us were looking at each other's eyes unflinchingly for a full minute, then a ghost smirk appeared on Lorelei's lips and said, "Very well, if you go this far I suppose I have to try the food here." After hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh in relief internally. That was intense, my back was sweating from that act alone. "Then, shall we?" Lorelei nodded and went inside the cafeteria. As we did, the people who were inside the cafeteria were gawking at us, the staff was no exception. However, I couldn't blame them for gawking in our direction. After all, it's not every day that the Queen, the Vice Director of the Clock Tower, goes inside a low-class cafeteria. It's something unthinkable. For someone with her status, it is beneath for her to even look at this place, so it's shocking for her to even enter the place. Only thanks to me, she went here to a low-class cafeteria. Without my intervention there's no chance of her knowing this cafeteria or even bother looking at it. Isn't that the Vice Director? We know. We aren't blind. Why is she here anyway? That's what we want to know as well. Whispers didn't stop, until Lorelei glared at them, making them look away from her gaze. That's how scary she is. None of them didn't even dare to try making direct eye contact for fear of being targeted. Fools, Lorelei said. I couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing her. After that we sat at a table near the counter, and as soon as we did a waitress immediately arrived at our table. It was clear to us that this poor waitress was trembling. She wasn't even trying to hide it. I couldn't help but pity this girl. Lorelei didn't comment at the waitress' obvious fear, probably used to it, looking at the menu for a few moments, then her gaze shifted toward the girl, who flinched at the sudden attention. Despite that she managed to be professional and asked, "Are you ready to order, madam?" "HMN," Lorelei said. After that, my sister gave her orders to the waitress. To my surprise she ordered a single unexpected dish, a shepherd's pie. I thought she'd order a high-class dish, but that was just me assuming. After her, I also ordered mine. It was pretty much the same meal I ordered a few days ago. I can't help it after tasting it for the first time. I've been craving it. My taste buds desire it. Who am I to stop it? I wasn't immune to my desire, and that exactly makes me human. The waitress bowed professionally at us, and left after listing our order. Looking at her I could see her legs shaking a bit. Shaking my head, I shifted my attention to my sister and said, "Shepherd pie, huh? That's unexpected." Lorelei looked back at me and huffed. "Aunt?" I smiled warily at her comment. No, nothing at all." After several minutes of waiting, finally our orders arrived. I can hardly wait to eat my meal. However, I managed to stop myself and look at my sister. I wanted to see her reaction. To be honest, I was nervous. My heart was beating more than it should. Would she like it? Or would she not? Lorelei inspected the shepherd pie for a few seconds, probably looking for a poisonous substance or something, and after confirming that there wasn't, she took a knife and fork, and gracefully cut the shepherd pie into a perfect cube, which I honestly don't know was possible. Lorelei slowly put it inside her mouth and started chewing the pie gently. There was no visible reaction from her, making me anxious. It felt like my heart was about to explode. Honestly, I was surprised that it didn't at this point. After chewing the first piece of pie, then she took another and ate it, and again, repeating it until she finished it all. I didn't even realize that until she ate the last piece of the pie. Snapping out of my musing this time, I wore a confident smile on my face. Despite her lack of reaction, which was obviously controlled, there is no doubt she liked it, or else there's no way she'd finish eating 1 kilogram of shepherd's pie by herself. One must know how picky an eater Lorelei was. It's not an exaggeration that even a meal that was made in a 5-star restaurant is inadequate for her taste. For her to finish a meal is an obvious sign that it's incredibly delicious. How was it? I couldn't help but smirk in her direction. Lorelei noticed this and snorted. It was adequate. My smirk became larger at her reaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, our vice director snorted." I wanted to laugh at that, however, I stopped myself because I have a feeling that it's not wise to do so. "I see, coming from you it must have been so delicious." Lorelei rolled her eyes but didn't deny it, making me smile widely. It was a success. Then my sister called for the waitress and demanded to call the chef who made her pie, like brother and sister indeed. I didn't pay attention to any of it, because I knew exactly what would happen. Right now I'm focusing on the meal in front of me. I took a bite of the chicken leg, and as expected it tasted heavenly. I was in my own world after that. The nerve of that chef. Lorelei snarled. Okay. I did not expect this outcome. That man dared to reject me, Bartolomeo. Shiro Emiya rejected my sister's proposal to become her personal chef, and I was sure that he'd accept it due to my sister's status. But he didn't, which was surprising. If Rin heard about Shiro rejecting the vice director herself, she'd have a field day with him. Either way, I admit that guy had a balls the size of a planet, to reject my sister directly into her face without hesitation or regret. Unlike me, who was accepting of the fact that I wouldn't be able to hire Shiro as my chef, however, my sister was not, ever since she became the acting vice director of the clock tower. She pretty much got everything she wanted, and now she found out that she can't have one thing that she genuinely liked. It was safe to say that she's more than annoyed right now. I should punish that man for disrespecting me. Lorelei ranted. To make my sister react like this is an achievement in itself. As this was probably the only time I'd seen my sister let out plenty of emotions in one moment. Anyway, I should calm her down, as this is the only thing I could do so that my favorite chef won't be punished. After all, I owe him for such a great meal. What Lorelei wants, Lorelei gets. However, that isn't the case with Shiro Emiya. This is what happens when an immovable object and unstoppable force meet each other. Also, I've dragged this long enough. After 1 or 2 chapters I'll start the shop. Chapter 10, Making Amends. It's been a few days since that incident, but miraculously I managed to calm the raging dragon, which is equivalent to my dear sister. I wasn't sure how I did it, but it happened. Shiro should give me a feast for this. It's not an easy feat to calm my sister. Right now I'm in the Department of Astrology listening to the Mare's very atmosphere explanation about prediction of the future. Honestly, it's hard to believe that this man had a grand plan for human preservation, the Grand Order. He's ambitious, however, he could back it up. Listening to his theory about prediction, it's scary how it made sense. While listening, I couldn't help but look at Olga beside my desk. Honestly, I pity this girl. From a young age, she wasn't acknowledged by her only family, as all she wanted was her father's attention, the attention that she'll never receive. But then again, this is normal in the moonlit world. At least she didn't get sold to some other Magi family and get molested by worms. Olga finally noticed my gaze, not that I was trying to hide it. To begin with, I let out a smile in her direction. Immediately the blood from her face got drained and became deadly pale. Quickly she avoided my gaze. Seeing that, I couldn't help but let out a sigh. It was very obvious that she's scared of me. It wasn't my intention. To be fair, she was the one who started it. I don't hate her, we simply started on the wrong foot. Still, at the beginning, her reactions were hilariously amusing. The look she was giving me when I first arrived at this department was something I could never forget. It was funny. You can't blame me for finding it entertaining. Anyway, I'm trying to make amends with her since I wanted to make her my acquaintance or a friend even. So, that concludes the lecture for now. Mare is very finished his class and eyes wandered around the class, except for Olga. This girl needs a friend, I decided. Hopefully, she wouldn't fear me when I talk to her later. Olga couldn't help but sigh as she saw her peers leave the class. However, it wasn't what she had in mind. Right now she was thinking about her father. Even now, he still ignores her like she was transparent. All her life never knew what familial affection is, she never experienced them as her father never paid attention to her. That's why she wanted to impress him with her achievements. Maybe with that he'll notice her and finally acknowledge her existence. However, so far she wasn't successful because no matter what she did, it was never enough. She worked herself to the bone, but the acknowledgement that she desired was still far away from her hands. Why is her life like this? All she ever wanted was her father's attention, she never really asked for more. Olga didn't realize that she was crying. Quickly she wiped the tears away from her eyes and grabbed her grimoire away from the desk, and buried it in her chest. As she went outside the classroom, she noticed that someone was leaning against the classroom wall, and she knows this person quite well. Alexander Bartolomeo, the vice director's blood brother, a direct relative to the strongest mage in the modern era, and someone she offended a few days ago. Seeing him didn't make her happy at all. Instead, she was scared of what he's going to do with her, because she knew that she could do nothing to him. With his status he could easily demand her death. Olga quickly tried to leave. The further she was from him the better. However, her heart stopped when she heard him say, "Olga Marie Animasphere, do you have some time to spare? I'd like to talk to you." Bartolomeo said. This is what she feared, and it happened. She stopped in her tracks and shifted her attention toward Bartolomeo. Her mind started to overdrive. She was thinking of what to answer. Several scenarios appeared in her mind, and 9 out of 10 of those scenarios are a way to escape, but it was a bad idea, and also refusing would only make Bartolomeo's impression of her worse. With a heavy heart, she replied, "Yes, I do." Then she saw him smile and said, "Good, now follow me. This isn't a proper location to have a conversation." Nodding, she followed him, and she was already regretting it. However, she had no choice. It's not like she could refuse him either. Olga arrived at a high-end cafeteria in the inner section of the clock tower. This is the first time she stepped inside the place. Just from the decorations alone, she knew that only the richest of the rich could afford to dine in this place. Bartolomeo found a table and sat there, and then he urged her to sit down, and so she sat down at the opposite side of the table. A waitress arrived and gave them the menu. Its appearance was as luxurious as it could be, with high-quality leather with gold trimmings at the side. Looking at the price, she couldn't help but wince at it. While she could afford most of the dishes here, it would mean losing most of her allowance and living poorly for the rest of the month. Besides, if it were up to her, she'd rather not order. With prices like this, she'd rather use it for her own craft than wasting it on a single meal. While her family is rich, she was not. The money that she receives monthly was barely enough for her craft, and that's why she was careful about what she spent her money for. As if noticing her distress, he said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for your meal." Hearing that didn't make her feel happy at all. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't because refusing is like spitting on his face, and also she didn't really want to spend her monthly allowance for a clearly overpriced meal. Olga could only nod and started looking for a meal that wasn't too expensive. She didn't want him to think that she's taking advantage of his good graces. After choosing her order, she called the waitress and told them her order. Bartolomeo did the same. Now, it was only them again, and this made her tense because they were alone once more. "So, you're probably wondering why I wanted to talk to you." "Yes," Bartolomeo said softly. Olga nodded. This is what she's afraid of, although she appreciates the straight-to-the-point conversation. Bartolomeo coughed in his fist and said, "Well, it's pretty obvious that you're scared of me. It's probably because of my family status." Olga bit her lips after hearing that. He was correct. She is scared of his family and what they could do to her. "Look, it wasn't my intention to scare you. It's just you started it," Bartolomeo said, irritated. Well, he wasn't wrong. She did escalate things, only because she thought of him as a magus with a weak family. Turns out he was something whose family dwarfed hers. "Anyway, I'm here to make amends. I want us to start clean," Bartolomeo said while resting his chin on his hand. Olga didn't expect him to say that. Of all the things he could have said, she never accounted for something like this. However, she couldn't help but feel suspicious about this. There's too many unknown variables to this. "What do you say?" He was waiting for her answer. What else could she say? Except, "All right, let's start anew." As expected, you only accept it because you can't refuse. Olga's eyes widened at his words. She couldn't help but shudder at that, she thought. How did he know that? Huh, how did I know? It's literally written on your face. Bartolomeo answered with amusement. Olga didn't even realize the expression that she's making. Seriously? You didn't realize it? Bartolomeo said between surprise and laughter. Olga became flustered and thought, am I really that easy to read? Anyway, I'm serious about making amends with you. I could have done worse and there's nothing you could do about it. He said it like it was a matter of fact. And Olga couldn't refute it, as it was true. If he really wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Resisting is just delaying the inevitable. She closed her eyes for a moment before saying, if you're truly serious about it, then please. Don't worry, I am. Now let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Alexander Bartolomeo. It's nice to be your acquaintance, he said while giving her a hand. Olga nodded and accepted his hand. Olga Marie Animasphere, I'm pleased to be your acquaintance. I smiled as she took my hand. I'm glad it was sorted out, thankful it was less complicated than I originally thought. Still, it was a bad idea to dine in this cafeteria. While I may have a lot of money, I hate using my money on something that was clearly overpriced. God, the cheapest dish in this cafeteria is 4 digits. This is going to be the first and the last time I'm going to dine in this place. Welp, that's that. Olga Marie had self-confidence issues, so I decided to make Alexander a replacement for Levle Einer Floros, but unlike the demon god, he won't betray her. Chapter 11, Kisser Zelrech Schwenorg. It's been a month since I've stayed in the clock tower. For the most part, my life here is okay, but not surprisingly exhausting, not because of the class, but because of those bunch of snakes trying to befriend me for their own benefits. At this point, anyone has heard or known my background, and every day was a pain to deal with. I would have lost it if it wasn't for the fact I have genuine friends in this place. Personally, I don't understand the appeal of this place. For someone like me who basically doesn't care about magecraft or to advance it, Being in this place is almost worthless to me. But I can't say the same for other mages. For example, Rin needed every scrap of knowledge that she could learn in this place for her to improve her craft. Anyway, it's almost the end of summer and I can finally get out of this place, and if possible I'd like to never return, which is impossible. Due to the fact that my sister would probably drag my ass back into this place if I don't go back to this place at least once a year. Not to mention, my family is deeply rooted in the clock tower and many more political reasons. I was never a fan of those, it's just an annoying and painfully slow process for me, not to mention it makes a simple thing more complicated than it should be. Walking in the halls of the clock tower, I saw a familiar hooded teenager. It was Grey Pendragon. My relationship with her is nothing more than an acquaintance. It wasn't like I haven't tried to befriend her or something, it's just she's constantly avoiding me like a plague. I don't know if it's the orders of Lord Elmeloy, or not, but at this point, I don't really care. I simply stopped bothering. However, that may change in the future, but right now, I'm simply indifferent toward Grey. To sum up, my relationship with Grey is nothing more than a classmate from the same department. Ignoring her, I simply went forward without looking back. However, I didn't notice that she was stealing a glance in my direction, but only for a moment before continuing walking. After making amends with Olga, my relationship with her became significantly better than before, as she is someone I would gladly call a friend. Right now, we sit right beside each other in our department classroom. While not my intention, I couldn't help but notice that she smiles more often than before. Well, I'm glad she's happier. We often exchange notes, since I trust her enough, but at the same time, those notes are nothing but my hypothetical theory about prediction and nothing important. This makes sense, Olga muttered as she read through my notes. Yeah, I won't disturb her. Days later, my days in the clock tower were mostly the same as the other days, though there's something odd about my sister's actions ever since I introduced her to that certain cafeteria. Like, twice a week she goes to that particular cafeteria, while it isn't strange considering each one of those days is Shiru's shift. Meaning, the meals would be guaranteed to be delicious. However, the strange thing is that this goes on for a single month without fail. Maybe I was just overthinking things, but it's just weird for Lorelei to come back to a place that wasn't her office for a month repeatedly. Either way, it wasn't my problem. She can do whatever she wants with her time, walking ahead in the halls. Suddenly, without a warning, I also bumped into someone, but thankfully I managed to move before I could hit them. Whoa. I immediately controlled my muscles to avoid tripping after stabilizing myself, only then did I let out a sigh. Oh. Forgive me, young man, I didn't see you there, the man said with a jovial tone. I shook my head at the man. For a magus they are sure polite. It's fine. My eyes widened comically as soon as I saw the man in front of me. While I forgot a lot of things after reincarnating for a decade already, however, this one person is definitely someone that I would never forget. Kisser Zelrech Schwenorg, the biggest troll of the Nasuverse, and someone I definitely don't want to meet at all cost, because I don't want to be the target of his pranks. I don't want to go insane, thank you very much. However, how is he here? I heard that he left the Mage Association decades ago, but now he's back. Seriously, why now? I have to go now, sir. I tried to get away as soon as possible from this dimension-traveling vampire, however, that plan was immediately thrown into the window as he suddenly called me. Wait a minute, young man, I want to talk to you for a bit. Zelrach smiled in my direction. I stopped my movement and started cursing internally. Now have the kaleidoscope's attention. Shifting my attention back to Zelrach and said with a strained smile. Yes. Zelrach approached him. You. My back started sweating like crazy and thought. Does he know that I'm a reincarnator? If there is one person in this world that possibly knows my reincarnation status, it's this old man. Look like that last Lorelei, are you perhaps related? Zelrach said curiously. And just like that, the tension disappeared and I let out a sigh of relief internally and calmed down significantly. With a smile on my face, I was now more confident about what I'm going to answer. That's right, she's my elder sister. And are you perhaps the wizard marshal? Oh? What gave it anyway, son? Zelrach asked with amusement. Is this guy serious? I thought, only an idiot wouldn't recognize him in this tower. After all, the only dead apostle that is allowed to go inside this place is him. If it was any other dead apostle, I doubt that they could easily get in without alarming the clock tower security system. Besides, his pale complexion and fangs are a dead giveaway to his identity. Sir, you exactly don't have a humanly appearance, plus any competent magus would realize that you have an otherworldly prana. This was the best answer I could give. Is that so? Zelrach raised his brows at my answer and touched his chin and started pondering about it. After a few moments, Zelrach let out a sigh and started stroking his beard. Maybe I'm becoming old. But you are old. I complained inside my mind, this vampire is even older than Jesus Christ, for God's sake. Anyway, that concludes my question, son. I'll see you later then. After that, he suddenly disappeared without a trace of his existence. After a full minute of confirming that Zelrach isn't here, only then did I let out a sigh of relief. That was nerve-wracking. Wait, what does he mean by see you later? I couldn't help but frown as I realized that, hopefully, it isn't a sign of a bad omen. It's been a whole week since I met the Wizard Marshal, and haven't met him since then, which is definitely a good sign because I don't want to interact with him again. Like ever, my encounter with him was probably the most nerve-wracking moment of my life. Anyway, today is the day I eat out of the clock tower. As per the deal I made with my sister, I'm free to go to my dream country, Japan. It wasn't easy to convince my family though, but thanks to my sister's help I was able to convince them. Even if they are reluctant to my decision, there's literally nothing they could do to stop me from going. After all, there's no way they could refute my sister, who is basically the strongest mage in the modern era, period. This is it, I'm finally going to Japan and learning there. It was always my dream in my previous life to try learning and living there. Now that I have the chance, there's no way I'm letting it sweep away from my grasp. Besides, if I didn't, years of perfecting kanji, hiragana, and katakana would be for naught if I didn't go there. I'm now perfectly fluent in Japanese language in both letters and communication. I can hardly wait to arrive, but first I have to prepare everything for my trip. A day later, I arrived at Tokyo, Japan airport with my family's private jet. It's faster and easier to access than a public plane, not to mention there's no annoying crowd. After so many years I finally arrived at the land of the rising sun, the birthplace of tentacle hentai. With a smile on my face. I'm finally here. A few days after arriving in Japan, I immediately bought a single-family house for myself. While I could buy myself a mansion, this is enough. Because a mansion would be hard to maintain, not to mention it would always be empty since I'll be the one living there, and right now I'm on my way to my newest school while walking, of course. It's just a few dozen meters away from my house. I arrived at the middle school I'm studying in. Well, I suppose I'm going to find the teacher's office. Hello everyone, my name is Bartolomeo Alexander. I look forward to learning with you. I said fluently in Japanese and the class immediately started whispering about me, not surprising as it's not every day a foreigner transfers to a Japanese school. After introducing myself, my advisor assigned me to my desk, looked at my neighbor, and greeted them. Hi. The girl flinched as I called her, then she suddenly started looking around back in the fort, to see who I was talking to. A moment later she realized that I was talking to her. Why you are talking to me? Yes, who else was I talking to? I said with amusement. Oh. Anyway, let me reintroduce myself, I'm Bartolomeo Alexander, but you can call me Alex. What about you? I asked. Jigoto Hitori. Ish, nice to meet you. Hitori bowed lower than she should and banged her head into her table. Bang. I let out a laugh at her accidental action. It's nice to meet you too, Goto-san. Bocchi Ghetto. I finally introduced the introvert Goto Hitori from Bocchi the Rock. Anyway, prepare for a massive time skip next chapter. Chapter 12, Alien God. 7 years. Since I started living in Japan, a lot of things have happened within that span of time. Some of it was honestly shocking and unexpected. For example, my sister is getting married, which was a surprise in itself that she's getting married in the first place. Years ago I jokingly said that she needed to get laid to release some stress. But to see it become reality is shocking. However, the most surprising of all is the groom. I honestly expected them to be part of the three great noble families of the clock tower, to my surprise and everyone's. He wasn't part of any of the great noble families, but came from an eastern country where the magecraft is almost non-existent, and not to mention he bears the name Amiya. That's right, it's Shiru who is my sister's fiancé, totally unexpected. I could have never predicted their relationship to grow into something like this. Because of my interference, a power couple that should be impossible was created. My existence caused Lorelei to change. She was more tolerable than she originally was, not to mention less arrogant. Not to mention, Shiru has a tendency to do the impossible and stick his dick into crazy. I mean, I can freely admit that my sister is a bit nuts. All mages are nuts in general, but there's no way I'd say that out loud. I still have the desire to live. Thank you very much. Anyway, I'm waiting for the day they get married and have a child. It would definitely be fun to spoil some nephew or niece. Currently, I'm waiting for a certain someone to come out from their house, and after a few minutes of waiting, finally they came out. A girl with long pink hair with blue and yellow cube hair ties on the right side of her head and aqua eyes. She hid our school uniform with a pink tracksuit, but still showed the iconic long gray pleated skirt, a standard skirt for every high school girl, and wore black socks and maroon shoes. Sorry. Did I make you wait? Hitori said anxiously. No, not at all. I shook my head at her. This girl is Goto Hitori, the first friend I have in Japan. Well, best friend now, even though it's been a full 7 years, she's still the same as she used to be, a person with severe social anxiety. A real introvert to the core. Despite that I genuinely cared for her, she's quite adorable at times. There were also times that I hinted at dating her, but this girl is dense, or perhaps a low esteem, someone who doesn't believe that there's someone who likes her. In the end, I didn't try to vocalize my desire, since I'm not desperate for a girlfriend. I mean, if I really wanted to find a girlfriend, I have quite a lot of options. Luvia is a prime example, Teresa, Alexandra, or even Olga. The last one is I'm not sure. I haven't been in contact with her for a year now. Something must have happened to her because she doesn't usually ignore my text messages. I can only hope that she's fine. Anyway, as for the other 3, Luvia was quite bluntly obvious about her desire to date me. It wasn't even a secret at this point. Teresa and Alexandra, on the other hand, are a bit complicated, but I'm sure I have a chance of dating either of them, but a long-distance relationship sucks. That's why I wanted to date someone who could interact anytime, like Hitori for example. But breaking the news to her might be well, hard because I'm 100% that she'll have a heart attack though. Her parents wouldn't really be against me dating her, since the family hinted that they were cool with me. Oh, then can we go now? Sure, and also why are you bringing your guitar? I asked though, I have an idea why we've been together for 7 whole years. I know her well enough. You Hitori started fidgeting. Don't tell me you still wanted people to pay attention to you, isn't that right, Miss Popular? I gave her a smirk. Gee gack. Hitori couldn't stop herself from gripping her chest as my assessment was spot on. Well, good luck with that. While I fully support her goal to become popular, I don't think it's worth it. Not that I'd say it to her face though. I heard her muttering I'll show you or something, but choose to ignore it. Anyway, let's go, we'll be late if we wait longer. Hitori nodded and started walking along with me. On my way to school, I was suddenly greeted by a familiar girl. She waved her hands at me, and I did the same. Hey there, wanna go to school together? The girl asked. Sure. I have no problem going together with her, we're from the same class anyway. You too, Goto-san. Hitori hesitated but nodded either way. This girl is Yamano Mitsuha. Despite being biologically older than me, she had a short body, basically the very example of a legal lie. She's already 18 years old, but it's like her body is stuck at being 12 years old, such a strange phenomenon. But isn't exactly rare, but isn't common either. Anyway, my relationship with her is quite complicated. She's one of my closest friends, but she's also someone I had sex with. It happened unexpectedly, and nature took course after that. I wonder how she could act like nothing happened. After all, it didn't happen years ago, but a week. It's still fresh in my mind, however, I can hardly blame her for what happened, not to mention I didn't really stop her attempt. She was emotional at that moment. After all, his entire family just died and it was their funeral. And I was there comforting her, thus it happened. So yes, our relationship status is complicated. I don't know if she's my girlfriend or not, neither of us mentioned anything about it. If she thinks it's nothing more than a mistake, then I'm fine with that. Walking towards our classroom, I was immediately greeted by a bunch of classmates. Yo, morning Alex. Good, morning Alexander-san. Hey Alex, here's the book that I'm talking about. Yep, I'm pretty popular not just in my class but also to the entire school. Perks of being an Adonis and a social butterfly. In my past life, my oral skill was pretty meh, but right now I've acquired the skill of communication. It wasn't easy, but through error and trial, I achieved a significant result. Looking at Hitori, who was looking back at me, I gave her a wink, and then quickly looked away embarrassed. This was the skill that she had to acquire if she wanted to be popular, but right now she's still too far from achieving it. After talking with my classmates for a bit, I sat down at my table and looked at my neighbor. Wakabe. She's like Hitori, quiet, shy, and an introvert, at least on the surface, but inside she's a cruel, sadistic bitch, who enjoys watching others in misery and pain. At first, I didn't really know who she was, until I saw her true personality by pure coincidence, and recalled a distant memory from my previous life. Wakabe or D, no one really knows her true identity, but the person known as Wakabe is nothing more than a facade, a role to play. Since then, in private she talks to him with her real personality and not her introvert persona. To be honest, I'm scared of her because if she wanted to erase me, she could do it with ease. She is, after all, a god, a divine spirit, not just any god, but an alien god, since she technically isn't a native of this world. It's a surprise to me that Gaia or Allah haven't made a move to eliminate her, and soon found out that she was concealing her existence via skill. Meaning, She's powerful enough to hide herself from being like them. Either way, her favorite part-time job is teasing me, for no apparent reason, and that's the start of our unique relationship. My personal opinion of her is neutral. I can't hate a face like that. I may dislike her personality, but I sure love her looks. Calling her beautiful is the understatement of the year. In this world filled with exotic and ridiculously beautiful people, she's the one who stands above all. That's how pretty she is, someone without a flaw, the very example of perfection. Though that only applies to her face though, I can't say the same thing about her personality. It's just terrible. If Satan is a female, she would most likely be D. While she doesn't talk much, she's as popular as me in terms of popularity, due to the single fact that she's too beautiful, but that is as expected. She is a bona fide goddess. Wakabe Aero or D smirked in my direction. I couldn't help but smile at her warily. Even with my city-level magecraft, I don't think it could do anything to her. Either way, the class is about to start. While playing with my pen I thought, tomorrow is my birthday, I'll turn 18 and I still remember what God told me that day. He said that I'll receive a bonus after I turn 18, I wonder what it's going to be. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't excited about what that bonus is. Wakabe Aero or D is from the series, so I'm a spider, so what? Yamano Mitsuha is from the series, saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement. Both are pretty much isekai genre or will be an isekai genre. Anyway, D is pretty powerful and in her series, she's the strongest there is. She claimed that if she set her mind to it, she could do anything. Chapter 13, The shop tomorrow quickly came. Today is my birthday and I still didn't get that bonus that God talked about. However, I was patient. I've waited 18 years for this and waiting for a single day hardly matters. I figured out that I would receive it at the end of the day. Today was luckily Saturday, so there's no class, and it's perfect for me to prepare for my birthday party. My previous birthday party was made through catering. Everything was grand and prepared, due to the fact that my sister planned it in advance. However, this year is different because I told her that I'll take care of my birthday party myself. Unlike my previous one, I don't want this birthday party to be grand and luxurious. I wanted to keep it small and simple, a party with only my closest friends invited. Everyone knows that I'm rich. That's because there was that certain birthday. My sister rode a helicopter to my school to greet me happy birthday. Anyway, forget about that. This time it would be different since my sister wouldn't be able to come since I heard she's busy hunting a dead apostle ancestor with her fiancé. And also this year, Teresa, Alexandra, and Luvia couldn't come, due to being busy. What a coincidence. However, I didn't mind since I wanted to keep this birthday party simple enough, because frankly with them here it wouldn't be simple anymore. With all the ingredients in the kitchen, I finally started preparing them, so that I could start cooking. I wasn't at Shiru's level, but I was certainly at the level of a professional chef. Thanks to him, he taught me one or two about cooking. He's a good teacher. Honestly, regarding my sister and Shiru's relationship, I should have seen it coming due to the fact that every time I'm in the clock tower I would always see them together. It wasn't natural at all, not to mention they weren't even in the same department or faction. I don't know when Lorelei and Shiru started dating, but I suppose it was a year or two after that rejection incident. A third-rate magus and the queen of the clock tower. Now that's a story made out of a fairy tale, but in this case, this is very real. Because the third-rate magus had a effing reality marble, that's the closest thing to the 5 true magic. It took a while to finish everything, and I was satisfied with my work. Compared to a paid catering, this feels more satisfying because I made it with my own hands, thus making it special. Guests started to arrive at my place. The first one was unsurprisingly Hitori, or simply Bocce. It's more fun and fitting to call her that. Bocce place was just a block away from my house, though I couldn't help but chuckle at Bocce's outfit, not because it's bad or anything, but it's amazing her charm went up by a significant amount with that lovely dress. What made me laugh is the dead expression she's making. Her mother must have forced her to wear this normie suit in her own language. Either way, I can't help but look at her chest. I've only seen the true size of her breast a couple of times and God, it was massive. They were even a bit bigger than Luvia's. For a small her, she got massive ammunition. I don't usually look at someone's chest like this, it's just I blame my hormones for this. The second time I reached puberty was hell. Every day I've masturbated at least thrice a day. My libido is just at another level. This body is different. New body means new sex drive. Those were dark times, but somehow I managed to overcome these days. I wasn't proud of it, but I certainly didn't regret it. I mean, have you tried fucking an insburn homunculus? I did. It was an amazing experience. No wonder Giritsugu liked it. Realistically, it's impossible for me not to do that, especially when they are so eager to please you without complaining. Anyone who had a normal functioning brain would have been tempted. Anyway, I've lost my virginity to an insburn homunculus. Can't blame me. They are attractive for the most part. Anyway, Enough with that, I approached Bocce and said. Let me guess, your mother forced you to wear that? Bocce nodded. Why yes. Well, it's not bad at all, you look more beautiful with that on. I smiled at her and turned around, failing to see the blush forming on her cheeks. A few minutes later, another of my friends arrived. It was Mitsuo, who wore a white dress. It was simple, but it did make her more attractive in his eyes. Welcome, please come in. Mitsuo smiled and replied. Thanks. Then she went inside, and before I closed the door, someone unexpectedly arrived, definitely someone I did not invite. It was Dee, who was smiling brightly at me. Are you going to let me in or? Okay, it's obvious that she's threatening me, plus there's no way I could stop her. Regretful, I let her enter. Please go in. Good, I was afraid that you won't let me. She let out a giggle. Her outfit was no different from any civilian, so why the hell is she more attractive than before? Oh, right, it was stupid of me, a goddess with a natural charisma. After she got in, she instantly changed her entire persona. She looked and felt like a different person. Such an act was simply out of this world. It's like she's another person entirely. Then a few more people arrived and the birthday party finally started. I woke up in the morning with a killer headache. It's because of the large amount of liquor I drank yesterday from my birthday party. Since I'm now legally an adult on paper, I naturally bought different kinds of liquor around. I wasn't an alcoholic, but I did want to try different kinds of liquor from the cheapest to the most expensive. I think I bought a single bottle that cost a few $100,000. It was delicious but wasn't worth the price, honestly. Welp, too late for regret. Besides my total assets, it's nothing. After all, I got 12 digits of money in British pound sterling. A few $100,000 was nothing. Either way, I can't remember what happened last night clearly. I was too drunk. Next time. No, scratch that, there's no next time, definitely. Eyes wandering around my bed, I saw a naked woman. Wait, what? My eyes widened as I saw someone who definitely shouldn't be there. Because of my movement, I woke up the person who possibly had sex with me yesterday. The woman turned around, and seeing her, I couldn't stop my jaw from dropping. I was expecting Mitsuo since I've done it with her before, but this is something unbelievable, impossible even. I, Alexander Bardem Eloy, managed to bang a literal goddess, and I can't remember how it happened. Dee smiled at my stunned reaction. Surprised? Dumbly I nodded at her like an idiot. Consider this as my birthday gift for you. It was unexpectedly good for a human. Dee stood up from the bed, revealing her flawless body. It was the most mesmerizing scene that I saw within both of my life. I'm using your shower. After that, Dee left me alone in my bed. I was still processing what happened, and all of a sudden I felt something inside my soul threatening to burst out. Before I could react, it was already too late as the thing inside my soul was released. Blinking a couple of times, I realized that I wasn't in my bed anymore. I'm in a place that had a similar build to a bar, except the ones that are on the shelf aren't liquor, but items. Not just any items, but something I never thought I'd see with my own eyes. Is that Excalibur? Wait, there's also EA. And a complete set of infinity stones. I couldn't stop my jaw from dropping. With just a single look I could tell that these items and weapons are all genuine articles. There's also a full set of Dragon Balls, a Death Note, and a Tangamora's aim. Also, is that Odin's Eye? I was overwhelmed by the sight of these overpowered items and weapons in gathered one place. You're finally here, sir. I was startled by hearing this neutral gender voice that suddenly appeared in my head. Who are you? A perfectly normal question. I'm an A.I that was assigned by God to assist you. Wait, so this place is the bonus he mentioned? That is correct, sir. This is the shop, where everything can be bought at the right price, and you are the owner of this shop. I blinked at the A.I words. Okay, I did not expect this to be the bonus. I've thought about what the mysterious bonus is, a powerful ability, a unique or perhaps an overpowered weapon. Turns out it was all of the above. The shop had everything. Alright, the shop is here. It took me long enough to add this, but now the main attraction of this fanfic has finally arrived. As you guessed, the shop is his reality marble. It's his inner world, the manifestation of his very soul, that he could call any time without using any prana, since it's different from a normal reality marble. Chapter 14. First customer. Looking around the shop, filled with wonder and excitement. If the items on the shelves have at least a fraction of their powers, then there's no doubt I could pound some asses with it in my world. However, the question is, can I bring them back with me? Say, can I take back the items on the shelves back in my world? I asked the A.I seriously. With these overpowered items, it doesn't matter whose overpowered beings they may be. For example, Dee herself. I'd be able to protect myself when they try to harm me. My world is dangerous, that is a given, and I have no delusions that I wouldn't be in danger in the future. It's only a matter of time before the shit hits the fan. That is why, it's very important to me to know whether I can take these items out or not, because if not, I'd be quite disappointed, but not too much, because realistically speaking there's a way to catch, as there's no such thing as free. Everything has a price, whether you're aware of it or not. Yes, you certainly can, sir. My eyes widened for a bit, not expecting that positive answer. However, before I could feel the happiness of the possibility of owning these overpowered weapons or items. However, not in the way you think. There it is, the catch. All the happiness that was about to burst out in my chest disappeared by a large margin. But regardless, it wasn't all exhausted, as there's still a possibility of me getting them. So, what is it then? Well, before that I'll have to explain to you how the shop functions, sir. As the name suggests, it is a shop, a place where people buy things for convenience, fun or necessity. However, unlike any other shop, this one is unique from many others, as this shop isn't only available to the people of your world or universe, but available to the people across every conceivable dimension, or the multiverse. With that explanation alone, I could already understand my role in this place. However, I stayed silent as I kept listening to the A.I explanation. However, aside from having a customer from different dimensions isn't what makes the shop unique, but also it has everything. When I say everything, I mean literally even those who don't exist, and would soon to be, would appear in the shop catalog, and as we speak it is expanding infinitely. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this shop is amazing beyond belief, meaning with the right amount of money, you could have everything you wanted. Wait, I see, that's how it is currency, since this is a unique shop, meaning it has its own unique currency, and that is what I'm going to use if I ever wanted to bring those certain overpowered weapons back to my own world. Now, I'm going to explain your role in the shop. Despite being technically the owner of this place, you don't own any of the items that exist in the shop catalog, and you have to buy them like anyone else, no exception. Figures. I wasn't surprised to hear that, honestly. Instead, it would be alarming if I didn't. While I wasn't the brightest, I'm certainly not the dumbest. But, the role of owner isn't without a perk, because whatever you buy in the shop catalog in the future would be 80% off. Considering how expensive some items are in the catalog, it is a great advantage to have compared to the future customer of the shop. I couldn't help but agree, meaning if I buy something that costs $1 million, I'd only pay less than a quarter of it. Now, as for the shop currency, is called Multiversal Credits, or M.C for its abbreviation. For you or the others to gain it, you must convert something of value. The rarer it is the better. You could even convert your own memories, body parts, or even your soul. However, while you could convert your world's currency, you would likely get a small number of credits. Basically, the value is based on how powerful or important it is. I blinked at that and muttered. Seriously? Yes, but there is another thing that you need to know, sir. Unlike the customers, you can get multiversal credits without converting anything. That immediately got my interest and said, how? No, it's quite obvious at this point. It's successfully selling an item from the shop, right? That is correct. You get 50% of the value of any item that you sell from a customer, meaning if they bought something that cost 1000 M.C, you get 500 MC. Okay, that is fair. No, in fact it is generous if you think about it. Getting 50% of something by doing nothing aside from recommending a certain item is a big deal. You basically get everything and lose nothing. No wonder it's called a bonus. But, there's one more important thing to ask. How many hours a day do I work here? There is no such a thing. You can work any time of the day if you want, as time here moves differently than your world. Even if you spent thousands of years here, your world would still be the same from the time you came here. Now, that's amazing. I could literally set my own work time. For someone who is quite lazy like me, this is basically like my dream work. Not to mention this job never gets boring, because who knows, I might meet a familiar character from a different franchise. It wasn't hard for me to accept this as my job, because everything here is for my own benefit since I didn't sign a shady contract or something. Alright, when do I start? I was quite eager to fulfill my role. Anytime you want, sir, but first, you need to wear your uniform, my uniform. As soon as I spoke, a piece of a high-quality tuxedo, a tie, a pair of clean white gloves, a plain white shirt, a smart black trousers, and a black leather pair of shoes, fell right into my hands. Oh, so this is my uniform. Not bad at all. After a few minutes, I wore the uniform that the A.I gave me. I looked at the mirror nearby and saw myself with a satisfied smile. Thanks to my genetics, I'm pretty much a certified Adonis, a very handsome man. It wasn't my ego speaking but simply a fact. Suddenly I realized something and asked the AI, what's your name by the way? I don't have any. Oh, that's unexpected. If that's the case then, how about I name you? Feel free to do, sir. Then I put my fingers in my chin and started pondering. But before I could think of one, I asked, what's your gender by the way? I need to know whether you're a she or a he. Technically, I do not have a gender, sir. I'm a genderless entity. However, if you want I can change into a favorable gender that you like. No, it's fine, you can choose any gender you want to be. I won't complain as you're perfectly fine with how you are. Then, I would like to remain genderless for a while. What do you mean genderless for a while? I thought, however, I shook my head, as it isn't important, and said. I decided your name would be Blake. It's a unisex name, so it's perfect for a genderless being like them. Then, sir, I shall now be called Blake, I nodded in satisfaction. Now, let's open the shop. I dramatically posed in front of nobody, and after a few moments, my cheeks burned, and said. Blake, forget everything you just saw. I do not understand, you did nothing noteworthy, it's a human thing. I see, then I will forget what I saw. I couldn't help but be speechless. I didn't mean for Blake to take it literally. Oh well, now no one knew about the cringe pose I did, except for me. Sir, the shop is now open. I sent several doors across the multiverse and now, we have to wait for anyone to enter. I nodded at Blake, and was about to approach the counter. However, before I did, all of a sudden I heard the doorbell ring across the place, and couldn't help but shift my attention toward the door and saw a woman in red, who was bleeding all over her body. She's essentially half dead at this point. Blake, just reminding you that we are a shop, not a graveyard. This woman is literally a half corpse. How am I supposed to sell anything to her? Then I shall remember. No, forget what I just said. It's time to be a good Samaritan. Quickly approached the woman in red and started healing her with my magecraft. Luckily I learned healing, or else this woman is screwed. Can anyone guess who this person is? I'll give you a clue. Her name starts with S and ends with an R. And she's from the series that starts with the title R. Chapter 15, Summer rose a while ago. I.M.G.I.O.G.Survive. Summer gritted her teeth, as she used her sheer will to move forward. Her body was exhausted, and her blood was flowing out of her body uncontrollably. Her vision was blurry, she could barely focus. Only due to her will to live she managed to go this far. A normal person would have given up at this point, but Summer couldn't and wouldn't because she had a family that was waiting for her to get home. Flashes started to appear in her mind, the face of her husband Tai. Her daughters, Ruby and Yang. She couldn't die, she didn't want to because she didn't want to leave her husband and daughters. However, despite her desire and will, her body was giving up, and the pain was getting unbearable. Even breathing is painful at this point. She walked and walked, hoping that there's a miracle, and when she was about to give in, she saw a door. It wasn't just a normal door, but a door that was literally so bright that it should have blinded her, but it didn't. That's why she thought it was just a hallucination. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She must have been really desperate to hallucinate something like this. However, she'll take her chances. Whether it's truly a hallucination or a doorway to heaven, it doesn't matter anymore. With the last of her strength she pushed the door open and immediately blacked out as she was too exhausted to continue. Her last thought was, I'm sorry Ruby, my little rose, and Yang, my sunshine, it seems like mommy isn't going to make it. And a lone tear fell out from her eyes. A few hours later Summer slowly opened her eyes. She never thought that she would be able to. Her eyes saw an unfamiliar ceiling and said, is this heaven? It was quite different than she imagined. She thought heaven was made out of clouds. Unfortunately, Mrs. Rose, you are not in heaven. A man replied beside her. Almost immediately she cut off her musing, and stood up from the bed she was laying in a while ago, and was about to grab her non-existent sheath ready to attack the unknown man. This was her huntress instinct in the play. This is what she was taught to be, always vigilant and cautious of anyone. However, she realized that her precious sheath along with her weapon wasn't in her waist. Whoa. Good thing I removed your weapon or else I would have been sliced like tofu. The man joked. Summer suddenly started blinking as she realized her predicament. Immediately her face blushed, and started apologizing. Oh, my gods. I'm so sorry. Then she heard the man chuckle and replied. Apologies accepted. Summer had finally a better look at the unknown man, and her first thought was, how handsome. Then immediately destroyed that thought before it could grow into something more. No, Summer Rose. You can't think about that with another man. For sake, you're a married woman. She couldn't stop the blush that was forming on her cheeks. Curses. Her body has betrayed her. It took a while for her to calm down, and after that she realized something. Wait, how do you know my name? The handsome man smiled and replied. Who knows? Summer knew this man was suspicious and she should be cautious of this person, yet for someone, she can't. As she felt like she could trust him even though she just met him, not to mention this man got a certain vibe in him. If she were to put it into words, it would be, like mysterious and powerful, a man with many secrets, kinda like husband but more mysterious and dangerous than the headmaster. Anyway, I'm glad that you're now awake, Mrs. Rose. Thankfully I managed to heal you in time or else you'd be a goner. The man said seriously. Hearing that realization dawned on her, her face immediately became deadly pale as she remembered that she was just a step from her grave. She almost died and was supposed to, but, thanks to this mysterious man, she managed to live. Summer's gaze locked into the man and started thanking him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She bowed her head several times at the man, to show how grateful she was for saving her, and then tears started to fall out from her eyes. She can't believe it, she lived. It was nothing but a miracle, it was truly a close one. Then the mysterious man smiled. You're welcome, you're very lucky that I know healing magic or else you'd be dead by now. Ah, yes, wait, magic? Her eyes widened at that revelation, and then she thought. No, that's ridiculous. Only maidens, Austin, and Salem are capable of doing magic. You must mean, semblance. No, magic, I know the difference between the two of them. Her savior looked at her seriously. Summer wanted to say that it's ridiculous because there's no way that it's possible, but for some reason, she believed him, and what he was telling her was the truth. And that is exactly why, she immediately became nervous. If this person truly have magic, it could only mean. Before she could finish her thought, he cut it off as he said. If you're wondering, I'm not part of Salem's group or Austin for that matter. Oh. And just like that, her nervousness disappeared, but not completely. This person is still suspicious, but he was also her savior, so she'll give him the benefit of doubt. I see. He nodded, then continued. Do you know where you are right now, Mrs. Rose? Summer tilted her head and replied hesitantly. Your house? Then the man chuckles. You're not exactly incorrect, but no, this is my shop. However, it wasn't exactly the right answer either. Maybe I should be more specific with my question. Do you know where this place is? Its location? Summer wasn't sure how to answer that question. Mistral? No. Atlas? The man snorted. As if. Vacuo? Nope. Vivale. Summer was sure of this, because where would this place be? The Grimlands? Wrong, none of them is the right answer. This place isn't located anywhere from your world continent, nor this place is part of your universe. The man answered. Her first reaction was to laugh, because that's impossible. There's no way this place isn't part of Remnant. However, the man was serious. There wasn't a trace of him joking at all. You don't believe me, don't you? Well, I can't really blame you. However, I'll show you proof. Why don't you take away the curtain and look at the window beside you? He said. And Summer did, and she saw something that made her jaw drop hard. She saw planets and stars at the window. In fact, this very building itself was floating in space. Seeing this undeniable proof, no matter how ridiculous and far-fetched it is, she had no choice but to believe. After all, didn't they say seeing is believing? That is exactly what Osmond did when she and the rest of her team didn't believe in the existence of magic and maidens. Do you believe me now? That, she did. It took a few minutes for her to process everything. Honestly, it's a surprise that it took her such a short time to process. Hooray for her ability to adapt. Letting out a sigh, she stared at her body. Just a while ago it was filled with wounds, and now, she couldn't see any. It was as if what happened to her was nothing more than a dream. But she knew that it was very real. After all, the pain was real, the exhaustion that she felt, the flashes that she experienced. There's no way she'd forget about it. I'm surprised that you're taking this quite well, Mrs. Rose. Others would have already panicked. The man said with a slight smile. Well, she's honestly surprised too. Anyway, if you're worried about getting back to Remnant, don't worry, I can send you back there. That honestly made her let out a not so small amount of relief, meaning she could go home anytime. That's good to know. But, since Mrs. Rose stumbled upon my shop, why not check out the things I sell before leaving here? I guarantee you'll be interested in what I sell. The man smiled mysteriously. Summer suddenly scratched the back of her head and embarrassedly replied. But I don't have any money right now. The man started to laugh and said, don't worry about that, you can simply convert something from your possession, like your sword for example, or those mystic eyes, I mean, silver eyes. Besides, even if you have any currency from your world, it wouldn't be worth much in this place anyway. Summer couldn't help but feel nervous as she heard his words. It's sending danger flags in her head. However, despite that, she decided to take the risk and followed the man. Sir, can I ask what you are selling? She asked nervously. Oh, right, I haven't told you my name yet. Call me Alex or shop owner, either is okay. And as for your question, the man named Alex smiled widely at her and said, everything. Chapter 16, Status. Before Summer woke up, her wounds were plenty. They were all over her body. However, it was nothing compared to her abdomen. There was literally a hole in the middle of it. It made me wonder, how the fuck did she even make it this far? With major injuries, like, how did she even have the strength to walk past the door? Honestly, looking at her, I felt nothing but genuine respect. For her to last this far was nothing but a miracle. Healing her wasn't easy. It took a good chunk of my prana to heal her completely, as she was literally half dead. After cleaning her wound, changing her clothes, and by the way I did not look. Okay, that one is a lie, I did it because there's no way I'd be able to dress her without looking. Hopefully, she won't be mad after waking up. Putting her into the bed, I didn't know there was a bed inside this shop, but then again this is my first time being in this place. At first, I did not recognize this person, but the more I looked at her the more familiar she became. However, I can't remember her name, my memories about it are blurry. There's no point thinking about it. I was about to give up when suddenly Blake said, "Sir, there's one thing I forgot to mention. You have the ability to look at a customer's status as long you're in the shop. All you have to do is look at the target and say status whether you do it mentally or orally, it doesn't matter." Oh, that's very useful, meaning I get temporary mystic eyes in this place. Wonderful. I've always wanted to know what it felt like to have one, and then I look at the sleeping form of the red woman and mentally say, name, Summer Rose, sex, F, age, 27, strength, E, endurance, D, agility, D, mana, E+, luck, C, NP, N/A, innate skills, the brothers, God of Light Silver Eyes, rank A+, description, a gift from the God of Light. He gave a fraction of his soul to the first Silver Eyes user, to use it against his brother's creation, the Grim, Destiny's Child, rank D, description, a child with a predestined fate, a person that was bound to have an impact through history, light of the soul, aura, rank C+, description, for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by death. I release your soul and by my shoulder protect thee. The truest form of the soul, acquired skills, Sword Master, rank B+, Danger Sense, rank C, Cooking, rank D+, Huntress, rank B+. Oh. No wonder, she's familiar. I remember now, she's Ruby Rose and Yang Xiaolong's mother, the mother of the protagonist. There isn't much known about her, but I did know some basic information, that she works for Austin, a pawn in their game. Either way, she's not waking up anytime soon. With injuries like that, there's a high chance that she'll be in a coma for months possibly. Since I saved her, it's my responsibility to take care of her. I'd be damned if I healed her and she'll die later. There's no way I'd let my effort be wasted. Hours later, she miraculously woke up, making my jaw drop for a bit. There's no way this is possible, right, Aura? How could I forget about it? I felt like face-palming myself right now. Anyway, it's time to act mysterious in front of her. After that, I successfully nailed it and was pretty much satisfied with my work. The outfit helped create my mysterious and powerful image as I realized that this was no ordinary uniform at all. I asked Blake about it. They said that it had some effect that causes the person who sees the uniform to think that I'm a mysterious and powerful person. Well, certainly there is some truth with that. After all, I checked my status. While I may not be as physically powerful as her, I'm definitely stronger in terms of magecraft, which is by the way she doesn't have. Her silver eyes had no effect against me since I'm not a being made out of mana, or darkness. So as long as I'm in range, I could definitely beat her 9 out of 10. Though that is only hypnotically, there's no telling what would happen if we were to fight in a life and death battle. And it's something that I don't want to experience anytime soon. Summer followed the man known as Alex to his counter. After that he sat at one of the seats and urged her to do the same. She did, and to her surprise, it was very comfortable. It's like she's sitting on a cloud. She wondered what kind of material this seat is made of. She's sure that it's made out of some high-quality cotton or something. Anyway, this isn't about how comfortable the seat is, but to know what this mysterious man is selling. He did claim that he sells everything, but it's unbelievable there's no way he sells everything. Right? The shop owner, or simply Alex, coughed using his right hand, to gain her attention, probably, but if it was, then he successfully managed to get her attention. Anyway, I'm sure that you're skeptical that I sell everything. It's such a bold claim, I know, but believe me, indeed, I didn't lie about it. However, as they say, nothing is free, so the more ridiculous the thing you wanted, the more expensive it is naturally. Alex looks at her in the eyes. Those eyes of his look like they are looking directly at her very soul. She couldn't help but shiver at that, however, she didn't show it. He continues to talk. Now, as I mentioned a while ago, convert something you owned, into a currency of this shop, and it's called Multiversal Credits, or M.C for short. So do you want to convert something? I assure you that it would be worth it. He sounds very convincing, but that only made her feel cautious. Then she replied. What else could I convert, for example, aside from my weapon or silver eyes? Alex smiled and didn't hesitate to say. Your memories, your skills, your limbs, and your soul, those are the things that you can convert into MC, so take a pick. Hearing those one by one made her feel more anxious than the last, but it didn't take her long to make a decision. Then I'd like to convert my weapon to this shop currency. A wise choice. Alex nodded then, Her weapon rose thorn that was leaning on the side of the counter disappeared in a manner like 1,000 fireflies scattered around. It was mesmerizing. Then a card dropped into her lap, and she picked it up and saw that it was some sort of ID, with her name and current currency with it. Bronze card, Summer Rose Multiversal Credits, 20 Purchased History, None Conversion History, Rose Thorn 20M.C Card Access, Door to the Multiversal Shop. Once a week, Summer blinked at the pure bronze card in her hand and said, "What is this?" "That, Mrs. Rose, is your credit card. It holds your currency and purchase history of the shop. Don't worry about losing it. This card is bound to you, meaning if you drop it somewhere it will return back to you," he explained. "As you can see, it's a bronze card and it's the lowest ranking card of all, as above bronze is silver, next is gold, platinum, and lastly diamond." Summer nodded at the explanation and couldn't help but ask, "What if I wanted an upgrade? How do I do that?" "That's an excellent question. To promote your bronze card to silver card you need to reach a certain amount of quota with your purchases, meaning you need to spend 1000 M.C for promoting your bronze to silver, and the higher rank your card is, the better your perks in the shop." It wasn't hard to understand. She nodded in understanding. "Alright, I understand now. Where are the things you're selling?" Summer stared at the shelves and saw the most beautiful sword in existence. Excalibur. She couldn't stop her jaw from dropping. Every sword she saw was nothing compared to Excalibur. Even her precious rose thorn is nothing to this sword. "Beautiful. I know, right? However, I don't think you can afford it." Alex then showed her the price and couldn't help but wince at it. She swore that she never saw that many zeros in her life. "Yeah, I definitely can't afford that with a measly 20 MC. Absolutely. There's a reason why it's very expensive, not because of its appearance but its property. Anyway, enough of that. You can't afford anything from the shelves, trust me. Either way, here's the catalog. You can buy something under 20 M.C there." As soon as he said that, a blue screen suddenly appeared in front of her, though a bit surprised, but that was it. Honestly, the catalog is a bit disappointing, not because of what it sells, but because it had a similar format to a shopping site that she tried a while ago. Anyway, enough thinking. She's going to focus on what she could afford. Hopefully, she'll find something worthwhile. With only 20 M.C, she doesn't think that she would be able to buy a lot of items. And little did she know how wrong she was with that statement. Did you know? 10 MC enough for you to buy a super soldier serum? Meaning there's a lot of super useful items that you could buy under 5 multiversal credits. Chapter 17, Summer's Confusion. Summer Rose. The catalog wasn't that complicated to use. Instead, it's quite a user-friendly platform, as she could see some categories, from weapons, armor, foods, animals, skills, slaves. Wait, what? She couldn't believe something like this was available in the shop. She knew that Alex did say that the shop sells everything, but it was still hard to grasp something hideous exists in the shop. Her righteous mind was screaming for her to demand justice for whoever these slaves were, but a larger part of her knew that it was useless, because there's no way she'd be able to free these people, not mention they are basically strangers to her, so is it worth to save them with the cost of her very life? The answer is no. As selfish as it is, she didn't want to lose her life for some faceless crowd. She was just 1 foot to the grave a few hours ago, and she didn't have any intention of repeating that again. In the matter of fact, after this she'll retire as a huntress. There's no way she would continue being one. It wasn't like she was afraid of death. She's afraid of what she'll be leaving behind, her family. With great reluctance, she ignored that particular category, and although she held no responsibility toward them, it didn't stop her from feeling guilty. Shaking her head, she looked at the weapon category and saw that there were really some expensive weapons, but they look powerful and beautiful. Out of curiosity, she checked a certain weapon description. It was a normal-looking scythe. However, its description gives her creeps. It says that once this weapon inflicts damage to the target, no matter how small it may be, they'd die instantly without resistance. She couldn't believe something like this exists. If she had this kind of weapon, killing Grim would be easy as no. Let's not think about it. She decided to retire. That's the reason why she decided to convert her precious rose thorn into this shop currency, because she planned to leave the life of a huntress and also to forget her recent memories of almost dying. The only reason why she was in the weapon category in the first place is that she wanted to buy a gift for her daughters, though she wasn't sure if she could afford the weapons here. Summer noticed that there's a section on price range, so she put 20 or lower so that she could afford them. She wasn't really expecting to find many weapons in that price range category, since 20 is technically not a big number. But she forgot that the currency of this place is valuable, that a single credit is almost priceless. Summer couldn't hold her shock as she saw the selection of her price range. It was billions upon billions, and that's how many weapons she could afford. What? There's so many. That's to be expected. The multiverse is infinite and the amount of things you could buy with your credit is naturally a lot. A single credit could let you buy a ton of gold, depending on the quality and the universe it came from. In some universe it's valuable and some it's worthless. I don't know about yours but I'm betting it is, Alex explained with a smile. Hearing that only amplified her amazement. Could a single credit buy her something that would make her a millionaire in her world? This is ridiculous. Her weapon doesn't even cost that much. Anyway, take your time shopping. The owner of the shop left her alone, thinking hard about what she just learned. She once again reevaluated her understanding of this place, and with a gulp, she continued her shopping. This was probably the most stressful shopping that she participated in her entire life. She was really hesitant about what to buy or not. After all, there's almost an infinite amount of choice in the catalog. There's even some interesting weapons with effects, some were cursed, like literally, and some were well-lewd. She couldn't help but blush remembering them. She can't help it, okay? They were just that terrible. Anyway, she managed to find a fit for her little Rose, a scythe like her uncle's. As her mother it's very obvious to see that her little Rose idolized her uncle, and his weapon, a scythe. He called it Harbinger. Anyway, the scythe that she bought for her daughter isn't a mecha shift, not to mention it isn't different from an ordinary scythe, except it's red and not to mention looks mesmerizing. However, it isn't the reason why she bought it. She bought it because of its effects. The first effect is that it has almost no weight at all. Despite being a head bigger than her, it should have a weight of at least 100 kilograms, but thanks to this magical effect, it's no easier than carrying a bag of potato chips. With this scythe, she doesn't need those extra heavy weapons that would affect her growth in the future. She might like her baby girl to stay little but she knew that it isn't possible. That's why, she's going to let her grow without complications. And lastly, the most important effect on why she bought this scythe is, this scythe would be bound to its user, meaning if her little Rose gets unarmed in the future, this weapon would just go back to its owner without her reaching for it. Oh, she knew how dangerous it is to be unarmed. She couldn't count how many times she was almost a goner without her weapon. That's why a weapon that would come to its owner is extremely useful without a doubt. After she gets home, she'll immediately give this to her lil Rose. Thankfully though, the scythe was warped into a beautiful red box that fits the scythe. Next is for her little sunshine. Right, her eldest daughter is being taught by her husband with his family's personal martial arts, which mostly uses the fist. That's why she bought her a gauntlet. While it isn't like her little Rose scythe that is bound to its owner, it's equally as useful as the scythe. First, it is a pain nullification limited to the arms, meaning no matter how much her little sunshine punches, she won't feel any pain from her arms. It's also made out of an almost unbreakable material, so she wouldn't worry about this gauntlet breaking soon. And its second effect is size adjustment. As her little sunshine grows, this gauntlet would remain a perfect fit in her hands. There's also a hidden blade beneath the gauntlet, so if her daughter ever felt like her fist isn't enough to beat the enemy, she could always use this hidden blade. The scythe cost 10M.C while the gauntlet cost 8M.C. For such amazing weapons they are quite cheap. Summer used the remaining of her credits with a box of cookies, that was said to be one of the most delicious in the multiverse. It only cost 1M.C, and as for the other, she had no idea what she was thinking when she bought it, but she did. It was a pill that guarantees pregnancy. After experiencing a near-death situation, she realized that she wanted more children of her own. That's why she needed this, although her face was so red when she bought this thing. Anyway, she had everything that she needed. Now she is set to go. She misses her husband and daughters and she can't wait to see them again. It's been almost a week since she saw them. At the perfect time, the shop owner arrived and said, "I suppose you're done shopping?" Summer nodded. "Yes, so how do I get home?" "I thought it was obvious already. You just need to leave using that door, and I guarantee that you'll get home," he said. Summer nodded at him. There's no reason for him to trick her. If he did, he wouldn't have bothered saving her. Hopefully. Once again, thank you for saving me. Summer bowed at him in gratitude. If it weren't for him, there's no doubt that she'd be in the afterlife now. "You're welcome, and please come again next time." "I will," Summer promised, and after that, she left the shop using the door, and on the other side, she was surprised to find out that she was at Batch, not to mention in front of her house. Without waiting any longer, she dashed toward her family house with a smile on her face. She was excited to see her family again. It didn't take her long enough to arrive at her family house using her speed semblance. She eagerly knocked on the door a few times. Then she frowned as she realized that no one was answering. She couldn't help but think, strange. Summer noticed that the door was unlocked, making her more suspicious that something was wrong. Her husband always locks the door, and for some reason, he didn't. Without thinking any further, she went inside the house and started looking for people and saw her little Rose on the couch crying by herself. It broke her heart to see her baby girl cry. Without hesitation, she dropped her gifts and went immediately to hug little Rose. "Mommy is here, baby. Mommy is here, don't cry anymore." Summer gently pats her daughter's head. Then little Ruby looked shocked as she saw her, then a second later she cried even more loudly than before. "You Mommy. they told me that you were dead. What? Summer's eyes widened in surprise and thought, what's going on here? Then she heard something drop on the floor. She couldn't help but shift her gaze toward the spot. And she saw her husband shocked as if he saw a ghost or something. Summer, he said in disbelief. Tai. What happened? Before she could finish her sentence, Tai was already hugging her tightly as the man cried in her chest. What exactly is going on here? Summer asked herself with great confusion. Chapter 18, Gift. Summer rose. It took a while for her husband and daughter to calm down. While they were at it, her eldest daughter Yang also saw her and reacted exactly the same as Ruby and Tai. However, she still has no idea what is going on. After more than 10 minutes of crying and hugging, they finally stopped, or at least mostly. They are still hugging her though. So, what exactly is happening? Why did you guys start crying when you all saw me? It's like you saw a dead person coming back to life or something. Summer didn't know how accurate that description was. Tai wiped the tears from his face with his hand and answered. Because we thought that you were dead. Huh? But that's ridiculous. I know I haven't seen you guys for a week, but Summer, what are you talking about? What? Summer looked at her husband's confused look. It's been a month and a week since we last saw each other, Tai answered while looking her directly in the eyes. Huh? Summer was stunned by the unexpected information. There's no way that it's possible. She was only out for a week, and wait, she realized something and thought. Is this because of the shop? It's an entirely different universe, so it makes sense that time there moves differently than in my world. That realization didn't really make her feel better. Instead, she was more shocked than anything. Imagine if she stayed there for a day, or even longer. She shuddered to imagine what would have happened to her family, as this was something she failed to take into account. After a month without contact with you, you were declared missing in action, and everyone thought you were dead. Yesterday we just finished your funeral, you know that? Her husband said depressingly. Oh. Summer didn't know what to make of this. She didn't think she'd be declared as MIA. She felt really complicated right now. Summer, where the hell have you been all this time? Tai asked with a concerned yet serious expression. Well, this is going to take a while to explain. I promise I'll explain everything to you, but first of all you should drink something warm first. Summer, it's not the tin. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. No, do it or else I won't explain what happened. And that was final. Since she won't be taking no for an answer, Tai and their daughters looked at each other and decided to follow their mother's instructions. Several minutes later, the family was now sitting at the table with a mug of hot coffee and milk. Tai took a sip of his coffee, and let out a sigh. He never thought that he needed this right now. Maybe his wife suggested it wasn't all bad. After a few sips of his coffee, finally he decided to ask. So, where were you this entire time? What happened? Summer closed her eyes for a bit and replied. Well, this might sound unbelievable and ridiculous, but trust me, this is truly what happened to me. Tai nodded, along with their children, though they were struggling to understand what was going on. However, it hardly matters, as what's important is that they have their mommies back. Then Summer started explaining first about the mission first, and how it ended. It started with the usual, killing Grim and Doll. However, it got tense in the middle and the end was worse. It took a great amount of willpower, not to break the mug in his hand after hearing those bastards almost successfully killing his wife. Veins popped out from his neck. He was angry, but he held it back because he didn't want to lash out in front of their children, traumatizing them as a result. After that, his wife's story started to take a strange turn, about a stranger saving her life despite how bad her injury was. Don't get him wrong, he was grateful for what that stranger did to Summer. However, healing someone who is essentially half dead was something amazing, not to mention that it only took a little bit of a few hours for his wife to recover. What kind of amazing healing semblance does this person have to heal someone who is a step away from the grave? Then, an unexpected surprise happened. It was magic. Tai blinked a few times before replying. Pardon? I said it was magic. He healed me through magic and not semblance. Summer said. Summer, that's ridiculous. I know, however, I did say that you'll find this story unbelievable. Even now I'm still in disbelief, but however, I saw it with my own two eyes. For me not to believe it's real. So are you going to let me continue or I'll just stop here? No, please go on. He wanted her to continue, no matter how ridiculous it may be. He believed his wife because that's his role as her husband. Summer then continued her explanation that Alex, or the shop owner, is someone more mysterious and powerful than Ozpin, which made him quite skeptical. There's someone more mysterious and powerful than Ozpin? That's quite a claim. However, he didn't say anything until. Then he told me that his shop location wasn't from any continent in our world nor from our universe. Wait, hold up, did you say that this savior of yours isn't from our universe? That's right. Summer nodded without hesitation. I'm sorry, Summer, but I don't think I can believe that. The magic part was already ridiculous, but the existence of another universe is unbelievable, Tai said while shaking his head. Well, I can't blame you either, because I didn't believe it at first until I witnessed that the shop was floating in space, which certainly wasn't an illusion. Even if you say I know, that's why I have proof. I mentioned that the place is a shop, right? Summer said. Yeah, you mentioned that it was. Tai was still skeptical about the entire thing, however, he'll give her the benefit of doubt. If she can show proof, then he'll believe her. Wait here, I'll go get what I bought there. Summer immediately went to get whatever she bought in that shop, she mentioned. And it didn't take her long to come back, and he saw one of the gift boxes is a head taller than her. He couldn't help but be worried that she might be struggling or something. He tried to stand up and help her carry that large box, however, she stopped his attempt. It's fine, it doesn't weigh that much. Tai was skeptical, but he listened to her anyway. Then he saw her put the large box along with the other smaller boxes on the table. Ruby was excited to see these gift boxes in front of her, and Yang was no different. She's as excited as her sister. So, this is the proof you mentioned? That's right, each of these boxes except for one, contained weapons from different universes. Summer said, and then looked at Ruby with a warm smile. Ruby, why don't you take that big box? It's yours, Mommy bought it for you personally. With the excitement that no one could contain, little Rose immediately grabbed the gift box and carried it away like it was nothing. Tai's eyes widened at the sight of her little girl carrying a box as big as him without any effort at all. He couldn't help but look at his wife and said, "Are you sure that it has something inside?" "Yes, I'm sure you'd be surprised." His wife smiled mysteriously at him, then saw her give the second largest gift box to Yang, who was pouting at her gift box. Tai could instantly understand her daughter, as he knew she was jealous that Ruby got something bigger than her. In his personal experience, it doesn't really matter if the gift is bigger or not. However, Yang is a kid, so it's understandable that she too wanted a bigger gift box. Then he saw his little Rose unwarped by the gigantic gift box. Out of curiosity he took a peek at what was inside and saw it definitely surprised him. It was a beautifully designed red scythe, but that wasn't the reason why he was surprised. The real reason is that this box containing this scythe shouldn't be that light. From its appearance alone it weighs about 100 kilograms or more, so how exactly is it so light that his 5-year-old daughter could carry it like nothing? Ruby grabbed the scythe and raised it above effortlessly, admiring it with her two big silver eyes. How is that possible? Then he saw her eldest daughter unwarped her gift. Unlike a little Rose scythe, hers was a gauntlet, which wasn't surprising that his wife bought them. However, the size of the gauntlet is adult size. There's no way it would be able to fight. Tai's eyes widened as he witnessed the gauntlet shrinking to a perfect size as his eldest hands. What? He couldn't stop himself from shouting in surprise. Then he noticed his wife looking at him smugly and said, "Told you, magic." And at that moment, no matter how ridiculous it may be, he believed his wife's story. Chapter 19, Gakka. I successfully managed to sell some items. Now I have a profit of 10 multiversal credits. No matter how small it is, I'm pretty satisfied with it. After all, there's a lot of things I could buy with just 10M.C, not to mention with my perks as an owner I get an 80% discount, meaning it's cheaper for me. I also got my own unique credit card after I profited from my first customer. Unlike the standard ranking, the appearance of my card is different as it's one of a kind, and it's called MasterCard. Anyway, while I'm excited to try and buy something for my benefit, I have to ask Blake what I needed to know more about the shop because the explanation that I gave Mrs. Rose before is improvised. I didn't know about the shop credit card or the rankings, that's why I have to know the inner functions of the shop so I wouldn't remain ignorant. Blake, is there anything I have to know about the shop? Aside from what you already explained to me before? He asked. There is, but this may take a while to explain. That's fine, I have the time. Alright, then sir, I shall explain the other functions of the shop. Okay, not going to lie, there's a lot of hidden functions of the shop that I wouldn't know if it wasn't for the fact Blake told me about them. This shop literally had everything. It was an exaggeration to say that it's perfect. However, right now I'm interested in trying the newest function that I was told about. The Gakka machine. I'd like to try my luck at least once with this machine. I wasn't delusional enough to think I'd get something powerful, but I'm hoping that I'd get something useful from it. I went to the room where the Gakka machine was located, and I saw the machine. It looked exactly like what I was expecting it to look like. Although what's inside the machine is another thing, as the balls were literally glowing in different colors. Though the majority of the glowing balls are white, I'm guessing what's inside those balls are common items. I approached the Gakka machine and indeed I was correct, as I saw a sign about the rarity of the balls inside the machine. White is common. Blue is rare. Orange is epic. Purple is unique. Golden is legendary. Rainbow is mythical. And lastly, black is unknown. The machine was quite easy to understand, however, unlike the traditional Gakka machine where there's a fixed price before you could roll. This machine lets you decide how much money you would use each spin, which means the bigger money you put the better chance you get a rare item. Though, the shop catalog is definitely safer than this uncertain game. At least in the catalog you get to pick your desired items or skill. With that, I fixed the price as 10 cents. It's the only money I have on hand for now. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger and the gacha machine started rolling, and not a second later, a white ball came out. I wasn't surprised, as I was definitely expecting this outcome. However, I was a bit disappointed. However, before I opened the white ball, I realized that I still have 8 multiversal credits left on my credit card. It didn't take me long to figure out what happened. It seemed that my discount perk as the owner of the shop also applied here. I should probably have seen this coming. Anyway, there's no use thinking about what I already know. My hand took the white gacha ball and immediately opened it. As soon as I did, memories that definitely weren't mine invaded my mind. Because of the sheer amount of memories that suddenly assaulted my mind without a warning, I was forced to kneel on the ground. What I'm feeling right now is worse than my hangover a few hours ago. Thankfully the pain quickly faded as soon as it appeared. However, it was a sensation that I wouldn't forget anytime soon. The memories that I got were from an unknown demon slayer who is pretty much a foot soldier compared to the pillars. Not to mention, this particular demon slayer isn't well versed with any of the known styles at all, as he only knows of the total concentration breathing technique. Not to mention, this demon slayer isn't from the same era as Tanjiro and the others from the main cast, but 100 years before the plot started. Either way, from all things I expected from that white gacha ball, memories were the last thing I thought I'd get. However, it wasn't a total loss, as I got to know the method of total concentration technique. This would be a useful addition to my overall physical abilities. Also, I wasn't worried about the memories I received wouldn't affect me in any way, because there's no way that it would happen. While it may be part of my memories, it's just too different from my own. If I were to describe it, the memories I received is like I was watching someone's life through a high-resolution TV. While I may know every single detail that person did, I wasn't him nor he is me. It's just too different, so there's no way that this would affect my personality at all. Through the memories of that demon's lair, I breathe and guide the air through my veins. It's quite a painful process, as my body wasn't used to this sudden change, which made sense since I only gained that person's memories and not his muscle memories. It would take a while for my body to adapt. My cheeks were red from using the total concentration breathing technique. I was successful with my attempt, and decided to regulate my breathing to normal. I was satisfied with my progress for now. Then I looked at the machine once more and decided to use all of my credits. With the same fixed price of 10 multiversal credits, I pulled 4 balls from the machine, and my luck definitely started to kick in, as I got 2 white balls and 2 blue balls. Meaning I got 2 rare ones in my hands, but before I opened the rare ones, it opened the common first. And I got basic body strengthening pills, which based on the name alone is from a Chinese cultivation story. If these pills are what I think they are, they would be useful to my physique, as most items from a Chinese cultivation story are ridiculously overpowered and useful. A pill that could give you a 6-pack of ABS without working for it, is something a lot of people would kill for. While it might be a common item in the world of cultivator, in my world it's not, and it would be categorized as a magical item. The other item that I got from the second common ball, is a protective talisman. Its description says that it would block any attack that is at the same destruction level as a nuke, though only once, and it would only be triggered when the user is in serious danger. I couldn't help but blink at its use and thought, how can this thing only be common? This talisman is so valuable that the people, or mostly magi back in my world, would literally kill to obtain it. A life-saving item that could block a city-level attack is nothing to scoff off. Quickly I put it inside my pocket. I promise to bring this with me 24 out of 7 because who knows what will happen in the future. My safety is always a priority. Now, if the common gacha balls have these amazing things inside, it makes me wonder what's inside the rare ones. To say that I'm excited was an understatement. I feel like a child, excited to open my birthday present. Without further ado, I opened the first rare ball, and what I got definitely surprised me. What I got was a complete formula of a certain magecraft. No, call it magecraft is an understatement of the years, as this particular magic is teleportation. It was something that wasn't seen after the Age of Gods ended. It was lost, and now I managed to recover its formula and how to cast it to step by step. The fuck? Any magus with a brain would die out of envy of what I have. A massive smirk appeared on my face. Yeah, I'm definitely going to brag about this to Lorelei. Normally it would be a very bad idea to brag about your magecraft to other magus, especially when it's unique and powerful. Announcing it would get you a VIP ticket that was called sealing designation. But I trust my sister, and besides telling her it might be a good choice, after all she is the queen of the clock tower, the vice director, and head of the Department of Policies. If there's one person that could protect me from getting a sealing designation, it's her, Lorelei Bardem Eloy. Anyway, as for the last rare ball, I opened it and was immediately stunned at the item that was floating in front of him. It was a very beautiful golden scabbard. A scabbard that I definitely recognized. Avalon. Chapter 20. The call. It took a full minute for me to regain my bearings as I realized that this wasn't the original Avalon, but a replica that looked exactly the same. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't know the real article was in the possession of a certain someone, I would have thought of this as the original. Now, looking through its description, this is nothing more than a fake. However, I wasn't disappointed at all by this. Instead, I was happy because I managed to obtain another defensive magical item. Not to mention it's not a one-time use like the talisman that I got from the common ball. Overall, I was satisfied with what I got. I was luckier than I thought. If I could get more useful items like these in the future, maybe I'll use the Gaka next time. Anyway, it's time to hide this inside of me, as Kusagakure did with Shiryu. Now the scabbard is bound inside of me, and approached immediately could tell the difference. I never felt so energized in my life. With a thoughtful look on my face and said, I think it's time to go back. Since there's no customer right now, the best I could do is go back from reality for now. Before I did, I said my goodbyes to Blake. I blinked a few times and I realized that I'm back in my bedroom. Leaving the shop is easier than I imagined, as I just have to think of leaving and that's it, nothing more, nothing less. Now that I'm back, I could hear someone using my shower, which I recall to be Dee. If she's still here, then Blake claimed that time is frozen in my world whenever I'm in the shop is most like the truth. Still, I can't believe I spent hours in the shop and even a single second had passed here. Anyway, I think I need to change my clothes because Dee is still using the shower. It would look suspicious as I was technically half naked before I arrived at the shop. Now, let's change. It didn't take me a minute to change my shop uniform into a casual civilian outfit. Now it's been almost half an hour since Dee used my shower. However, I wasn't surprised by how long she took a shower. Living with my sister changed my perspective of girls in general. Not all girls like quick showers, and a woman like my sister are someone who uses the shower for at least an hour or two. Sometimes it makes me wonder if she is also cleaning her bones in the process. Deciding to call my sister, I took my phone to the table nearby and contacted my sister's phone number. It isn't normal for a Magus to own a phone, and only because I insisted that having one is important, I managed Lorelei to get her own phone. That's why she's now one of the few Magus who actually owned a phone, unlike other Magi who are stuck at mailing. It's seriously inconvenient. Either way, their choice, not mine. The phone rang a few times before my sister accepted my call. Before I could say anything, a cold voice was heard in the phone's audio box. Who is this? Her tone was demanding, and won't take no for an answer. It's not like I'm planning to lie anyway. Lorelei, it's me, so stop with that threatening voice. Hearing a familiar voice, my sister's tone became significantly less cold. Alex, what do you need this time? Whoa, sister, just because I called you it doesn't mean I want something from you. Can't a brother call you? I was a bit annoyed by that accusation. I wasn't the type of person that would only call because I need something, even though I have my own code. So you called me for nothing? Her voice became threateningly cold once more. God, this woman had serious issues. Though I already knew that, I thought her being in a relationship would make her less tense with literally everything. Apparently I was wrong. No, of course not. I called you because I have to tell you something important, I said with a serious tone. The line was silent for a few seconds before Lorelei replied. Fine, what is it? This better be important as I'm currently busy right now. Okay, here is it. I'm going to tell her that I rediscovered the formula of the teleportation magecraft. However, I don't know what came over me, as what I said in the line isn't about the teleportation, but today I had sex with a divine spirit. I blinked as I realized what I just said. To make it worse, the tone I used is the same one that I used to brag about something. What did you just say? Lorelei's voice was so cold that the temperature from Antarctica would literally die from shame if it's a person. Before I could answer, I swear I heard a man's voice beside her, not to mention how familiar that voice is. Oh. Suddenly something clicked inside my brain as I felt like I managed to solve a decade-old cold case. No way. Did I just call my sister in the middle of sex? Because I'm pretty damn sure that man's voice is Shiryu. I don't know what to feel about it. Honestly, no wonder she was so damn cold at the beginning of the call. It was because I interrupted their sexual interaction. Hey, it wasn't my fault. I didn't know that they were having a time exploring each other. Can't blame myself for not knowing that. But still, I caught the legendary Lorelei Bardem having sex with her boy toy. I couldn't stop myself from smiling out of amusement. Hey there, Shiryu, having fun with my sister? I said with a teasing tone. And as I expected, it was indeed Shiryu as he answered. There's no point staying silent anymore, Lorelei. Your brother found out. On the other side of the phone, I heard my sister. Silence. I swear I could hear embarrassment bleeding from her tone. As much as I wanted to point it out, I have a feeling that it's a bad idea as she would surely hunt me down. Shiru did shut up, hey. Only my sister could whip an incarnation to obedience, as expected of a Bardum Eloy. Then, once again my sister's attention was back on me. And you? Don't change the subject and tell me what you meant by sleeping with a divine spirit. Is there really a need for clarification? Because it means what it meant, I slept with a goddess, literally. It's not a lie. I wish I could control the smug smile on my face. How? A divine spirit shouldn't be able to manifest on Earth. Yeah, about that. She's not actually a native of this planet, she's an alien god, I admitted to her, and I swear to God that I never heard my sister lose her composure before. What? I could hear her screaming from the other side of the phone. Apparently, there's a first for everything. It took quite a while to convince her not to hunt D. Actually, she wasn't convinced at all. She only did stop because she is smart enough to know that the Mage Association doesn't have what it takes to beat D, which I could totally agree with. She wasn't someone who we could beat without a true magician. Or more, either I don't want to find out what happens if we fight a war that guarantees that we'll lose. Provoking a goddess isn't a wise idea, and Lorelei knows about that. While she may be arrogant, it doesn't mean that she's stupid. In fact, she's very smart, or else she wouldn't have become the clock tower vice director. Fortunately, my sister decided to observe D, for now, which wasn't surprising. It would be quite stupid to leave an overpowered entity unwatched. And by the way, she assigned me to the job, so basically, I'm the head of this newest project, to observe an alien god. There isn't a reason for me not to accept, since technically I'm already doing that, though I regret a bit telling my sister about D. Now, I'm pretty sure that my school is going to be monitored by the Mage Association 24 out of 7, so much for not being involved with them. D finally came out of the shower. She was only wearing a piece of white towel to hide her body. Her body is literally the definition of art. It was flawless as it could be, though her breasts are at a modest size. Why do I feel like you're mocking me right now? D raised her brows in my direction. No way, it's just your imagination. It was technically true, I didn't mock her at all. Is that so? D slowly approached in my direction and suddenly touched my chin and said, You. What? I said a bit nervously. I cursed myself internally for stuttering, making it obvious that I'm hiding something. Your soul has changed, it looks mesmerizing. There was a hint of admiration in her voice. Thank you. I wasn't sure what to say about that unexpected compliment about my soul. Alright, I decided let's start dating. D declared unexpectedly. What the hell? That's so random. Chapter 21, Date. As obvious as it is, I've started dating her as she requested, more like a demand, but my point still stands. There's no way I could reject a goddess, as her very existence is a threat to my safety, so for now, I'll play with her game because there's nothing I could possibly do to beat her. Besides, I wasn't totally against it anyway. With me in a relationship with her, I could observe her more, and monitor her future movements. And right now, I'm waiting for her in the plaza since she suggested that we should go on a date on Sunday, which is by the way today. It's been an hour since I waited for D. Wait a minute, is she doing this intentionally? Making me look like an idiot in front of everyone? Knowing her definitely. As I was about to get annoyed, my previous thought about her playing with me instantly disappeared as I saw her walking toward my direction with a smile. I wasn't going to lie, she took my breath for a moment there, and everyone in the plaza also did. Usually, she wears casual civilian clothing or her iconic blue tracksuit most of the time. It's probably to make her look unattractive, but failed either way as there's no way she could suppress her natural charms. However, today was different as she's wearing something that significantly improved her charms, not hiding it. This is the first time I'd seen her wear makeup and accessories, not to mention that virgin killer outfit. I couldn't stop myself from swallowing my saliva. Do you like what you see? I saw her smirk as she saw my reaction. I wasn't even going to lie and bluntly answered her question. Yeah, I do. Lying in front of her is probably pointless anyway. Then a pleased expression appeared on her face. Good, wasting my time with cosmetics was worth it. Now shall we start our date? I nodded and thus our date began, leaving the people from the plaza frozen like a statue. She's way too beautiful by humanity's standards, that's for sure. From all things, we could have gone to, why the arcade? It's too cliché at this point, just I wasn't the one who planned the date but her. Arcade really? I stared at her with a weary smile. Yeah, I've always wanted to try having a date in an arcade. Now that I have a chance I decided to take the opportunity, Dee replied without losing her smile. Hearing that from her, I couldn't help but blink a couple of times as I heard something ridiculous. Wait, so you're telling me that this is the first time you've been on a date? Dee stared at me directly into my eyes and said. Yes, is it that surprising? Honestly, yeah, I figured you've at least tried dating at least once, I admitted. Then I saw her roll her eyes. Never, I wasn't really interested in dating before. Why do you think those idiots from school? Right. I was unsure what to say at this moment, and wondered if that's the case then, why would she try now? No, in fact, why me? There's plenty of guys that she could have dated, but why did she specifically me? Even if I couldn't read your mind, it's obvious what you're thinking. It's about why you specifically when it could have been anyone else, right? Dee guessed what I just thought a while ago. I couldn't help but wonder if she could read minds. No, that's a stupid question for a goddess like her. Of course, she could. Then I saw her frown for a bit and said, if you're thinking about me reading your mind. Unfortunately, I can't, and that is exactly what makes you unique from others. I can't read anything about you. It's like you're a blank existence until your soul suddenly appeared. My eyes widened for a bit and thought. Wait, seriously? I didn't know about being a blank existence until now. Maybe it had to do with God, and it's probably why Gaia and La didn't notice my existence. Now suddenly everything made sense, and my soul suddenly appeared, probably because I obtained the shop when I turned 18. Curiously I asked, what does my soul look like? Dee hesitated to answer for a moment, before saying, that's a complicated question. I honestly don't know what exactly your soul is, but the simplest explanation I can give you is that your soul is the most beautiful I've ever seen. Oh, wait, is that what you suddenly wanted to date me? I realized that and looked at her with an incredulous look. Dee smiled and answered. One of the things, besides I've always liked you most in the entire school. Anyway, what's up with that scabbard inside you? Of course, she knows about the scabbard. It's very much obvious if she can see my soul, then she could see Avalon inside me. A defensive item, I replied. Anyway, we wasted enough time outside, let's go in. Dee dragged me inside the arcade, and I didn't resist because it's futile anyway, though looking at this arcade it's the biggest one I've been to. So I'm curious about what they offered, and we both stepped inside the arcade. The place was more crowded than I expected, though it wasn't what bothered me. The fact that everyone was looking in our direction was distracting. However, Dee doesn't seem to care and ignore them entirely. Hey, why don't we try that first? Dee pointed at the shooting game machine. It looked interesting, so why not? The point of this is to have fun away, that's the purpose of a date. Sure, why not? With that, we went to the machine and started to play the game. Both of us used fake guns with our hands and the tutorial started. For the most part, the game was easy to understand, it wasn't that complicated, and it instructed how to shoot, reload and repair. Okay, the last one was unique. I haven't played an RPG game that made you repair your gun. So, level 1 of the game started and it was easy as expected, as it's the first level and all. Then level 2 started and both of us cleared it quite easily. Thus, level 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 we cleared it with perfect scores, and with such ease, both of us didn't realize that we had gathered quite an audience with our gameplay, because we were so focused on the game that we didn't pay attention to our surroundings. A half hour later, we beat the impossible level 10. It was quite hard, but, honestly, it wasn't impossible, and I was startled when I realized that there's a lot of people who were watching our game. Then suddenly, an extra level appeared, a level that no one knew existed until now, which was understandable since the requirement to get into this level is to get a perfect score from level 1 to 10. Unlocking this secret level made everyone excited. There's even people who started recording this because we're making history. What? A secret level like this exists? I didn't know about this. We can safely assume that no one knew about this level until now. A random person guessed. I was looking at the D who was smiling at the screen. I didn't know this level existed. You don't? I was genuinely surprised at that. Dee raised her brows in my direction and replied. What's with that look? Just because I'm a goddess don't assume that I'm omniscient. There's a lot of things I don't know in this universe, including this. Okay, that's fair, maybe I overestimated her abilities. While she's extremely powerful, she's not omnipotent or omniscient. Why do I feel like you're mocking me right now? Just your imagination. I don't know. Dee stares at my face with a hint of irritation. Quickly I decided to change the subject real fast. Anyway, let's focus on the game, it's about to start. Humphrey, fine. Dee stopped staring at me and shifted her attention back to the game, making me sigh in relief. Her stare was quite chilling, as it's like she saw through me, like all my secrets were exposed in her eyes. It felt like that, however in reality there's no way she'd be able to see all my secrets. After all, the being that sent me into this world is another league compared to Dee. Thus, the secret level started, and to my surprise, it was extremely hard. It made me wonder what kind of sadistic person made this level? It was pure torture. I died a few times and now I only had 1 life left, while Dee has 2 more, and the game continued. I began to realize that this level wasn't meant to be cleared. Dee realized this too, however, It certainly didn't stop her from trying to finish this level, and by the way, I died at the secret final boss. Now, I'm part of the audience watching her as she expertly shoots the boss flawlessly. Honestly, it's like watching a bot playing. A few minutes later, somehow Dee managed to beat this impossible level and instantly everyone cheered loudly at her success, making me smile at the process. Dee looked in my direction and said, "That was fun." Indeed it was, though I died halfway through. It's not a big deal, it wasn't meant to be cleared by people anyway, only thanks to my skill I beat it without a problem, Dee admitted. Anyway, there's still a lot of things I wanted to try in this place, let's try all of them, shall we? With a slight smile, I answered. Sure, it's not like I could refuse anyway. Dee, however, gave me a smirk. At least you're aware. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about on this date, it was quite fun. Chapter 22, Friends with Benefits. My date with Dee continued after beating that secret level. We went directly to play another game on the upper floor. Bowling. This one wasn't that hard to play, you just need to roll the bowling ball at the right angle and with the right position. You'll get a perfect score, which Dee and I did. Again people cheered for that perfect record. Then after that, we went to play DDR or Dance Dance Revolution. We killed the game, literally. I don't know how it was possible but it did. The machine just broke when we perfected the hardest song. I wasn't a dancer, but I certainly killed it and was pretty proud of it. How many people could claim to have destroyed the machine while playing? There weren't many, certainly, so we played a few more games in the arcade, for example, darts, ping pong, and billiards. It was enjoyable honestly, thanks to the person I'm with. To be perfectly honest, I never thought this date would go so well, since my partner isn't exactly normal. Not to mention, I'm supposed to be scared of her, but right now I could confidently eat that I'm not. Besides her sadistic and cruel tendency, she's a pretty okay person, at least in my book. She's one of those high-maintenance girls I heard about. Looking at her face and body, without a doubt a high-maintenance girl, then I saw her glare at me, to which I replied with an innocent smile. To be honest, I can't help but feel fascinated by a simple fact that she could tell whenever I thought something rude to her. How is that possible anyway? Is this the legendary sixth sense of womankind? Because it's certainly a useful skill, at least you know who talks trash behind your back. Anyway, there's an unwritten rule about dates. No matter how perfect or fancy the date place is, it wouldn't matter if you and your partner aren't compatible with each other. What matters is that both parties enjoy each other's company. It was already noon when we finished playing all sorts of games. We took a break since it's lunchtime. Fortunately, despite being an arcade, this place is like a mall since it's pretty similar to one. If it weren't for the fact that most of the floors had a game station, then it might as well a mall. I went together with Dee to the nearest cafeteria in the place. It was only a dozen meters away, so it didn't take long for us to arrive. Dee already sat at the table that was empty and I followed her lead. There's no point picking a different table. Unsurprisingly, most of the people inside the cafeteria were gawking in their direction as if they were some sort of celebrities. Now that this happened, I can't help but remember the time when my sister and I went to that particular cafeteria in the clock tower. Although the reaction of the people around us was less intense, it was still similar. So, this is what deja vu felt like. It wasn't every day you see a beautiful girl like Dee, maybe too beautiful, while I may be handsome. Dee was in an entire league of her own, so it's not surprising for her to be at the center of attention, especially when she went all out with her makeover. Making her significantly better than she already is. I could see a lot of females were looking at her with jealousy. Not that I am blaming them, although it's also the same for the male population. Their envious gaze was visible, that even a blind person could see it. I wasn't blind nor oblivious, despite knowing that I ignored them. Why would I care about their envy? They could drown with it for all I care. There's no way I'd allow them to ruin my day, especially when I'm starting to enjoy this. Dee held her chin using her right hand, and her eyes wandered around. Envious people, aren't they? I can't even disagree with that obvious statement and just nodded. After that, waitress arrived to take our orders and I told the girl my orders, and so did Dee. Still, it makes me wonder why it's always a waitress in this sort of establishment. Why not a waiter or something? Granted, a female worker is pleasing to the eyes, but isn't this feminism? So far in my time here in Japan, a male waiter is rare. Either way, our orders arrived. It was an omelette with my name on it. Childish, but I've always wanted to try this at least once, and desserts arrived. As for Dee's order, it's a different kind of fish dish-based dish. Some look appetizing, however, it probably wouldn't be as good as my brother-in-law's cooking. I dug in and wasn't surprised by the taste. The flavor of the omelette is above average. Aside from that, it's nothing special, though I wasn't that much of a picky eater. I wasn't my sister who eats a 5-star meal on a daily basis. As someone who was poor in my last life, I learned a full stomach is better than an empty one. While my tongue had been spoiled by different kinds of luxurious dishes for the past 18 years of my life, I still remained the same. Food is food after all. You don't look like you enjoyed your food. Dee looked at me while putting the fried fish into her beautiful mouth. No, I did enjoy it but not as much. I didn't lie. I did enjoy it but trying a world-class food made my taste buds spoiled. Is that so? Dee doubtfully looked at my face. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I shrugged and continued to eat my meal. No, I believe you, though you're probably used to eating high-quality meat from those exotic animals that the Mage Association breeds, no? I stopped my movement and stared at her with wide eyes. You know about, of course, that was a stupid question. Muttering the last part, it was quite foolish of me not taking account the fact that this alien goddess knew of the existence of Mage Association. Of course, I know about them. It's quite hard not to notice their existence when they constantly use mana, or prana in your Mage Association term, every day. If it wasn't for the fact that normal humans couldn't sense prana, I would have thought your people want to let everyone know that you guys know magic, Dee stated. Magecraft. I corrected her choice of words. Potato, tomato, same difference. You humans complicate things. Potato and tomato aren't even the same thing. I almost shouted out of frustration right there. The magus part of me was screaming to educate this ignorant fool, though there's no way she's ignorant. Dee mostly did this on purpose so that she could get under my skin. Well, she did, and honestly, it's frustrating. I saw her smirk in my direction and I was right with my guess. She did it purposely. I let out a sigh. I'm better than this. Why did I let her get under my skin? Anyway, next time I won't take the bite. Magecraft and magic, it doesn't matter. To me they are the same thing. Dee smiled in front of me. Hey, you shouldn't talk about magecraft or magic in public, you know. I learned my lessons with Luvia, thankfully, though the damage wasn't anything big, as the words of children aren't taken seriously by most adults. However, the smile on her face curved even more, and replied. That rule doesn't matter to me, whether humans that had nothing to do with the moonlit world heard this or not. The consequences don't matter because, unlike you Magus, I have no rules. I do whatever I want, to have fun every single moment possible. Right. This alien goddess is an exception to that rule since she doesn't rely on magecraft. Is pretending to be a student fun to you? I couldn't help but say. That's a pretty complicated question, though there are times that I do, but most of the time I don't, as those boys are quite annoying. I know I'm beautiful, but being confessed every day is starting to get old. To answer your question, no, it was fun at first but got boring real fast, Dee admitted while tapping her forefinger into the table. Then, why not quit then? I need it for my background in this world. Okay, I feel like it's just an excuse at this point, but who am I to judge her? It's her life. Alright, thanks for answering my question. Then I resumed eating lunch with Dee. And after that, we resumed our date together. It was fun, more than my previous dates in the past. At the end of the day, the date was definitely a success. If there is next time, I have no problem going. Although. Hey, why exactly are we in front of a motel? I knew what was coming. I wasn't an idiot, but I just wanted to clarify her intention. After all, I don't want to misunderstand her intentions and certainly don't want to feel embarrassed later if I was wrong with my prediction. Isn't it obvious? We're going to have sex till dawn. Dee answered with zero hesitation or shame, as if it was no big deal. Why? I feel like I asked a very stupid question, but thankfully Dee didn't say anything about it and just said. It's been years since I had sexual interaction with someone. Yesterday was the first time in many years and now a chance has appeared. Why not take advantage of it? There aren't many who could meet my standards these days, and you happen to meet them, so do you want it or not? Dee challenged me, or at least what I thought her tone indicates. There's no way I'd say no to that, a chance to fuck a goddess once more. Unlike yesterday, I'm surely going to engrave this to the deepest memories. I do. With that, Dee immediately dragged me inside the motel and started their lovemaking, though there was hardly any love with it, only lust. Chapter 23, the plot started, so what? Inside the school classroom, my hips hurt. She wasn't kidding when she said that we'll do it until dawn. She kept her words all right. That damn woman sucked every day out of me. Thankfully, I managed to survive that night. I really need to work out, since I lack stamina. If it wasn't for my reinforcement, I wouldn't be able to go to school today. Though I'm quite sleepy right now. I barely got any rest yesterday night due to our sexual interaction in a motel. My eyes wandered in Dee's direction and I can't believe this woman didn't feel any sort of exhaustion at all. Then she noticed my gaze and smirked, making a chill travel down my spine, and thought, maybe I should stop pointing my stick into crazy. Last night was the best and worst sex that I have had in my entire life. At the beginning it felt really good. D showed me the difference between immortal and divine, that she did her sex skills were out of this world. I, who was a veteran in that particular subject, looked like an infant compared to her. We even tried a few bizarre positions that I didn't know existed. And then a few hours later, that's where things started to get unbearable, as it felt like my dick would explode any moment. It was so fucking painful. I can't even feel good anymore. Even sticking my dick inside her is unbearably torture. I wasn't like those hentai protagonists who seemingly have an unlimited amount of semen in their ball sacks. No, was just above average in stamina recovery. If there is next time, I will be more prepared. I'm sure the shop could help my problems. Wait, I remembered that basic body strengthening pills that I obtained from the Gakka. I'm pretty sure that would help me get a better physique and stamina if the description about its effect is true, but I can't try it right now since the class is about to start. Looking at the table where Bocce sat, it was empty. I did visit her family house a while ago, but I found out that she's sick since yesterday. I couldn't help but feel concerned, and thought, did she get sick from my birthday party last Saturday? That night was pretty crazy. I can't remember much of what happened that night. I just know I went overboard with the drinks, and I was pretty sure that Bocce drank some wine too. I couldn't help but wonder what her actions were after she got drunk. I'll never know since I'm pretty much wasted at that point. Letting out a sigh as our teacher started the class, though Mitsuha seemed fine, seeing that she wasn't sick or anything, since she's here in school. Either way, aside from being a bit sleepy, everything is normal. Maybe after class, I'll go to the show. My sleepiness faded as I felt a ridiculous amount of prana incoming in my direction. I felt goosebumps all over the place. I immediately stood up from my desk, fanatically looking around the classroom, to find the source of the prana. My unexpected action caught my classmates' surprise and started looking at me in confusion, and then our class teacher asked, Bartum Iloi-kun, what's going on? Her sentence was cut off guard. A beam of light hit our classroom without a warning. It killed everyone except for a few. That being me, Mitsuha, and D. When I opened my eyes, and what I saw in front of me was the total destruction of my class. Half of the total size of my school was completely destroyed. What the fuck? I noticed that a transparent barrier started to disappear around me, making me realize that the protective talisman that I obtained from the Gakka saved me from certain death. It was so close, I would have been a goner. Oh, hey, you're still alive. I flinched as I heard those words because I didn't expect someone beside me to survive from that ridiculous amount of prana fired at my classroom. My gaze shifted toward the person who survived beside me, and it was D, of course. Who was I expecting? It was so obvious. She's powerful. Something like this wouldn't kill her. Wakaba. Stop calling me by that fake name. You know that, call me D instead. Right, so what happened here? I went straight to the point because I know this had something to do with her. I'm sure of it. My previous life memories were mostly forgotten at his point. However, there's one thing I know, that this alien goddess in front of me is involved. D suddenly smirked at my words. How can you be so sure that this has something to do with me? It could be someone else, you know? My eyes narrowed at her, and now the two of us were having a staring contest, but surprisingly just a minute after. D averted her gaze, which was pretty much out of character for her, as she's the type who doesn't shy away from challenges. I saw her pout and said, "You're no fun." Anyway, to answer your question, yes, I do have to do with this incident, but I'm not the one who did this, since I would gain nothing from destroying our school. Hearing her answer, I didn't ask any more, as it was enough for me. D was many things but lying for something trivial as this, as isn't her kind of thing. Too bad though, those kids are dead. Not that I particularly cared about them or anything, D stated like she was talking about the weather. She felt no sympathy for our classmates. Honestly, I'm the same. Maybe being exposed to the moonlit world made me indifferent toward insignificant lives that weren't mine. Though amongst my classmates I was sad about the passing of Mitsuha, she's the only one I actually felt sadness about. And also Bocce, but she's very lucky to be sick today, or she'll be dead like the rest of the class. If it wasn't for my talisman I would have died. Maybe. I wasn't really sure if I would, because even if I didn't have the talisman I still have the Avalon replica. It may be, it is still a very powerful defensive item, which grants its user limited immortality, which sucks that I couldn't obtain the real one, as taking it from Shire would be completely useless anyway. That's why, the only way I could obtain a real Avalon without needing a connection from Arthur is by obtaining it from the shop. It would take me a while to get that kind of item, but as long as the shop exists within me, it's only a matter of time before I would be in the same league as D or anyone similar to her power level. By the way, I've reincarnated those who died in our classroom from my original world. You did? I snapped my neck toward her direction and looked at her stunned. I never thought someone like her actually had a heart. Yeah. I mean, it's technically my fault why they died, though unintentionally. That's why I reincarnated them in my world. It's going to be entertaining watching them struggle. D started giggling at the thought of that. I stared at her with a deadpan look and thought. Of course. She did it for entertainment, why am I not surprised? Shaking my head and tried to say something, however, I was interrupted by her as she said. I thought that I'd let you know, Mitsuo Yamano wasn't one of the people I reincarnated. Huh? I frowned as I heard that from D. Why didn't she reincarnate Mitsuo? There's only two things that come to my mind. It's that D hated Mitsuo and didn't want to reincarnate her because of that, which was ridiculous and unlikely, as if someone like D is capable of hating someone, not in a good way, and the second thing is that Mitsuo isn't dead. However, if that was the case, how did she get away? A feat that even I couldn't do. And almost immediately after thinking that, I got my answers. If you're wondering about how she got away from this tragedy, Dee's tone couldn't be more sarcastic as she said that word and continued. It's because that girl got lucky. Weeks before this incident happened, she actually managed to steal a god's ability to travel between worlds, an ability that as long as the user knows the exact location of the place, then the user could go there with zero cost, no mana is needed, and that's how she survived before the beam of light fell. She immediately teleported to the other world that she stayed in for a while. Oh. I don't know what to say about hearing one of my few friends, who I had sex a week ago by the way, who apparently had an overpowered ability to teleport without any cost. That is one of the most overpowered abilities that anyone could possibly obtain. Don't underestimate the power of no-limit teleportation. That SHT is overpowered. Even the formula that I obtained from the Gakka is a super degraded version of what Mitsuo has. Her teleportation skill is no doubt magic, and I couldn't help cursing out loud. Are you fucking kidding me? Mitsuo had magic very similar to the kaleidoscope, except it's less complicated and more direct. Pretty sure the only reason why she's limited to that one particular world is that she doesn't know its exact location. But what if she did? She would have been God. Okay, that's pretty unfair. It would be a big lie to say that I wasn't jealous of it. Chapter 24, FUNF is for FUN. U is for uranium bombs. N is for no survivors. D, will you stop that? I couldn't help but wince at what D was singing. It was disturbing in many ways, especially when she sang it where many of our classmates including our teacher literally evaporated. I may be a little indifferent about what happened, but it doesn't mean I'm happy about what happened to my classmates, yet D seemed to enjoy the fact that they died. I can already imagine a lot of families mourning this incident. Wait, did the students from the other classes also die? I shifted my gaze toward my school, which was wrecked beyond belief, and decided that indeed, there's no way those students from other classes survived that. If that's the case, then did D also reincarnate them? Looking at the cause of the incident, indirectly may it be the fact that she's the reason why that beam arrived in my world from hers. Seeing the nonchalant expression of D. I guessed that she didn't. Probably that's why I'm asking her. D, did you also reincarnate the students from other classes who were unfortunate enough to get hit by that massive prana beam? D answered my question without hesitation. No, why would I care about them? There's no way I'd spare any effort for a bunch of strangers that I don't know. I stared at her directly in the eyes and gave her a look of "Are you serious?" However, she just shrugged it off and didn't spare any second about this particular subject. Okay. So it's confirmed that only my classmates got reincarnated. Now I feel sorry for those unlucky sods who didn't get a second chance. Aren't our classmates to you technically a stranger? I wasn't kidding about that. I mean, with her introverted persona, she didn't make any friendly relationships with my classmates. At most it's just a passing acquaintance. D, however, shrugged and didn't answer that question. If she didn't want to answer, then there's no point asking her about it. Anyway, there's no point staying in the school any longer. It won't take long for the authorities to arrive at this place. I better leave so that I could avoid being asked. It's a pain to answer those police questions. With that in mind, I left the school grounds, along with D, who just followed me behind. There's no point asking her why, since she'll follow me either way. Goto Hitori aka Bachi is currently on her family sofa watching TV. She rarely goes outside her territory, which is her room, but today was one of those rare occasions. Since her cold got better, she thought it might be nice to watch TV once in a while since she's using the internet too frequently. So watching TV is a nice change. She honestly can't remember the last time she watched the news though. Then as soon as she turned on the TV, her eyes widened, along with her jaw dropping from her face, because she saw her school, the place where studying was wrecked beyond belief. At this point, her school could hardly call a building anymore, as there were hardly any blocks left to it. She didn't even notice her mother dropping the tray beside her. She was too shocked at what she witnessed. What happened to my school? Bachi then realized that she was focusing on a less important subject. Instead of asking what happened to her school, what about her classmates? Yamano-san, Wakaba-san, especially Alexander. What happened to them? Her body was so stiff at the moment that people might have mistaken her for a statue, and her body started trembling. and couldn't stop herself from hugging herself as she felt cold all over her body. Did they die? Looking at the local news, it was reported that more than 100 students died from the said explosion. Bocce noticed something from the news. While it isn't recognizable to most people, she did, as the center of the said explosion was in her class, not the others. Meaning, that explosion originated from her class. And that only made her tremble more. She's scared, really scared, because what if she wasn't sick today? Would she be one of the students who died today? The answer to the question is, obviously yes. There's no way she could have survived it unless she got superpowers or something, but that's not the point. She narrowly escaped death today. She was unbelievably lucky to be sick, however, it did make her happy at all. Instead, she felt cold and empty inside. Bocce didn't even feel that her mother was hugging her tightly, as she was stuck on the sofa like she was a part of it. She couldn't even understand what her mother was saying at the moment, as her eyes were solely glued to the TV. It took some time for her to recover, although she was still stuck on the sofa. However, at least she is now aware of her surroundings. Her senses came back. "Hitori, dear, listen, you should rest," her mother softly said as she gently touched Bocce's cheeks. However, Bocce didn't answer, making her mother sigh. Suddenly someone pressed their house doorbell, making her mother stand up from her kneeling position and mutter, "Honestly not in the mood to receive guests today." After that her mother left, while she was thinking about what happened to her friends right now. So far the news hasn't gotten the identities of who died, it was only a rough guess of how many died. Then she heard her mother grasping in shock from their door. Curiously she stared in the direction of their door, and as she did, her eyes widened in a massive portion along with her mouth forming a circle. She couldn't believe what she just saw. It was someone who she thought died from the explosion incident, her first friend, her best friend, her crush, and most likely the person she truly loved. Alexander Bartom Eloy? Seeing his familiar figure, unknowingly the invisible pressure that she felt a while ago disappeared by a large margin. To see him alive caused her to feel an immense amount of relief, and at that moment she realized that he was the only one that truly matters to her. And it was truly damning, as she didn't feel any more negative feelings, the fact that her school burned and the fact that the majority of her classmates died. Was she always this selfish and cold-hearted? Despite knowing that, it did not bother her at all for some reason. Anyway, before she knew it, her legs moved with their own and dashed toward Alexander's direction and gave him a tight, affectionate hug. Why you're alive. I'm glad." Bocce buried her face beneath his chest and started crying. As they say, when it pours it rains. Once the tear dropped, she couldn't stop it from falling more. She wasn't supposed to be bold like this. People scared her, and having skin contact with anyone could potentially give her a mini heart attack, but it was different with him. It felt so right. Bocce continued to cry at his chest, while her mother behind her was smiling. It's probably just her imagination, but she heard her mother saying, "Please take care of my precious daughter." Bocce couldn't hear his reply, as she was only hearing her sniffing voice at the moment. At that very moment, she felt at ease in his presence, and hoped that this moment would last forever. It wasn't until she realized how embarrassing her action was, she instantly dropped into the floor and started glitching like Gaia was trying to erase her existence. And then the foaming started. She could barely hear Alexander or her mother's cries as she was busy rebooting. She can't believe she acted like a normie there. And she wasn't even his girlfriend? Why was she hugging him? Now he must have thought of her as a creep. She can't take this anymore. She hoped that the earth would swallow her whole right now. It would take a while for her to recover. I was honestly surprised by how bold Bocce acted. She suddenly hugged me tightly without feeling nervous. After knowing her for years, I know how my friend's personality. The fact that she can't stand music that has to do with positivity or normie music in general. Not to mention, people scare her, and talking to people is a huge problem for her as she's terrified of communicating. It took a while for her to even talk to me properly. It was quite an unforgettable experience. Either way, touching a person or having any skin contact, in general, is a massive hurdle for her, as Bocce's introvert level is at max capacity. I wasn't an exception to that, and that is why I was surprised that she is willingly making skin contact with him. But after a few minutes, when I was sure that she is cured of her problem with people, all of a sudden my dear friend Bocce suddenly collapsed on the floor, foaming, glitching. How is that possible? If I didn't know why better, I thought Gaia was trying to erase her from the plane of existence. I really thought that the first time I witnessed this action of hers. Either way, I think I'm forgetting someone. Hey, why not try using CPR on her? I bet she'll recover. Oh right, D. And no, there's no way I'd do that, as it would only make the issue worse, and no doubt there's a high possibility of Bocce having a heart attack. Oh, she's at it again. Anyway, will the two of you come inside? I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding what happened to your school. Bocce's mom said with an unusually serious tone. With that, I nodded and went inside the house along with D. Chapter 25, Reunion Ozpin just received a piece of great news, although he was a bit skeptical of it. After all, it's not every day that he gets a call from someone who was supposed to be dead. However, her voice is still the same. There's no way he could have mistaken it for anyone. It was relieving, honestly. Just a few days ago he was at her funeral with a heavy heart. Despite experiencing this countless times, it doesn't make it easier to bury a friend, which was something he would never get used to. Ever. And now that said friend called him, it was surprising, and suspicious. That's why he was going to find out whether this is real or not. He needed to see her with his own eyes. After all, seeing is believing. Right now he was on his way to patch with his private bullhead, along with his most trusted subordinates Crow and Glinta. Looking at Crow, he could see that he was getting impatient from waiting. He couldn't blame the man after all. He just found out that his team leader who was apparently dead was alive. If it wasn't for him stopping Crow, the man might as well dive out from the bullhead and fly toward Patch himself. Not that he'd be faster than the private bullhead either way. Crow, as soon as the bullhead arrived at the Patch, he didn't hesitate to get out from the bullhead even though it wasn't in the ground yet, but he couldn't care less as he wanted to see his team leader with his own two eyes. He needed to see her right now. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he immediately approached the house in front of him, and without hesitation, he kicked the door, making the people inside alarmed, but he couldn't care less at the moment, as his eyes landed on a familiar woman. Upon seeing her, all the guilt and depression were lifted away from his shoulders. Crow, he approached her and immediately gave her a tight hug. He couldn't stop himself from tearing up and crying. It was pathetic for a man like him to cry like this in front of everyone, but he couldn't stop the tears from falling out of his eyes. He just missed her. Then he felt his team leader patting his head gently. "You're a man yet you're crying like a baby." Normally he would be insulted by that comment, but right now he couldn't care less, as the most important thing at the moment is that his team leader is alive. After calming down, Crow, Ozpin, and Glinta arrived at the place. As they saw Summer, they couldn't help but feel relieved knowing that the call wasn't a prank. "Summer, I'm happy to know that you're alive," Ozpin said with a smile. Summer nodded, then Ozpin continued. "So, what happened to you, Summer? Why haven't you contacted us for a month? We thought that you were dead." Summer stared at Ozpin, then at Crow and to Glinta. "I'll explain about it inside, and trust me, what I say is the entire truth, no matter how unbelievable it may be." The three of them looked at each other for a bit before replying. "No matter how unbelievable it may be, we would believe you. After all, at this point there isn't much that can surprise us." Summer smiled at Ozpin's claim and said, "We'll see about that." Ozpin frowned but didn't say anything, and went inside the house along with his subordinate. "And that's everything I've been through." Summer finished explaining her side of the story, and she could see that they were skeptical of her claim. She can't exactly blame them for being skeptical. If she didn't personally experience those, she wouldn't have believed it either, because what she explained is something that usually happens in fantasy fiction, but the difference is what she said is the truth. Ozpin was the first one to break the ice. "I know I said that we'll believe whatever you say, but Summer, this is a bit too far-fetched to believe." Well, he can believe the magic part, however, about the shop and what it does? There's no way he could believe that, a shop that was apparently selling everything. It was outrageous, unbelievable even. Such a thing doesn't exist, and he wouldn't believe it not until he sees the proof. "I knew that you wouldn't believe it. However, I don't blame you, Ozpin. If I didn't personally experience those, I wouldn't believe it too, and that's why I'm going to show you proof, an undeniable proof that all of you can't refute. I'm bringing you three there." Summer replied with a serious expression. She knew that showing what she bought from the shop wouldn't be enough to make them believe her, especially Ozpin. That's why she's going to bring them to the shop, even though she just got back. As much as she wanted to bring Tai with her, she can't because no one would look after the girls. Although she did think of bringing the girls from the shop, but decided to be against it. They aren't old enough, not to mention she hasn't confirmed that the shop is harmless, so if anything goes wrong in their trip, then it would be just them and not her daughters. "You are?" Ozpin blinked in surprise. He didn't think that she would show them proof. "Yes, but be prepared though, as I mentioned before, time moves differently there. A few hours in that shop is about a month here." Ozpin was a bit skeptical about that, and so were the others, but regardless they nodded. Then Summer took out the bronze ID card that she obtained from the shop. Ozpin was curious about this idea. Summer didn't explain anything about this. Without a warning, a door that was so bright appeared in front of them. However, despite being bright, possibly brighter than the sun itself, it didn't damage their eyes in any way for some reason. What is this?" Crow muttered in disbelief. "I told you, I'll show you guys proof. What happened isn't just my delusion. Now let's not wait any longer since I don't know how many minutes this door will last," Summer said. Ozpin and the rest were hesitant at first but ultimately went inside the door with Summer. "While I was eating meals with Bachi's family, I felt something tugging inside my soul and for some reason immediately understood why it happened. A customer? I wasn't sure if I'd use my reality marble in front of everyone, especially with Dee beside me. That's why I said, "Excuse me, can I use the toilet for a moment? I'd like to do my business." "Oh, sure. Do you know where our house toilet is?" Mamabachi asked. I nodded and replied, "Of course." I stood up from the table and went directly to the toilet. It wasn't the first time I used their toilet, but this is the first time I'm using it to escape. Before I even arrived at the toilet, immediately went to the shop. "Welcome back, sir. I'm back. Now that I'm back at the shop, I need to wear my uniform once more. There's actually an entire set of it in the shop closet. I didn't even realize it until I asked Blake about it." After wearing the shop uniform, I looked at the memory and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Everything is now ready, and after preparing everything, the customer arrived. Honestly, I wasn't sure if this had to do with the shop effect, cause this is more than just a coincidence. Only after preparing everything, only then, the customer arrives. Either way, I'm not going to complain. Looking at the arrivals, somehow I expected this to happen. Definitely wasn't surprised by this. Looking at the customer, he was familiar with all four of them: Ozma Osman, Grau Branwen, Glinta Goodwitch, and Summer Rose. Now that I mentioned their names, aren't they basically the spin-off of Alice in the Wonderland? Osman is basically the Wizard of Oz, Glinta is the Good Witch, Grau is the Scarecrow, and as for Summer, yeah, she's from another series, Little Riding Hood. Either way, the entire cast of RWBY, most of them are spin-offs of another series. Vice is basically Snow White. Ruby is Little Riding Hood. Blake is Bella from Beauty and the Beast. Sun Wukong and his team SSSN is based on Journey to the West. Cinder is Cinderella, it's very obvious. JNPR and the rest of its members are gender-bent versions of their counterparts. Joan Arc is the gender-bent of Jeanne d'Arc. Nora Valkyrie is the gender-bent version of Thor Odinson. Lyren is the gender-bent version of Mulan. Pyranikos is the gender-bent of Achilles. Anyway, aside from most of their cast being based on something, it's time for me to act professionally. I cleared my throat and said, "Welcome to the shop, everyone, where everything can be bought at the right price." And with that single sentence, I managed to gain their attention. Good, now I just have to keep this up, and I have a feeling that I'd sell a lot today. Chapter 26, Immortality is Overrated. 3rd Pov. Everyone except for Summer was stunned at the sight. They couldn't believe it. What she mentioned was true. Is this really a shop from another universe? Before they were skeptical of the entire thing, but now they are willing to believe. Then their attention was captured as they heard the man in front of them speak. "Welcome to the shop, everyone, where everything can be bought at the right price." Osman couldn't stop himself from being tense in front of this man. For some reason, this mysterious person gives him a dangerous feeling. Even more than Salem, it wasn't every day that Osman gets this feeling, as he rarely does after 1,000 years of conflict with his ex-wife. But being near this man makes him feel insignificant. Summer did say that this man is very mysterious, but she's underestimating this man, as this mystery man is more than mysterious but also very dangerous. His instinct was screaming not to mess with this person, or else nothing could save him from this man's wrath. Grau was also feeling the same. Being near with this man felt like he was a prey waiting to be devoured by this apex predator. Glinta also gripped her riding crop a bit tighter than usual. Like the others, she also sensed danger with this man. While Summer noticed that her group is very tense at the moment, she can't blame them for feeling this way, so she decided to break the ice. "Hello, shop owner, it's very nice to see you again." Alex shifted his gaze toward her and smiled. "The feeling is mutual, Mrs. Rose, but still I didn't expect you to go back right after you came back." "Well, it's because I wanted to show them proof that your shop existed, since they're skeptical of its existence." Summer answered with a nervous smile, a bit worried about how he would react. Fortunately, the shop owner took no offense to that. "That's understandable. It's normal for you to be skeptical about its existence. After all, it's not every day you find out that there's another universe existing somewhere, or a shop that sells everything. Either way, once more I welcome you, Sir Ozma, Miss Goodwitch, and Mr. Branwen," Alex replied with a slight bow. Hearing him mention their names made them more cautious with the man. "You know us," Osman replied with a calm tone. "Indeed I do, but that's not important, no?" Alex answered as he turned around and went to the counter. "Now, what's important is what are you going to do now? Are you going to leave and waste this opportunity? Or will you take this opportunity to end the 1,000 years of conflict between you and your ex-wife?" The shopkeeper smiled at Osman. "Of course, he knows about that," Osman whispered to himself, while his other companions stared at him in confusion. While they did know about Salem, they didn't know that she was his ex-wife. He never told them about his complicated relationship status with her. What is he talking about?" Grau narrowed his eyes at him in suspicion. Crow, I'll answer that question later, but for now. Ospen changed the subject and shifted his attention back to Alex. Do you truly sell everything? Indeed, but there's a price for everything. Are you willing to pay for obtaining them? The shop owner answered with a wide smile, making Ospen uncomfortable. That smile gives him a bad feeling. Yes, I do. So what do I do to obtain what I want? I'm sure you heard this from Mrs. Rose. You have to convert something that you own into credits, whether it's a weapon, memories, soul, lifespan, abilities, or even that cursed immortality of yours, Alex announced with a smile on his face. Ospen sucked his breath as he heard that apparently, he could convert his immortality. He never wanted this curse to begin with, all he wanted was to rest in peace, but he couldn't because of this cursed immortality that was bestowed on him by the brothers. But now, he has the chance to remove it from him. If this mysterious man could really do that, without hesitation Ospen said. Remove it, remove my immortality. What, are you serious, Oz? Crow asked in disbelief, and the others had similar reactions. Yes, I never wanted this immortality, this curse. So yes, remove it. Ospen sounded even more determined, while his subordinates would probably never understand. His immortality was the cause of his immeasurable suffering and depression of being killed and betrayed over and over again. He was both physically and mentally tired of reincarnating. He never wanted to take over the original host of this body like a parasite. However, he really never had a choice. That's why if he truly could remove his immortality, then it's for the best, because this would be his last reincarnation, and he wasn't even sad about it. It's the opposite, he's happy that he's finally free from this eternal suffering. Alright then, I shall convert your immortality to credits. You know, there's a lot of people who would kill for that immortality of yours, you know. Alex kept a smile on his face. I know, but to me, that ability is nothing more than a great burden and a curse, the desire to rest eternally but can't because you're unable to? It's frustrating. Ospen closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. He was truly tired of this century conflict, so that's why if this shop truly sells everything, then he would use the credits that he used to convert to buy an immortal killing power or item. After that, a bronze fell right into his hands. Bronze card, Ozma Ospen Multiversal Credits, 10,000 purchased history, non-conversion history, immortality, type R, or reincarnation. Card access, door to the Multiversal Shop, once a week, only 10,000? Ospen couldn't help but frown at the number of credits that he got from converting his immortality. The shop owner let out a chuckle seeing his frown. Trust me, 10,000 is plenty enough. Mrs. Rose could vouch for that. Ospen shifts his attention towards Summer, who nodded. It's true, when I converted my rose thorn into M.C, I only received about 20, however, don't let that number deceive you, as there's billions of items you could buy with just 20. Ospen decided to take her words as so far, she hasn't lied to them. Alright, then where's the selection of abilities and items? Alex smirked at his straightforwardness and showed him the catalog, where his eyes were glued from the moment he saw the items on sale, aside from its ridiculous prices. These abilities and items' effects were ridiculous to the point the brother gods from his dimension would cry for their mommies if he were to use them against the brothers. A chain that could reduce the brothers into mere mortals. This was tempting, really tempting, but there's no way he could afford it with his 10,000 M.C. He needed at least 10 times the amount of what he currently has. While Ospen started his shopping, Alex's attention was now on his subordinates. Would you like to convert something like your boss too? Well, I'd like to pass. Crow tried to refuse, but he failed when Alex said, you can convert your bad luck semblance. Don't you want to live a normal life? Not to mention you get credits for converting it. It's like hitting two birds with a single stone, no? You can convert my semblance? Crow gaped at that. Mr. Branwen, if I could convert immortality into credits, why couldn't convert a semblance that causes bad luck? Alex raised his eyebrows at Crow. His answer made Crow rethink his life decisions. Of course, if he could convert something like immortality, why not a semblance too? Not for the first time, he felt like an idiot. Maybe he should stop drinking alcohol from now on. It causes him to lose more intelligence than he already had. So, what's it going to be, Mr. Branwen? Convert it, Crow replied without hesitation. His semblance did nothing but bad luck and suffering ever since he unlocked it. With that, Crow felt like he lost a part of his soul, but he didn't really care much, as it's probably just his semblance being taken away. He felt nothing different, but then again the changes in him weren't physical. Then a bronze card fell right into his hand. Bronze card, Crow Branwen Multiversal Credits, 200 purchased history, non-conversion history, semblance, bad luck card access, door to the Multiversal Shop, once a week, 200 HUD. At least it's worth something. Crow shrugged and didn't really care how much he received from converting his semblance. Life was better without it anyway. Crow then checked the catalog to find something he was interested in and wondered if he could get something good. What about you, Miss Goodwitch? Are you going to let this opportunity pass? Alex smiled kindly at the older woman. Glinda closed her eyes for a bit before saying, "Very well, I'd like to convert a few skills of my own." Alex nodded and started to convert the said skills and was speechless. Bondage, A+ Dominatrix, Exhalafuke Chapter 27, A Deserved Happiness. Osban couldn't but stroke his non-existent beard, as he stared intensely at the catalog screen in front of him. Everything that he had seen so far in the shop is absolutely outrageous. There's even some item that could destroy an entire solar system in a single shot. Being in this shop made him realize how insignificant he is. Even at his peak he was nothing compared to what the shop had, because as long as he had the right amount of credits, he could become a god. However, he certainly wasn't planning to become one anytime soon. After looking at the weapon catalog for quite some time, he found something that he needed to win the 1,000-year war with his ex-wife Salem. A scythe named Harp. Despite its completely plain appearance, this weapon is ridiculously dangerous, especially to the immortal kind, as it nullifies their immortality and inflicts damage to the target. It cost 6,000 which was a great deal to him. With the loss of his immortality, he obtained an anti-mortality weapon, and besides he hated his immorality anyway, so it's a win-win situation for him. Without hesitation, he bought Harp and the weapon floated toward him, and gently gripped the scythe handle, and took a good look. So, this is an immortal killing weapon. All his life, he never owned something as ridiculous as this scythe. It's safe to say that this is the most powerful weapon that he has owned to this date. Satisfied, he carefully put Harp on the table nearby, as he didn't want to be its first victim. Now that the scythe was put at a safe distance, now it was time for him to spend the rest of his credits. There's no better time to use it. He might as well buy something that is useful to him, like getting back his original body or reviving his children. Oh. His eyes widened as he realized the implications. He had been too caught up with his war against Salem and didn't think about reviving his daughters. Without waiting any longer, he searched for an item or ability that could possibly revive his daughters. And he found a lot of revival items. Some are in the form of orbs, some are in the form of scrolls, and some were wands, pills, eyes, pillars, totems, statues, and many more. While they may look different from each other, their main function is to revive a person. They had different conditions, consequences, and so on. Osban naturally picked the one he could afford and the best revival item without consequences, because those certain items with a catch are just the worst. He is speaking from experience. And yes, he's talking about the relics. Osban bought a revival item that looks like a scroll. He bought 4 of them, each for his daughter. It wasn't as expensive as he thought it would be. A 100 each per scroll. Is reviving a person this cheap? Certainly isn't in his universe, but he wasn't going to bother questioning it, because what matters is that he wanted his children back. His first children, his eldest Helena, the second eldest Elizabeth, the middle child Morgan, and the youngest Aurora. This revival method doesn't need a body or any sort of DNA from the person that he wanted to revive. It only needs the soul, and these scrolls will call upon his children's souls and materialize them in this location, along with their newly formed bodies that look exactly the same on the day of their death. But first, he needed to put a drop of his blood in the scrolls to activate the item, which he gladly did. A drop of blood was nothing compared to the pain he experienced in his immortal life. After putting a drop of his blood on each scroll, a second later the scrolls started to burn by themselves and each started to form a magical circle in the air. And then 4 bodies started to form. It started with bones, muscles, and skin tissues, and eventually, the complete bodies of his daughters were completed. Helena was the first one to open her eyes, and Elizabeth, then Morgan, and lastly Aurora, and all of them had a similar expression on their faces. Complete confusion. Despite that, Osban, or perhaps Ozma, teared up upon seeing his precious daughters, but he couldn't stop himself from hugging them tightly as soon as he got near them. "I'm sorry my daughters, I'm sorry that I caused your deaths, I'm sorry for that mistake." Ozma sobbed as he tightly hugged his daughters. The said daughters had no idea what they should do, as this stranger started hugging them without a warning, but despite their confusion and wariness of the man, they didn't push him away as they could feel the genuine guilt and affection that he had for them. Helena, the oldest of the 4, suddenly started patting the head of Ozma. There, I hope you feel better now, mister." Seeing their eldest sister's action, the rest started imitating her action, and they also started patting his head. Ozma was confused at their wording about him. Did they not recognize their father? He suddenly realized that he wasn't in his original body, making him a complete stranger to his daughter's eyes. He completely forgot about that. Ozma smiled wearily and said, "Helena, Elizabeth, Morgan, Aurora. It's me, Princess, your Papa Ozma." Upon hearing that, his precious daughter's eyes widened and exclaimed, "Papa. Pa. Dad. Daddy." All 4 of them returned a hug, making Ozma's old heart warm and cozy. It was a wonderful feeling, His children didn't even doubt his claim to be his father despite looking completely different from his first incarnation. It made him really happy and hugged his treasures even tighter than before. Thus the heartwarming reunion of a father of his daughters continues. Although, they didn't notice that a person was watching them with a smile on his face. "Well, isn't this a nice picture?" I said while smiling. It was truly a heartwarming scene. Although, why is a revival item such as that scroll so cheap? I couldn't help but frown at that. The prices aren't equivalent at all. "I can explain that, sir. It's because there are universes where the concept of revival is completely normal. Death is a friend to them. Like a game world, for example, a staff or a wand could completely revive a person with zero consequences." Okay, that makes sense. If that scroll is from a game world or universe, then a revival is completely normal, but still, this made death absolutely cheap in my eyes. Either way, I shifted my attention toward Ozma's subordinates. Honestly, it was surprising to see that they didn't notice what their boss was doing. But then again, their eyes glued to the shop catalog, eager to try whatever they find fancy and useful for their needs. He was confused, shocked, and irritated at what he just heard from his trusted comrade. He knew that Ozpin had a lot of secrets, however, he would have never imagined that his boss apparently had children with their arch-nemesis. To think it's because of Ozpin's bad decision that this situation escalated from this. While he may agree with Ozpin's decision of not killing their ancestors, replacing them with their daughters, Ozpin made a very bad decision of escaping. This could have been avoided if he explained his reasoning. Either way, it already happened. There is no changing the past unless they had enough credits for time travel, which they don't currently. Overall, he just accepted the situation, although he's still a bit dissatisfied with some things. "So, what are we still going to kill?" Crow stops as he realizes what he was about to mention. He didn't want the children to hear it, and he approaches his boss and whispers, "Is the plan to kill your ex-wife still available?" Hearing that from him, Ozpin's eyes narrowed, and quickly answered, "Of course, she is far from being saved, but..." Ozpin hesitates and continues, "If she could be reasoned with and surrendered, maybe." "Yeah, no, that's unlikely to happen. If what Ozpin describes his ex-wife is true, then there's almost no possibility of that happening. Even if they add their children to the strategy, Salem would most likely kidnap them herself and take them as her own." Crow could definitely see that happening. Looking at the girls that were talking with Glinta and Summer. "We shall see about that. However, what did you buy anyway?" his boss asked him curiously. "A never-ending flask of beer," Crow answered without hesitation. Before Ozpin could say anything, he continued, "Before you say anything, let me finish. This beer is unlike the normal ones that make me drunk and wasted. This one apparently clears my mind, the opposite of being drunk." "Oh? What changed?" Ozpin asked, genuinely surprised by his decision to buy such a thing. "Well, after knowing that Sum is alive, there's no point for me to continue drinking. The entire reason why I was drinking like crazy is because of her supposed death. While I may like drinking in the past, it was never to the point I'd drink every day non-stop," Crow admitted. His reason for drinking is to forget the pain, but now seeing that there's no reason for him to drink any further, he acted. Since he couldn't stop his craving for alcohol, despite wanting to stop, he decided to buy something that looks like alcohol, tastes like alcohol but isn't alcohol, but something that clears his mind. I see," Ozpin replied. After that, they continued their conversation. Chapter 28, Profit. I was satisfied by the profit I made from these people. I received a total of 5,250 MC from them. After Ozpin revived his daughters, he used the rest of his credits to recover his original appearance and his abilities, meaning he's back at his peak before he made the maidens. Honestly, thinking about that decision, it was seriously a dumb choice. Why the heck would he divide his powers into those 4 different people? Not only it backfired, it also made him weaker in the process. I could never understand Ozma's decision to do that. Even after Ozpin recovered at his peak, he still has some leftover credits. That's why he bought a mug that has a sign in the middle, Best Dad on Remnant. It also has an effect that refills the mug infinitely with 69 different kinds of coffee blend. To a coffee addict like him, this was simply perfect. To him it was the perfect mug in existence. I wasn't even going to question that, and the rest of Ozpin's MC was spent for whatever his daughter wanted, so naturally, he did it without complaint. After all, it was clear that the man treasures his children more than anything in the world. Because he spent all of his 10,000 credits, he obtained the golden credit card. He was the first one to receive such a thing. To get the bronze card, you just needed to convert something. To get the silver card you needed to spend 1,000 credits. To get the golden card you needed to spend 10,000. The platinum is 100,000, as for the diamond you needed to spend 10 million, a 100-fold increase rather than 10-fold. And there's a secret card, the VIP credit card. Those who spent a total of billion could get it, and there's only a handful of people that could afford that kind of money. Anyway, this is the newly generated credit card description. Gold card, Osmaspin Multiversal credits, 10,000 purchased history, none conversion history, immortality, type R, or reincarnation. Card access, door to the Multiversal shop, once a day -5% off for every purchase in the shop. A golden emblem above the head. There's a golden emblem attached above Ospin's head, a unique symbol that is unique to him. Those who own a bronze card don't have such a thing, only those who own silver or above could have an emblem attached above their head. The purpose of this kind of thing is that, when customers meet, they would know how privileged you are, meaning it's for flexing purposes. It's to show thy wealth. I also had my own unique emblem, but I chose to hide it. Not like I needed it anyway, since I'm pretty sure my future customers would recognize me as the shop owner. Maybe, hopefully, either way, we shall see that in the future, but for now, let's focus on the present. Crow, aside from his never-ending beer flask, he bought a lucky charm, a real one, not a fake, although its effect is still unknown. He pretty much used all of his credits for that single item. Now, as for Glinda, I don't know what she bought, as her purchase history is private. Apparently, you can make your history private since the shop respects the privacy and all. I honestly doubt that privacy thing. If the shop really respects the customer's privacy, then I wouldn't have that status ability. The only thing that was really private is their purchase history. Either way, I wasn't really that curious about her purchase. And finally, Summer, the one who brought them here, didn't convert or buy anything. It was such a shame. It would have been amazing if she converted her mystic eyes, those silver eyes. I'm sure that it cost a lot. Maybe less than immortality, but still a lot. Despite not converting anything, I was pretty grateful for her advertisement. Because of her, I earned a lot. With a smile on my face, I escorted them to the door. Why wouldn't I? They literally made me rich. 5,250 credits in the shop isn't a small amount, since you could buy what makes you truly powerful. After this, I would be one of the strongest in my world, at least at the same level as my elder sister, who was known as the supreme mage of the present era. Suck it, Lorelei. You can't nag me anymore with your life lessons. After they left, I still have a smile hanging on my face. Well, I suppose it's time for me to shop. Before I did, I remembered about basic body strengthening pills today. It has been so chaotic that I forgot this pill temporarily. Pretty sure right now, my sister must have gotten the news about my school's destruction, and there's no doubt they would feel the enormous prana in my former classroom. They would surely investigate this phenomenon, no doubt. Anyway, right now is the best to try the pills. There's a total of 3. And their size is similar to small marble. As a careful person, naturally I didn't swallow all 3 pills. I wasn't suicidal, and there's a lot of things that could go wrong if I'm not careful with my ingestion. The pill didn't immediately take effect. Only after a few minutes the effect was getting visible. My body started to feel unusually hot and my forehead started sweating. My face was turning red, and then I felt something inside my chest. It was some sort of foreign energy that definitely wasn't prana. It was something different. Something more controlled and refined than prana. Then a click appeared in my head, and that's how I realized what I felt was ki. It wasn't prana, but ki. This was something that I know from reading too many martial arts novels in his previous life. It was also something common in cultivation stories, and ki, unlike prana or mana in general, ki is all about body strengthening, unlike mana that you could use to utilize the world's mystery and cast it. For now, it's fairly detectable, but in the future, it will surely increase. I will make sure of it, and since I got a ki now, I wasn't sure which power system I should follow. It's either the Dragon Ball power system or the Cultivator power system. Both are exceptionally powerful, but the latter in the long run is just superior in every single way. For now, I'm not going to make such a major decision. My growth would depend on which path I would choose. Suddenly, after a few minutes of struggling to break, I noticed the smell in my body. Honestly, I've never smelled something so bad. I almost puke at my own body substance. Thankfully though, the suit has an amazing effect of auto-clean, which also includes my own body. Finally, after getting rid of the horrid smell, only then I sigh in relief. Even a dead dog smells better than that yucky black substance. I took off my suit and approached the mirror nearby, and I couldn't help but be astonished by my physique. With just a single pill, I already had visible ABS, although it's no 6-packs. It's still an ABS. For someone who didn't exercise daily, this was amazing. Looking at the rest of the pills, I didn't even hesitate to use all of them. After an unbearable process of swallowing 2 pills in one go, I realized how lucky I was not to swallow all 3 pills together, or else I would have literally exploded from the energy that the pills contained. 2 was my body limit. Now I can feel my ki more clearly. Not only that, I obtain a body that many men could only dream of having without serious training and patience. A perfectly refined 6-pack ABS. I couldn't stop myself from posing in the mirror. Don't lie, this is what you people would do after obtaining such a body. Damn, it's really amazing to think a pill could change my body this much. Not to mention its categories as common in Gacha. After I was satisfied flexing my newfound muscles in the mirror, it was time for me to buy something from the shop. Something that would cement my standing in my world, a strength that equals the heroic spirits from the throne of heroes. There's a lot of choices: rainbow-class mystic eyes, better magecraft, perhaps magic, or an item that could rival a noble phantasm. So many things to choose from. I opened the catalog to find something that is useful to me, and so far almost everything is useful, but I can't decide which one. God, there's even a hypnotizing mystic eye, and it's a ranked jewel? How TF is this backstreet level mystic eye's a jewel ranked? No wait, it could also hypnotize a magus? Now that's different because it's a known fact that a fellow magus can't hypnotize another magus due to their sensitivity to mana and better mental resistance. That's why hypnotizing magecraft is one of the basic spells to learn. As tempting as these mystic eyes are, it wasn't enough for me to be invested in this clearly hentai protagonist's ability. I'm definitely not a scumbag who thinks with his dick, rather than his brain. Anyway, forget about this. Right now I'm going to look at which one is more suitable for me. Wait. Isn't this? Chapter 29, Path to Victory. Salem was gazing at the broken moon from her castle. She couldn't remember how many times she had done this. Closing her eyes, she could still remember the days before this happened. Life was perfect. It was wonderful and filled with happiness, yet her ex-husband had to ruin it. They could have been gods, a start of a new era with their children. Salem's expression soured greatly as she remembered her children. Even to this day they were her most precious treasures. They were second to none, but because of that accident. No, she didn't want to remember that. It was painful even to this day. She was guilty of what happened that night. If only she didn't lose control. If only. Salem shook her head. There's no point thinking about what happened in the past because she could only think of the present in this world. There is no such thing as what if. Then suddenly, her subordinate entered the room. Mistress. Arthur Watts bowed slightly at her presence. Speak, what's the result of the investigation? Salem slowly walked closer to Watts. Ah, yes mistress, about the result. As expected, Osborne and his subordinates went missing for almost a month, and no one had seen them since, Watts answered. Salem's eyes narrowed at that news and thought. What game are you playing this time, Ozma? Her ex-husband's action was irregular. He isn't like this, hiding like a coward, leaving his castle unprotected, by her of all people. This must have been a trap. It has to be. Or it could be that he finally gave up on stopping her. Salem shook her head, denying that possibility. He is too stubborn to quit. She knew him better than anyone else, and that's why this has to be some sort of plan to stop her. So, did you find where Ozma and his subordinates are hiding? She said as she stopped walking and stared directly into Watts' eyes. Watts became a bit tense. She noticed but didn't say anything about it. All she wanted was an answer, a satisfying if not, she'd be quite disappointed. My sources did find his subordinates on an island called Batch a few hours ago. However, there was no sighting of Osborne. Watts slowly answered as looked at her a bit nervously. Salem frowned, and quickly afraid of displeasing her. Watts continued. But there's some additional people that we didn't recognize walking amongst Osborne's subordinates. Watts then showed her a few pictures of those additional people along with Ozma's subordinate. Her eyes stared at the picture and couldn't help but frown as she recognized a familiar woman and thought. Isn't that Silver Eyes pet of Ozma? I thought she was dead. Tyrion reported that she was. But it seems that he was mistaken about that. Then her eyes shifted to another picture and there, she couldn't contain her shock. Her wise and cold persona instantly broke as she saw the picture. Her body started trembling in an unnatural way, even her tone sounded different, but she didn't care. Watts. Is this real? Watts looked a bit confused by that statement, but regardless he answered her. Yes, mistress, it's 100% real. Finally, she couldn't contain it any way longer and exclaimed. Change of plans. Forget about Beacon. You must prioritize bringing these children here as soon as possible. Watts was deeply surprised by the sudden change of plan. However, she couldn't care less about his reaction, because inside her mind there's only one thing that she thought of. My daughters. They're alive. They're alive. How is this possible? Did the gods know? It doesn't matter even if it's a scheme by the brothers, I don't care. It didn't matter what sort of trick this is, but it doesn't matter, she would know eventually. For now, she has to see them, no matter what the cost. Hope bloomed inside her. It's been a very long time since she felt a positive emotion, and in this world, there aren't a lot of things that could make her feel like a human, and one of them was her children. Her own flesh and blood. Looking at the picture of her daughters once more, she clenched it hard and said, Soon, we'll be reunited and no one will be able to stop me. Her eyes glowed crimson red. She promised that they would be. However, she failed to see the other picture of her ex-husband, because she was too focused on the photo of her daughters, so she disregarded the other pictures. Her reunion with Ozma would be different because this time, he had his original body, her first love, her husband, her knight. Ozma. He suddenly felt a chill behind his back, and he immediately thought of an answer. It must have been Salem. There's no one who could give my body a reaction like that. Ozma was convinced by this, and then he stared at his daughters who were eating different flavors of ice cream. He called them out. Girls, I think we should get going. Staying here isn't a good idea. He received a no answer from his daughters. Ozma shook his head at their reply. As much as he wanted them to explore more of this island, his cautious personality won over him. No, we'll explore later, but for now we'll go to a safe location, and after I deemed it safe you can go wherever you want. Although there were a few protests, at the end of the day they followed their father's instructions, making Ozma smile in the process. Ozma was right about this decision because if they stayed an hour longer, there's no doubt that his ex-wife's subordinate would be here to try to kidnap his daughters. Not that they'll succeed though, since he's back at his peak state, and other than the brother gods and Salem herself, there's hardly anyone who could possibly beat him. But it would still be annoying being stalked 24 out of 7, after that he brought his children to his private bullhead and headed to Beacon. Because it is the safest location in all remnants. Wait. Isn't this? I was surprised at this particular ability or power that was in the recommendation section of the catalog. I know that the shop sells everything, but it was still surprising that the shop sold something as ridiculous as this. Authority of Vainglory, the name doesn't really ring a bell, but when I saw its description I immediately remembered about this power. It originated from Re-Zero. Its history wasn't too important, but to those who don't know, this ability was owned by a sociopath murdering Lulai. Anyway, its power is to rewrite the world to some extent, like if I saw someone get hit by a truck and die. I could simply rewrite that it never happened. Although this ability also has a lot of consequences, not to the user though but to the world itself. For example, if you tried to rewrite a person's existence, it would certainly cause a domino effect. If this person didn't exist then their supposed to be parents broke up because they couldn't have a child. Or that certain person's friend committed suicide because they didn't meet that said person. A single change could cause a massive wave, which was very dangerous, especially to my world. There's no way Gaia and Allah would be able to ignore it. That's why, even though it's a powerful ability not to mention affordable with my credits, there's no way I'd buy this. Because doing that would paint big bright letters behind my back. I'd surely be given the VIP treatment by the representative of humanity aka Allah, and Mother Earth aka Gaia. If I wanted a powerful ability, I would like something that isn't too obvious. I wasn't too worried though since there's plenty of things to choose from. This is going to take a while. It did take me a while to pick a suitable power-up. After all, there's so plenty to choose from. There are a few times that I was tempted to buy them, but only with strong logical thinking I managed not to. Like buying a hockey, devil fruits, lost magics from fairy tale, noble phantasm with conceptual abilities, and many more. But in the end, it was absolutely nothing from what I bought. Only because of the massive discount from the shop I managed to buy this absolutely cheat-like power, while it isn't flashy as those typical shonen abilities. This would no doubt guarantee his survival from any threat that was coming at my door, well most of them anyway. The perfect ability for me, and it's called Path to Victory, an ability that could guarantee my win in every probable situation. I can't wait to try this particular ability, especially trying it on a goddess like D. However, I'll be expecting to fail because there is such a thing as impossible victory. As I was about to leave the shop, suddenly someone opened the door and realized that it was a new customer. Instead of being annoyed, I smiled and thought, this must be my lucky day. Another person to profit from. With that in my mind, I welcomed the newest customer. Welcome to the shop, we have everything here, feel free to check the catalog. Warning. Must read. Chapter 30, Kusagakure. I took a closer look at my newest customer. It was a young woman that looks plain, well not exactly plain since we're talking about my standards here. I've met so many beautiful girls all over the years that it's skewed my standard of beauty either way. This girl could be categorized as a Japanese beauty, not too ugly and not too beautiful either. If there's a word to describe her appearance it would be called plain beauty. If she takes care of her appearance better her looks would be significantly better. Anyway, enough about her appearance, I'm going to look at her status to know her better and I was surprised at who this person is. Name, Kusagakure. Title, War Devil, Yoru. Sex, F. Age, 17. Strength, E. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Magic point, F. Luck, E+, NP, N/A. Asa, innate skill, the child of misfortune, rank B+. Description, a child that carries misfortune through their lives, suffering is their friend, bad luck is a family, pain is an old friend, acquired skills, bookworm, rank D+, devil hater, rank B+, Yoru, innate skills, the incarnation of war, rank X, Description: the truest manifestation of war. As long as war exists, it will continue to exist. The more conflict there is, the stronger it becomes. Devil, rank A+. Description: a being born from hell, formed and created by humanity's fear, and given a form. Warfare expert, rank A+. Description: completely natural for something that has to do with conflict and violence. Acquired skills: acrobatics, rank B+. Weapon mastery, rank A+. Murderer, rank A+. Warmonger, rank A+. Sociopath, rank A+. Okay, this is ridiculous. Even Ozma's status isn't comparable to this. If this war devil or Yoru was at her peak, there's no doubt she'd be equivalent to a beast. Something that could make humanity extinct. Either way, enough with that surprise. It's not like she can do anything in this shop anyway. Looking at Asa, who was obviously panicking at the situation she was in, it seemed that she didn't hear my words from before. That's why this time I'm getting her attention. Ahem, Ms. Makata, would you please calm down? Mentioning her name got her attention. What, who are you? H, how did you know my name? Are you a devil? The fear in her voice was obvious to anyone. I would have been deaf if I didn't notice. Before I could answer, suddenly Yoru said. That man isn't a devil, Asa, but for some reason, I feel threatened by this person. Be careful, this never happened to me. Yoru's words only made Asa feel more nervous than before. I couldn't help but smile, wary, and thought. It's definitely one of those days. Asa, this is bad, really bad. Right now she's inside a devil's domain. Like I said, this man isn't a devil. Asa completely ignored Yoru and continued her musing. This wasn't her first time being inside a devil's domain, however, it didn't make it less stressful than before. She needed to get out of here quickly, but she wasn't sure how. There's a door behind you. This time Asa heard Yoru and she immediately shifted her gaze behind her. There was indeed a door, however before she could run at the door, she heard the devil say. Wait, I know you're planning to leave, but would you please listen to me? Like your friend says, I'm not a devil and I'm okay going to hurt you physically or mentally. The devil man said. Wait. Asa realized something. This man just mentioned Yoru. How was it possible? Isn't she just a hallucination made by her mind, or as Yoru claimed? Why, you can see her? She pointed at her counterpart. Of course, I do. The devil man, no, the mysterious person answered. Now that Yoru knew that this man could see her, she immediately demanded. Who are you? The man smiled amusedly. At Yoru's outburst, he answered her question. However, he was looking at her instead of Yoru. I'm just the humble shopkeeper of this place. A shop? This place is a shop? Yes, it's a shop. What? Is this man able to read minds or something? No, I can't, it's just the expression you're making that says it all. Oh. She suddenly felt embarrassed despite this confusing situation. I see. I can read your mind, you know. Yoru unhelpfully reminded. Shut up, Yoru, you're not helping. Asa thought irritatedly in her mind. Anyway, we're getting further to the topic. You want to know how you got to this place, no? The mysterious man guessed exactly what she was meaning to ask. That's right. Well, it's simple really, you went inside using the door. The man smiled amusingly at her. Huh? Is this guy treating her like an idiot? No, I certainly did not. I'm merely stating facts here. Anyway, let me continue. The door you went in is connected to the shop. That's why you are able to get in. And no, I didn't kidnap you or anything. You voluntarily went inside. The mysterious man said as he folded his hands behind his back. What? There's no way I voluntarily. Asa suddenly paused her sentence as she remembered something from her recent memory. After her date with Denji and saying goodbye to him, promising another date later, she went inside her apartment and suddenly bumped into another door, which was confusing, as she was sure that she had opened it already. But she thought that fatigue was getting to her since she had a hysterical day. However, it doesn't seem to be that way, as she just stumbled upon this shop that she literally had nothing to do with or be part of. So, you remembered what happened, yes? The man said. Yes, I did. But why is that door inside my apartment? Asa exclaimed. Inside your apartment? The man actually looked surprised, but quickly he managed to change it back to stoic. Well, it doesn't matter. It matters to me. However, he just ignored her words entirely and said. Anyway, since you're here anyway, why not buy something as a souvenir? Asa didn't feel like she wanted to stay with her anymore. She was about to ignore him entirely and leave, but his next words made her stop. Don't you want to get rid of that devil who is possessing you? Regaining back the control you had before the devil appeared? If you want, I can help you with that. The mysterious man smiled confidently as if he could back up his words. Asa's attention was now fully on the man, and Yoru started panicking for some reason. Oi, don't listen to that guy. Get us out of here or I'll kill you. Hey, don't worry about that devil threatening you, Because in this place she won't be able to do a thing. She could see the man smile widely as he was looking at Yoru. And Yoru's eyes widened as she realized that she was indeed powerless in this place. What? Why can't I control you anymore? Hearing that from the devil, Asa's eyes widened as she realized that the man in front of her was telling her the truth and Yoru is indeed powerless in this place. So, what's your answer? Do you want me to remove her so that you'd regain your freedom, or you let her stay in control of your body and forget this happened? The man looked like he was challenging her to choose. Asa was conflicted by this, a chance to regain her freedom. A part of her wanted to get over it and wanted to be freed, but another part of her didn't want to. Because in exchange she would be alone once again. Yoru was the companion that she never had for years, even though she technically threatened her with her life. Asa couldn't decide what to do, that's why she remained silent for a minute. I see, you can't decide, huh? The man had a tone of disappointment in his voice. Hearing that disappointment made her feel ashamed of herself. There was an obvious opportunity to free herself from the devil threatening her life, but she couldn't because she didn't want to be alone. How sad is that? Even Yoru was pretty surprised by her action. She must have thought that she wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. But she didn't, making Yoru became thoughtful of her host. Anyway, since you don't want to be free from her influence, that's your choice. Anyway, I'd like to make another offer. Why not sell the thing that causes you bad luck? Those words made Asa snap back from reality and reply. You can do that? She couldn't stop herself from giving him an incredulous look. I can, so do you want to? That goes without saying, she immediately answered. If you can, please do. And with a snap of his finger, she felt something inside her, not in a physical sense but mentally, left her, but she can't tell what it was. She just felt something inside her was taken away. Then a bronze card fell right into her hand. Bronze card, Asamakata Multiversal Credits, 100 Purchased History, None Conversion History, The Child of Misfortune, Rank B+ Card Access, Door to the Multiversal Shop, once a week, this is. The man looked at her and answered. That is your credit card, something that holds the currency of this place and uses it to be something in the shop. Right. You keep saying this is a shop, but I haven't seen anything that you sell. Asa's eyes wandered around and hadn't seen anything that was worth selling aside from those items on the shelves. Oh, about that, you need to open the catalog. As she was about to ask what this catalog was, a blue screen appeared in front of her, surprising her. Then she saw the pictures of various kinds of items, although their prices are ridiculous and she couldn't afford them, even in yen. That is the shop, by the way. With all the items in this weird blue screen, it made sense why this place is called a shop. I wasn't sure what to think at the moment, because I have the most unexpected customer inside my shop right now. They were 3 versions of John Arc. The teenager John who just started attending Beacon Academy. The young adult John who is from Volume 8, is a licensed huntsman. And the old man John who fell from the ever after, the rusted knight from the fairy tale. They were pointing at each other like from that certain meme from Earth. What? Why is my younger self here, and is that an old version of me? I've seen weird things in my life, but this is surprising even to me. With a sigh on my lips, I whispered. The Wonders of the Multiverse. Chapter 31, Thy Holy Awesome Mitaka. Originally she thought that she wouldn't be able to afford anything in the catalog, seeing those ridiculous numbers in their price tags, but she was wrong because there was a lot that she could afford with her 100 credits in the catalog. She can't even comprehend how many could buy with her money. Looking at the items and reading what could they do, is unusually enjoyable. She would have continued if it wasn't for the fact that Yoru was pointing at some items in the catalog with an exceptionally loud voice. We need that. Buy that right now. With that compass, we can find Chainsaw Man. Asa suddenly started to regret her decision of not converting Yoru as a currency, though she wouldn't do it though just saying. Honestly, she couldn't understand Yoru's obsession with Chainsaw Man, even though she already explained why. Either way, she wouldn't dig any further than she already has. Sounds like a pain in the ass to interfere with her problems. Anyway, she should focus on what she could buy. There's a lot of items here that are insanely useful for her survival. Well, not that she can talk about survival and all, since she literally threw away her chance of gaining freedom. The more she thinks about it, the stupider she is for being conflicted with such a simple choice. She couldn't stop letting out a massive tired sigh. I'm such an idiot. You are. Yoru appeared right next to her, staring her in the eyes. Asa controlled her flinching. No matter how many times Yoru does this, it always surprises her every damn time. Then she scowled at Yoru. I don't need you to remind me of what I already know. I'm aware, but I honestly do not understand your decision of not getting rid of me. If it were in the same situation as you are, I wouldn't hesitate to get rid of me. Yoru said, like it was a matter of fact. A tick mark appeared on her forehead and replied irritatedly. Maybe I should get rid of you all at once. Whoa. Whoa. Don't do that. Yoru hissed in her direction. And why exactly shouldn't I? Unlike before, I have every power here. Asa fought back. Yoru remained silent as she had no idea what to answer because what Asa mentioned is absolutely right. In this place she had no power. So threatening Asa to die won't work at all. After a full minute of being silent, Yoru finally spoke. I don't understand you. While you might have threatened to get rid of me, in reality, you won't. Do not forget I am you, but at the same time I am not. We might share the same brain but we are totally opposite to each other. Asa didn't have an answer to that question, so she decided to divert her attention to the shop catalog. She didn't want to think hard about what Yoru said. It is a very complicated question after all. She went to the item section that has holy properties, ones that are effective to devils in general. There's a lot of it, however, there's only a few that are useful to her. Most of it, if not all, have some weird conditions like you must be a priest to use it, a saint or pope or a holy virgin, etc. She's certainly a virgin but definitely isn't holy by any means. Holy shroud. Holy dagger. Holy shield. Holy gown. Why do items with light properties have a holy attached to them? Is it some kind of rule or something? Either way, despite its rather obvious names, it is useful for devil hunting. Not that she'd hunt devils, she'd use them to protect herself. Okay, that was a pretty dumb statement she just made right now. She can't even protect herself from the devil possessing her body. Why would she need these if she can't even do that? Letting out a sigh, she continued her search for suitable items or skills for her own use. I was quite disappointed by Asa's decision of not converting Yoru or the war devil. I would have gotten a massive profit. Either way, it isn't such a massive loss on my part since I wouldn't be lacking customers in the future anyway. Sure, it might take time, but the thing is I have all the time. It won't matter in the grand scheme of things. However, I couldn't help but be curious as to how much an X item or skill converted into. Guess I'll never know, at least for now. After waiting for another few minutes, finally they bought something in the shop. Asa, are you really going to buy that? Yoru made a face. However, Asa ignored it as this was definitely a useful item for her. It was a bracelet with light properties. When the user is harmed, if physically it would generate a barrier of light, and if mentally it would generate a halo above her head, meaning if someone tried to control her they wouldn't be able to unless she allows them. Yoru was no exception to this rule. That's why she's making such a face, because she can't freely take over Asa's body like before. And another thing, she bought a holy dagger. Yes, that dagger that had holy properties. Since it could one-hit a low-class devil, although it wouldn't be able to do anything toward the primal fear devils. Since those devils are in a league of their own, she can actually do serious damage to the four horsemen. War, famine, control and death. I need this so that I can protect myself. Whatever, Yoru replied. She could literally hear the displeasure in her voice, maybe because she finally had the means to protect herself from her. Who knows, she'll never know. Unlike Yoru, she can't read her mind, as Yoru does with her. It's a completely one-sided contract, but then again, thanks to Yoru she is alive. Without her interference she wouldn't even be alive today. It's also part of the reason why she decided not to get rid of her, aside from having a companion. Now, as for her last purchase, it wasn't an item but a skill, and it wasn't useful for combat either but for resting. Sleeping, C plus lucid dreaming, D. It might be useless for most people, but for her, they were useful, especially when Yoru is so damn loud sometimes. Ever since the possession she rarely got a good sleep, that's why buying these two skills is definitely a must. With that, all of her credits were gone and she didn't regret it one bit. After all, in her eyes they were useful to her. I suppose you're done with your shopping. Asa shifted her gaze toward the man, and couldn't help but thought. I didn't even notice him approaching me. I did. Yoru reminded. Shut up, you're not helping. Asa snapped inside her mind. Yoru, however, just rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm done with it. Asa nodded at the shopkeeper. Alright, I suppose you won't change your mind about converting this thing. The man stared at Yoru. And his action made Yoru uncomfortable. A devil felt uncomfortable with the presence of a man who she claimed wasn't even a devil. Once again she couldn't help but wonder who this mysterious man was. I won't. Asa shook her head, although she did think about converting Yoru once or twice. A shame, but if you change your mind please don't hesitate to come here again. The mysterious man smiled at her. Now that she threw off her caution, she realized how handsome this man is, making her blush a bit. Really, Asa? You're seriously easy. A while ago you fell in love with that Danji person and now, you're starting to feel something. Yoru was giving her a look of displeasure. Her blush deepens even more. She wasn't in love, okay? It's just teenage hormones. She can't stop it. Then the man coughed to get her attention, which it certainly did. Now if you're done with communicating with your friend, I'd like to say something myself. I never did introduce myself to you, Miss Makata, which was unprofessional. Anyway, the name is Alexander or Alex. Either of the one is fine. However, you can also call me shop owner. Alex bowed a bit and continued. And if you want to come here, to do that you just need to use the ID that you received from the shop. Know that you can only use it once a week. Asa nodded at his explanation and then asked him something that she had been meaning to ask ever since arriving in this place. By the way, where's this place located? Is this somewhere in Japan? Alex smiled at her and replied. No, it's not anywhere from Japan, Miss Mikata, or anywhere from your world, because the shop is located in another universe entirely away from yours. At first, she wanted to deny such a ridiculous statement, but it was stuck in her throat and thought. Compared to some items that the catalog sells, this place located in another universe isn't that surprising. Oh? You're taking this far easier than I thought. Alex was looking at her with amusement in his eyes. Well, compared to those ridiculous powers and items in the recommendation section of the shop catalog, I don't think this shop location is surprising. Asa admitted. Hey, that's a nice reasoning. Anyway, it's time for you to go back to your own world. Alex then approached the door and opened it for her like a gentleman. With that, she went outside the shop and realized that she was now inside her apartment, making a sigh of relief. At first, she thought of it as some very realistic lucid dream, but when she saw the bracelet, she realized that it was no dream, making her feel excited and nervous at the same time. Are you happy now? Yoru grumbled right next to her. Asa flashed her counterpart with a confident smile. Now that she has something to protect herself from Yoru, she answered. Indeed, I am. Chapter 32, Alexander's Kink. After Asa Mitaka left, it's finally time for me to leave the shop. I'm going to save the 50 credits that I profited from Asa for later use. With a single thought, I left the shop and came back outside the toilet, since not a single second had passed here. I need to stay in the toilet for a minute so that it wouldn't be suspicious. Exactly a minute later, I went back to the dining room. Honestly, it felt a bit strange. I was gone for like several hours, and not even a second had passed her, meaning I saw them yesterday, but for them it was just a minute when they last saw me. Anyway, I shouldn't act suspicious. Being part of the Mage Association for years makes you learn one or two things about acting, precisely masking one's emotions. However, despite acting as if nothing happened, Dee was looking in my direction with suspicion. Right, if there's anyone who would notice something different no matter how small it may be, it's her. Dee. After all, her title as a goddess would have been for nothing. Unlike the Greek gods, she desired her title, and that frankly makes her so annoying to deal with because she knew her capabilities, her flaws, and everything. I approached the table and looked at her and asked. What? You did something. I know you did, but I don't know what it is. How strange. Dee touched her chin and started pondering. It must have been your imagination. I let out a scoff, hoping that she'd buy it, but sadly it's Dee we're talking about. She's far from being a fool. Do not think for a second that it would fool me. Alex, I know I felt something. Dee's eyes narrowed in my direction, making me tense for a bit. However, it disappeared as quickly as it appeared, because Dee smiled and said, well, figuring out your little secret is going to be entertaining for me to discover. I let out a sigh and decided not to hide about it anymore since she figured it out. Why not give her a challenge? Isn't this what she wanted for entertainment? Good luck, I said. Hey, I don't need luck. You must know that I'm older than the concept called luck. Dee grinned. Damn, I know she was old, but to think she was that old. You know that I can't read your mind, but it doesn't mean I can't tell that you're insulting me. Dee let out an irritated huff. I didn't insult you. Technically, being surprised at someone's age isn't an insult. It's just a matter of perspective. But still, even she is conscious of her age, huh? Definitely surprising. Again, I feel like you're insulting me. Dee pouted in my direction. No, I am not anyway. It's rude not to eat your food. I pointed at the medium-rare steak on the table. Dee shrugged and didn't really care, as that rule doesn't apply to her. I couldn't help but sigh and gave Mama Bachi a wary smile, which she answered with a gentle smile. After that, I continued eating the meal that Mama Bachi made for us. While it may not be my brother-in-law's level of cooking, it's definitely acceptable, and one must know that an acceptable in my eyes is at least 3-4 stars. So, Mama Bachi definitely has a talent for cooking despite not being a chef, but then again Shiru wasn't either. I tried to go back home, but Bachi's mother insisted for us to stay over at night because she thought that it would be better that way, especially for me who was alone at my house. It was nice of her, but it was misplaced. I like being alone most of the time. While I may be an extrovert, I'm also an introvert most of the time, but not as severe as Bachi. Her introverted personality is in a league of her own. Anyway, since she insisted, there was no reason to refuse her. It's not like this is the first time I've been on a sleepover at someone's place. Dee was also invited, which she readily accepted. Unlike my known background of living alone in my house, in her household she had a family. A fake one, mind you, whether she brainwashed those people to become her parents, or created fake people as her parents. In the end, it doesn't matter, It's not like I'm planning to meet whoever her parents are. I was asked to sleep in the extra room of the house. This room was supposed to be Bocce's little sister, but she wasn't using it since most of the time she sleeps in her parents' room. I couldn't help but thought. The amount of cock block this girl did must have been plenty. I definitely could imagine that now with the futon laying on the floor. I didn't hesitate to lie down as I was a bit tired. I closed my eyes so that I could sleep, but... So, you're not going to sleep with me? My eyes opened as soon as they closed and I shifted my gaze toward the suspect. It was Dee. When the heck did she even get here? I tried opening my mouth, but she put her forefinger on it, stopping me from saying whatever I was supposed to say. SHHH, the night is still young, it's still too early for you to sleep, why not have sex with me for a bit? Dee gave me a seductive smile. I can't believe she said that without being embarrassed, but then again it's Dee we are talking about, I'm not sure if she's even capable of being embarrassed or something. Either way, she set me in the mood and it definitely made me horny, damn I blame her for this. I couldn't stop myself from being excited, because we're about to do it on someone's roof. What if they made too much noise and were found out? Thinking about it made me even hornier than before. I'm definitely a deviant. Dee was already taking off her shirt, however, before she could remove her skirt, I said. Don't remove your skirt and bra, just let them stay on. With that Dee smiled and replied with a teasing tone. So that is your kink, huh? However, I wasn't having it. Do it or I won't have sex with you. I was definitely serious with my threat. I was kidding when I said that, although Dee doesn't seem like she wanted to reject my suggestion. Hey, fine, you know those words of yours, usually it's the girls who get to say something like that. Dee smirked in my direction. Well, newsflash, welcome to the modern times. I answered sarcastically. Dee rolled her eyes and then removed her panties, and slowly took off my pants. With a lewd smile, she said. I'm going to suck you dry today. I shivered, however this time I was more confident with my stamina since I took that ridiculous pill that literally gave me ABS within a few minutes. As she was about to start, she noticed that something was new in my body. She blinked for a moment before taking off my shirt and then she grinned widely. Oh? These babies definitely weren't here yesterday, and now you have them. This can't be Magecraft or else I would definitely notice. Ho ho, it seems that your secret is more interesting than I thought. Her expression was similar to a kid that found a new toy to play with. It definitely wasn't a pleasant sight to look at. Either way, after that they started their interaction. For a moment they more like I in this case forgot that the room next to them was Bocce's. Meaning their moaning and groaning was heard by Hattori Goto. Hattori Goto, she had no idea what to think at the moment, as her apparent friends, well one of them being her best friend, were having intense sexual intercourse at the moment. At first, she was shocked because she didn't realize that the two of them were in that kind of relationship. The two definitely weren't close by any means, or maybe it's just her since she never saw them interact with each other in class. However, it wasn't too important because, at the moment, she definitely felt hurt because the person who loves apparently is in a sexual relationship with someone other than her. It makes her want to cry at the moment. However, the reason why she didn't is because of how loud they are, not to mention Wakaba's moan was absolutely mind-blogging, even in JAV aka Japanese adult videos. She never, ever heard someone moan that loud, which made her wonder if her parents downstairs heard them. But at the moment she couldn't care less, as right now she is downright horny. She didn't know when did she pull off her panties, but it didn't matter and she started pleasuring herself. And she started imagining what it's like to be at Wakaba's place right now. She felt hurt, jealous, and horny at the same time. It was such a unique feeling, something that she'll probably never forget. That night she never managed to sleep. It was morning when I realized that Bocce had most likely heard us having sex, and immediately realized that this was Dee's scheme, from the 2 times we had sex previously. While she moans, she definitely isn't that loud, so it's obvious that she wanted a certain someone to hear us. I couldn't stop myself from cursing Dee in my mind. Now this is going to be awkward for me and Bocce. How am I supposed to explain this? Either way, I'm definitely sure that this morning is going to be filled with awkwardness between us. Chapter 33, Path to be a Magician. As I predicted, it was really an awkward morning between us. I've definitely noticed every time I try and look at her she would immediately averts her eyes away from mine. Yeah, she definitely heard what happened yesterday. She would have been a complete deaf not to hear that moaning and groaning. Either way, I saw Dee smirking in my direction. This bitch really did plan this to happen. Must she enjoy messing with me that much? My reaction must have been some sort of entertainment for her. One day I'll forcefully shove that beautiful face into my dick. Ahem, technically I'm already doing that. Anyway, she'll get her deserved punishment soon. Wait, isn't this the perfect time to use my newfound ability? I didn't have time to try testing it yesterday, but I'm definitely trying it now. Thankfully my new power came with a guide to how it works. You needed to ask a specific question, and my power would gather the necessary information on how to answer that question, or how to achieve it. With my power, path to victory, I asked for a way to defeat or neutralize D. And after a second I immediately got my answer. Unable to find a way to defeat or neutralize the being D, right, I was totally expecting this kind of answer, but to see that there's no way to defeat or neutralize D was really surprising now that it was proven by his newest ability. Shaking my head, it wasn't such a loss to know that with my current ability, there's no way I'd be able to defeat D. Anyway, as for other questions I'd like to ask other than defeating this ridiculous being. I asked. Is there a way to obtain the first true magic without consequences to me and the others around me? Again, I wasn't expecting good news, but I did, which was definitely shocking. Path 1, talk about to D. She can help you obtain the first true magic without consequences, tell her your true intention without lying as it's pointless. Path 2, in 2019 July 18th, there will be a singularity at the location 30, at exactly 23:55, Path 17, compared to Path number 1. Path 2 is a very long and complicated process. I knew all the details, conditions, and exact time, to obtain the first true magic. Either way, the fact that there's 17 ways to obtain the first true magic without consequences was something I definitely did not expect. Suddenly an excited smile appeared on my face. How could I not? In front of me, there's a chance to obtain the true first magic without consequences. D noticed my excited smile and asked, "Care to share your thoughts?" Immediately I shifted my gaze toward D. The distaste I had for her before has now completely disappeared. "Say, I want to obtain the first true magic, will you help me?" I asked her straightforward without a lie. As the path mentioned, it is pointless to lie since she'll definitely know. Manipulating her is no good either, as she is someone who has millions of years of experience manipulating people. Obviously she'd immediately know if someone is trying to manipulate her. That's why, I have to tell her honestly and straightforwardly, and her reaction was definitely interesting. She has a look of surprise on her face. This was the first time I have seen her look surprised about anything actually, and right now I'm engraving that look in my mind because I know this is going to be as rare as a needle in a haystack. Although it quickly disappeared as soon as it did. Were you always this straightforward? No, but since you asked me for my thoughts I decided to tell you, I replied a bit too bluntly. I never expect you to ask me for such a thing. I'm pretty sure you're not the type to pursue something like that. Perhaps I read you wrong. D muttered while raising one of her eyebrows. I'm not, it's just I know you're capable of helping me get the first true magic, so I decided why not ask for your help? I said while putting both hands on my back. Indeed that's true, D admitted it like it was not a big deal. To say that I wasn't speechless was a lie. To D obtaining one of the true magic is a cakewalk, but to me and the others who are part of the moonlit world, it takes more than luck and time to obtain true magic. Maybe I should stop using the Magus common sense on D because it's useless to apply it to her. Let's just pretend that what she's capable of is completely normal and nothing special. Yes, I can definitely do that because I'm also not normal anymore since like her I could also obtain anything with a bit of effort thanks to the shop. Soon the impossible is going to be possible. Anyway, can you help me? I needed her answer. If she won't then I'll achieve it in another way. There are 16 more ways to obtain the first true magic, aside from paths 1 and 2 which have nothing to do with the shop. The rest is connected to the shop, like getting specific items, skills, or power. I mean path 17 is outright telling me to go buy the first true magic, which completely beats the point of obtaining the true magic without the shop. D had a pondering look on her face, before smirking in my direction. I'll help you, but with a condition. I rolled my eyes at that. I was hoping this one is without a catch, but it seems that I was asking for too much. Either way, I'll hear her condition first before accepting the deal. Fine, what is that condition? D smirked as she walked closer to my spot and whispered something in my ear, and what she said definitely made my cheeks go red. Hey, are you serious? I can't believe she told me that. Does this woman have any shame at all? No, definitely not. Looking at how calm she is, it's safe to say that she doesn't have any. So? Your answer. D awaited my response. Despite how embarrassing her condition was, it was nothing compared to obtaining one of the 5 true magic. Alright, you shameless woman, I accept your condition. I can't believe I'm going to do this with you. I couldn't help but mutter the last part. D smiled even more widely at my response. Good, now I'd help you obtain that so-called first true magic. It's been a while since I've contacted Ruth-chan, but she owes me a favor, so I think it's going to be fine. After hearing her sentence, I couldn't help but blink a couple of times before, trying to confirm what I just heard. Excuse me? Did you just say the root, the origin of everything is a she? This is the first time I've heard of it. Of course not, Ru definitely isn't a she by all means. However, every time we meet, she would always use a woman's appearance. Her real form isn't something immortal as you could comprehend. Your brain would melt. Literally from an overload of information. Honestly, I don't get your magus and your ambition to recruit. I mean, meeting her would guarantee 0.0000000000001% dying. It's not a real percentage number, by the way, it's just me saying that it's almost impossible to stay alive after getting a glimpse of her. Dee stated with a shrug. Okay, I definitely didn't see it coming for the root to take the form of a woman. Suddenly I thought of something that made me chuckle. So if the root takes the appearance of a woman, does this mean all magi in general are simps? I mean, they would literally do anything to get a glimpse of the root. Is there something funny? Dee asked as she crossed both of her arms together. No, it's just a thought anyway. So the root takes the appearance of a woman. Does the woman she represent a human or something else? A human, definitely, except for those inhuman eyes that make you feel exposed. Even I wasn't an exception to that. Either way, if I recall correctly, the root is taking the appearance of a woman named Shikiryo-ugi. She existed before, but now she's part of the root. Shikiryo-ugi. I thought of that name. That's definitely a familiar name. I'm sure I knew about her in my past life, but I can't recall her, as most of my memories about her, specifically Fate, are mostly blurry. It's honestly a bit annoying. It's like someone was interfering with my previous life memories of Fate, actively wanting me to forget everything about it. Anyway, thinking further won't help, however, I'll keep that name listed in my head for now. Right, so when are we going to start? I asked. After breakfast, Dee answered almost immediately. I blinked and thought. It's sooner than I expected. Thus, after the conversation, breakfast with the Goto family started. After that is a meeting with the root, and a small interlude of Mitsuha. Make an unexpected customer arrived in my shop. It was the famed queen of the Land of Shadows. Skathak. So you wanted to die? I asked the God Slayer with a bit of doubt. Yes, that's my ultimate wish. You can have everything I have if you can grant it, my body, my talent, my skills, my power. Absolutely everything that my body could offer. Skathak remained stoic all the way. Right, if that's what you want, then who am I to stop a customer from their desire? Anyway, I have a perfect guy for this job. I snapped my fingers at a black-haired Japanese teenager with a confused expression as to why he suddenly appeared in this place. Yogi Ritaketu, I'm sorry for the unexpected invitation, but I have someone here that desires to die. Would you please kindly grant her death? I pointed at Skathak, who was a bit skeptical of the entire thing. However, Yarigi nodded. If she desires death, then I will grant it. Die. What is this nonsense? Without even finishing her entire sentence, her body collapsed on the floor like a puppet that had cut strings cut off from her body. I'm done, Yogi Ri said casually, like he didn't just kill an immortal woman. Thank you for your assistance. I bowed to him. After all, it is only natural to show respect to a being that could literally kill me with just a thought. So okay, can you bring me back now? Certainly. With that, I snapped my fingers and brought him back to wherever he came from. Chapter 34, Unexpected Meeting. Hattori-san, did you enjoy what you did yesterday? Dee suddenly asked with a smirk. Hearing ask that particular question made me feel like something chaotic is about to happen real soon, despite knowing that I could probably stop this conversation. I was interested in where this was going, so I kept my silence and listened. Bocce, who was about to drink her daily dose of milk, why do you think that she got a massive breast? Of course, it's part genetics and part milk. Milk. I'm a big girl and I drink milk. Is a quote from a certain Little Riding Hood. What are you talking about, Wakaba-san? Bocce answered rather nervously at the sudden unexpected question. Oh, you know, the fingery D before she could finish her sentence. Bocce interrupted her, which was very surprising, knowing how extreme her social anxiety is. Ah. And my spilled in my fingers. Bocce suddenly blurted as she intentionally spilled her glass of milk into her fingers. Despite that obvious distraction, Dee's smirk became even wider, her lips like they were about to split. Oh, that is unfortunate. If you damage your fingers any further, she wouldn't be able to finger it for quite some time, you know? Dee's smirk turned into something more vicious. It was a miracle that no one noticed such an evil smile, aside from me, of course. Bocce's face became flustered, and her eyes wandered around the room. She looked like she would rather be somewhere else than here. Thank you for the small mercies, Mama. Bocce interfered. That's right, you should dip it in a cold water, Hattori-chan, or else you wouldn't be able to use your fingers in playing your guitar. Oh my god, woman, how could you be so oblivious? It was very clear that they weren't talking about that. Hearing that, Bocce straightens her back, and a little bit of her confidence is back. I will, Mom. Dee, however, didn't react visibly as she kept a smile on her face. Indeed, you should clean it with cold water, Hattori-san, or else you wouldn't be able to finger your guitar. Bocce didn't even answer as her face was red. She immediately fled from the scene, as she couldn't stand being in this place any longer, She might as well die from embarrassment. Well, it wasn't what I intended, but it's still satisfactory. D smiled. While I rolled my eyes for a bit and replied. You just have to push it, don't you? It was entertaining. Can you blame me? Yes. Absolutely, it's her fault. To begin with, there's no denying that fact. D, however, pouted at my immediate answer. However, I ignored her and continued to eat the pancakes that Mama Bachi cooked for them. You know I'm also good at fingering minors. D, just shut up, I replied a bit irritatedly and thought. Seriously? Right in front of pancakes. DZ however answered with a chuckle of her own and didn't care about his irritation. Yamano Mitsuoshi narrowly escaped death, only because of teleportation and the interference of Alexander. Although she did, it didn't stop the guilt that she felt at the moment. She managed to live while the others didn't. If there's an afterlife, which most likely there is, she wouldn't be able to look them in the eyes, especially the eyes of Alexander. Only thanks to his action of standing up, she managed to feel that there's a danger that was coming to them. Without hesitation she teleported before it came to her, as selfish as it is she wanted to survive. Because of that, she is alive. While she may not regret what she did, however, it did give her survivor's guilt. And she would carry it till the day she died. Closing her eyes and letting out a massive sigh. I can't change what happened, but I will certainly remember everyone from my class. Right now she was in a village in another world, living with the girl who saved her about a week ago. Mitsuo saw Colette waving at her while she was chopping some firewood using a massive axe. Naturally, she waves back, although it makes her wonder how could a small girl like Colette carry something heavy with such ease? That's a question that she'll probably never understand for a long time. As far as she's concerned, she was fond of the girl, no matter how unusual she may be. After all, she wouldn't have survived in this world without Colette. Speaking of people that she's fond of, she doesn't have a lot, since most people that she's close to the heart are mostly dead. Now that she mentioned it, wasn't she fond of Alexander too? Of all the people in her school, he was the one who she liked the most, though her relationship with him is complicated. She liked him, not just as a friend but also in a romantic sense. She wouldn't have minded dating him. If she didn't, there's no way she'd give up her virginity to him. While having sex with him is a bit of a mistake on her part, which she didn't regret by the way, she was emotional at that time and desperately needed someone's comfort, since after all the funeral of her family happened that day. Feeling utterly alone, you can't blame her for acting irrationally. Sometimes you needed someone to cling upon so that you would be able to keep going. After that incident happened, it was a miracle that the two of them didn't act awkward with each other, as both of them acted like that moment didn't happen. It felt a bit painful that he never mentioned anything about it, but it wasn't like she was blaming him for that, since she too didn't say anything about that time. More likely, she didn't actively pursue that matter, since after that happened she obtained her ability to travel between worlds, but it's more like teleportation rather than just traveling between worlds. And now, she regrets not talking about it with him. If she did, they'd probably start dating. Honestly, he was the only guy in school that had a chance of dating her, as she wasn't really actively trying to start a relationship with anyone, or boys in general. But it was too late since he was dead. Since whatever was coming into their classroom is something massive, unless he had some sort of defensive ability that could survive a nuke, there's no way he'd be able to live, unless, of course, he had a similar power to her. Anyway, she should stop thinking about it, since it wouldn't lessen the guilt and regret that she is feeling right now. I think I've stayed here long enough. It's time to go back into my world to see what truly happened. Before using her ability, she went somewhere that doesn't have any living human beings. After all, her ability is supposed to be a secret. No one should know about it, at least for now. After she went back to Earth, in Japan, she immediately opened the news and saw their school wrecked beyond belief. And the newscaster said that the reason for this unfortunate incident is because of a massive gas leak. What the hell? There's no way that was a gas leak. If it was, she would have noticed. Mitsuo couldn't stand the newscaster's bullshit. So she turned off the TV, thinking about what she just heard. Are they trying to hide something? Which was obviously the case. However, what are they trying to hide? If what happened to her class is a conspiracy, then it's her job to figure out the mystery of what truly happened in her class. She can't let this injustice go. But how exactly is she going to start? After all, she didn't have a lead, nor she did not have enough resources to investigate. This won't do. She needed something that could calm her thought. She needed a dose of warm cafe or something. Mitsuo went to the shelves and winced as she realized that she was out of stock. That's why she went to the nearest store to buy a pack. There she met someone she never thought she'd see in this life again. Wakaba-san? Oh? Yamano-san, hello there. Wakaba-san flashed her a smile. Mitsuo couldn't help but feel that there was something strange going on with this person. She didn't notice it before that incident, but she certainly did now. She didn't remember Wakaba to be this cheerful, as this, Not to mention she shouldn't have acted happy like this if she's someone who survived that incident, which isn't possible unless you have some sort of ability considering the devastation that was made in their former classroom. She would have looked traumatized or at least sad, but Wakabe was none of that. She looks perfectly happy, like that tragedy didn't happen. Upon realizing that, she became wary of this person known as Wakabe Iro. Being wary of me? That's cute. Either way, it's nice to see you again, Mitsuha. Wakabe's smile became even wider. Unfortunately for Wakabe, Mitsuha didn't exactly share her joy of meeting her again. Who are you? Mitsuha took a step back, readying herself to teleport if Wakabe Iro did something strange. What? Did you forget me already? I'm Wakabe Iro, your classmate. No way. Wakabe-san doesn't act as you do. Mitsuha refuted her claim. Well, that's because it was all an act. This is the real me, you know? I was never a shy person or an introvert. But I'm an otaku, that's for sure. Wakabe winked at her. Why would you act like that? Mitsuha was confused as to why she acted like a shy and introverted person. Just because I want to? Anyway, let's stop talking about that, let's talk about who survived the beam. Beam? Mitsuha thought, and it didn't take her long to realize what it meant. So our class was destroyed because of a beam? Correct, a beam of light to be exact. It was meant for me, you know. Too bad it was too weak to actually kill me, and you guys are just an unfortunate victim of that. Wakabe continued to smile as she revealed the real reason why such a thing happened. Mitsuha froze in her spot. From all things she thought of, she never would have guessed that destruction was meant for someone. And because of that, her wariness toward Wakabe went over the roof, and immediately tried to teleport somewhere that isn't here, but when she tried to do so, she couldn't, so she tried for a few minutes and realized that she lost her ability. That made her stomach drop. Haha, I can't let you teleport while we're in a conversation, you know? That's just rude. Wakabe pouted at her. How are you able to? Mitsuha was cut off before she could even finish her sentence. Remove your ability to teleport? It's because I can. It was easy. A minor god's ability isn't that hard to restrict. Now let's continue our conversation, shall we? Don't worry, I won't hurt you, physically at least. Wakabe smiled beautifully, however in the eyes of Mitsuha it was terrifying. And that very moment, Mitsuha knew what fear is. Chapter 35, The Final Battle. It's been an entire month since she saw the picture of her 4 precious daughters, alive in this world, and that very month is the slowest moment of her immortal life. She waited and waited, but her subordinate hadn't accomplished the task, making her angry most of the time. She was getting impatient. Then, Watts arrived at the throne room, and without waiting any longer she said, "Watts, tell me some good news, or else you won't like what I do to you next." Her anger was apparent to all. She wasn't even trying to hide her dissatisfaction toward her minion. Watts started to sweat as he kneeled on the ground. Well. Salem's expression became twisted. So you don't have any good news to tell me? A month with no progress, why am I even keeping you all here? Maybe I should just kill all of you. Watts panicked and started talking. What, mistress? I do have some good news. Salem's eyes narrowed at Watts and said, "Tell me, and if I find out that you lied you'll be wishing that you were dead instead." Quickly Watts nodded. This was a bit of a desperate plan of his, but hopefully this would work. "Mistress, aside from those 4 children that you wanted to take custody of, there's actually another addition to Osmond's inner circle." Salem frowned at that. "And why should I care about that person?" "Ozma can add anyone he wishes from his inner circle." "I couldn't care less about it, so what exactly is so important about this person?" "Because, mistress, this man looks similar to that broken painting in your room." Watt's last attempt of avoiding a miserable fate worked. Salem paused at her subordinate words. "What?" She didn't ask how he saw that particular painting, because right now what occupied her mind aside from her 4 daughters, is what her subordinate mentioned. That's right, mistress, please at this." Watts showed her a certain picture of his scroll. And what she saw made her freeze, as she was looking at a very familiar man, a man who she could call her husband. Ozma. Seeing that nostalgic appearance, she didn't realize that she shed a single tear. Old memories started to reappear inside her mind, happy memories before everything came to ruin. Ozma. Salem muttered her ex-husband's name. "Mistress?" Salem closed her eyes and released a sigh. "Of course, if the children are back then I suppose it's only natural that he is back as well." Then she shifts her attention back to Watts. "Very well, I suppose this is considered good news. With him and the children it is understandable that you couldn't get them. If he is really back in his original body, then that means that he also regained his peak abilities." Only Salem knew better how powerful her ex-husband truly is at his peak. After all, he was the most powerful man in their generation if not in the entire history of their world, while she takes the most powerful woman in history. After thinking a bit, she finally decided. Watts, prepare the transportation. I'll go to Beacon personally. But mistress, she cut him off before he could finish the sentence. Now. Her words clearly stated that there is no room for negotiation, as her decision is final. Watts let out a sigh and nodded. As you wish, mistress. Looking outside the Grimlands. Salem couldn't remember how many years since she left her castle. She shook her head as it wasn't too important right now. Because the most important thing right now is to reach Beacon, to meet her children, to meet Ozma. Hiding from the rest of the world held no purpose, as this meeting would decide everything, the conclusion of their 1,000-year war. She was tired, very tired of waiting. Now that the chance had finally come, she could finally take her eternal rest. Salem knew, if there's someone that is capable of killing her, then it was her ex-husband Ozma, wasn't he, her knight? Isn't it his responsibility to save her? And to do that is to kill her, ending this stupid war once and for all. If he can't, then she would take their children with her because they are the only people in this accursed world that could keep her sanity in check. It didn't take them long enough to arrive at Vale, and then Beacon. As the bullhead landed in the middle of the Beacon Highway, making everyone the students around look at her transportation. But she paid them no heed and stared at the academy in front of her, waiting for her ex-husband to be informed of her unexpected arrival. Still, the security of this place is definitely lacking, while she may be unfamiliar with modern times. It doesn't mean she's clueless about things. They didn't even try to stop a foreign bullhead at their place. Isn't his place supposed to be the safest place in Remnant? It's clearly an exaggeration. Oh, well, this makes things easier for her. Ozma inside his office, while he was reading his daughter's modern novels, all of a sudden one of his trusted subordinates, Grau Branwen, pushed the door so hard that it broke, startling his daughters in the process. Ozma didn't like it at all, making him glare at Grau a bit. That was uncalled for. You could just have knocked she's here, Oz. His glare immediately disappeared as he realized who Grau was talking about. Lead the way. Daddy? His eldest asked with concern. The tense look on his face disappeared without him knowing, as he shifts his attention toward his eldest daughter. It's going to be fine, sweetie, you and your sister stay here. Daddy will take care of this, okay? Although confused, she nodded along with her sisters. Ozma nodded, satisfied with their answers. He smiled a little, before it changed into something more serious. This time, he knew better not to bring the children, because the last time it happened didn't go well. As they say, you learn from your mistakes. And he did. That's why he won't let them get near the battlefield. 3rd Pavan Knight and Princess finally met each other again after such a long time, but their reunion isn't exactly a happy one. On the left side is Salem's group, which contains Hazel, Watts, and Tyrion. The right side is Ozma's group, which contains Glinda Goodwitch, Crow, and Ironwood. The two leaders were looking at each other, and despite their calm exterior, inside was different. Both of them had conflicting feelings with each other. Despite everything that has happened, there's a part of them that was buried in the deepest part of their heart that cared for each other and loved each other. But it was covered by despair and hate, making it unable to resurface. That was the case with Salem, but seeing the original appearance of her husband made her heart ache. For him, she tricked the gods to be with him again in the land of the living, but that is without consequences. Looking at them now, everything doesn't seem to be worth it. Ozma. Salem was the first to break the silence. Salem. It sounded like a whisper, but regardless, everyone heard it. When was the last time we met eye to eye? She asked, making Ozma raise a brow, but he answered her. A few centuries, give or take. That long? Yes. The atmosphere became silent once more. However, their subordinates were glaring at each other, and one wrong move and a fight would start. How did you get your body back? Or Salem paused and shook her head. The children, tell me, is this a scheme made by the gods? No, they take no part in this. Do you think they would have revived the children? Salem thought in disdain. Knowing those brothers, no, definitely. Talked about balance and law, but didn't hesitate in breaking it. The brothers are hypocrites. If that's the case, then how? Ozma remained silent for a bit, before answering. You don't need to know. I see. Salem closed her eyes in acceptance, then her expression turned cold. I suppose it's time to end this war? Hearing that everyone was tense as they instinctively knew that a fight would start very soon, Ozma replied. Yes, it is, and this time I lend you once and for all. He took out harp and put on a battle stance. Honestly, he was thankful that no one else would get involved in this war aside from his subordinates. He was thankful that Salem ignored the students, thus giving them a chance to leave the future battlefield. Salem understood her ex-husband's intention. The last battle shall now start. Without waiting any longer, she cast a magic spell at Ozma's group. It was a spell that would no doubt kill Ozma's little group, as she went for the kill, but fortunately, Ozma managed to create a temporary bounded field to protect them from such firepower. Go. I'll take care of her. With that order, each of his subordinates went toward the enemy group and Salem's subordinates did the same. Watts vs Ironwood. Glinta vs Hazel. Tyrion vs Scrow. And finally Ozma vs Salem. The end of this fight would decide the future of Remnant. Chapter 36, The Conclusion. Boom. Boom. Destruction was everywhere as the battle started. Different kinds of magic spells were fired in a span of a minute, with different effects and magnitude of firepower. The result was as expected. The road of Beacon was wrecked beyond belief, and alongside the area near it. Salem continued to furiously cast spells that could blow up small mountains at her ex-husband, while Ozma defended her magic attacks with the best that he could. Unlike Salem, who doesn't care about the consequences of her attacks. Ozma, however, was different, as he needed to protect his allies from constant onslaught toward them. He couldn't find a way to counterattack her yet. As for now, he shall wait and see, then find an opening and then he won't hesitate to attack. Pathetic. Why would you bother protecting them now, Ozma? If I recall, there are plenty of others before them. They are nothing but replaceable pawns, no? What makes them special, unlike the others from the past? Salem mocked as she continued casting different spells at the same time and thought, I am truly getting rusty. If it was before, she could have cast dozens of spells at the same time, but right now she's only limited to a few. And one must know how rare it is for someone, even back in their era, who would cast a different spell at the same time. Salem wasn't called the strongest woman in history for nothing, as her titles were deserved, as they weren't self-proclaimed. They were given rightfully. It's also the same case for Ozma, although, like Salem, his skills of casting magic also degraded, it seems. But then again, he just got back his original body for a month. It would take a few years at minimum to get familiar with it. After all, it's been millennia since he cast this magnitude of magic. They aren't replaceable pawns to me, Salem. Unlike you, I care about my people. Ozma snapped back at his ex-wife as he continued to defend himself and his people as they fought the enemy. Lies, you dared to speak such nonsense in front of my face. Salem snarled at Ozma and her magic attacks got even stronger. Ozma grimaced in pain as he got hit by a fragment of her magic, but it wasn't any major that would make him lose this battle, quickly applying healing magic to heal his wounds. They are not lies, but I suppose it is pointless to change your mind about what I think about my people, Ozma said with a serious face. Humphrey, you're right. Salem didn't even deny that, because it's true she wouldn't believe that to be the case, and continues her attack on her ex-husband. However, in the midst of their fight, without a warning, a lone dust bullet hit Salem's side, making her groan in pain. Immortal may she be, but she wasn't immune to pain. Her eyes wandered to the culprit and found out that it was Ironwood, Ozma's toy soldier. She couldn't stop herself from snarling at the man. However, in the moment of distraction, she failed to realize her mistake until it was too late. A massive fireball hit her entire body, and it made her scream in pain as she felt the burnt all over her body. It also knocked her body back a few meters away from her original spot. If she wasn't an immortal woman, she would have no doubt died instantly at the massive ball of fire before she wasn't this careless, but then again, being immortal takes away that basic survival instinct on her because she believes that she doesn't need to defend herself. And in the moment of indecisiveness, Ozma took it as an opportunity to strike her down. Without hesitation, he dashed toward her while using wind magic to make himself faster. It was finally time for him to use the scythe that he bought from the shop, a weapon that cancels any form of immortality as long as it hits the target. Harp. Ozma swings the scythe at Salem. However, before it was able to impale her, her instinct suddenly felt like it was a bad idea to let this seemingly ordinary scythe hit her, so for the first time in centuries she dodged, but it wasn't a complete success as the scythe still manages to hit her right arm, making her groan in pain, but wasn't enough to make her scream. As an immortal that tried every known way of suicide, her pain endurance was over the roof, only being burned alive and few could literally make her scream in pain. Quickly Salem moved away from her ex-husband's spot, making a space between them. She noticed the look of regret and a bit of guilt on Ozma's face. It made her feel irritated for some reason. What's with that look? However, he didn't answer her question, making her more annoyed in the process. If he didn't want to answer her, so be it. She will continue her attack. Salem finally realized the pain in her right arm. She stared at her limb and saw that it was still bleeding. Impossible. The wound should have healed by now, like it always did. Wait, could it be? Salem's eyes narrowed at the seemingly ordinary scythe that her ex-husband was holding in suspicion, so she decided to vocalize her thoughts. That scythe, could it be a weapon that nullifies immortality? Even without vocally answering her, his silence was the answer. After realizing that, she suddenly giggled and soon turned into a full-blown laughter. However, it wasn't one with joy, but instead it was filled with madness, the very same madness that made her into the monster that she is right now. I see now. No wonder you were so confident in defeating me. Turns out you have a weapon that could kill. Her mad laughter continued for a full minute until she stopped as her expression turned more sobered. Her expression was now calm, the calmest she had in centuries. Despite her potential death today, she didn't fear it. Instead, she welcomed it. Wasn't this her wish? To be granted eternal peace, because living is painful to her. It should have been that way, but why? Why is she feeling so sad right now? She felt so disappointed that she might cry at any moment. This is truly our last battle. Her wounds are now affecting her. It's been a long time since she felt something like this, and she has forgotten what it felt like to be lightheaded. She lost a bit much of her blood since the wound she received from the scythe wasn't small. Indeed, it is. It sounded more of a whisper, but she heard his words regardless. Is this why you wore that irritating expression? That face of regret and guilt? Don't be, isn't this your goal to finally slay the villain that is threatening the world? Regardless of our past relationships, I'm a monster, Ozma, an abomination, a freak of nature that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Salem's face was bitter, as she laughed. Maybe, you shouldn't have saved me from that tower and let me die ignorant of the world if only to spare myself from becoming the monster I am. Toda. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by her ex-husband. No. Don't say something like that, ever. Ozma's voice and expression were a rare moment of anger. I didn't regret saving you from that accursed tower and from your cruel father that caged you there like some sort of animal. You were not a monster when I saved you. You are. His voice contained pain, sadness, guilt, and deep regret at the same time, of how their story turned out to be. And my wife, the love of my life, the only woman that I truly love with all my heart. Because of me it turned out this way. Seeing his shamed face made her cold heart melt as he admitted his flaw, his mistake, as he was the most stubborn person that she met in her life, but that is exactly why she loved her, but at the same time she hated that part of him. I know this is probably pointless, because it's too late, even so. I'm sorry. For everything, for my mistakes, for my stubbornness, for not siding with you, for not being your knight at the time of your need. Ozma admitted with the most defeated expression that he made in his entire life. Ozma. Salem whispered as her ex-husband, no husband, admitted his mistake. For the first time she was looking at the love of her life, then Ozma, the self-righteous man. It was the look of the man she feels deeply in love with. It made her remember the happy times they had together, and his self-righteousness ruined everything. Now the question is, can she forgive him? The answer is no, definitely she can't, not like this. There's so much hatred in her heart for her to forgive him right this instant. A single apology can't make her forget every single pain, sadness, and despair that he made her endure, because of his foolishness. She can't forgive him, right now, but in the future. Maybe, no, like he said, it is too late because there would be no future as this battle would be the last. It's either him or her that shall fall today. Salem's gentle expression turned into that hatred, a look of a woman that lost everything. Save your apologies, Ozma, because I won't forgive you as we are now. Ozma closed his eyes for a moment before letting out a sigh. The look in his eyes was the look of acceptance, a cruel truth in their twisted fate. Yes, I suppose. Both fighters now had a determined look on their faces. As this final confrontation is the last, they would go all out and use all of their trump cards. This will decide who would win or lose. Salem started chanting a paragraph-long spell, and this would no doubt drain all of her mana. Ozma also did the same. All of his previous hesitations were gone, and he fully intended to take her down once and for all. As it was, their chant was about to be completed. Unexpectedly someone interrupted them, making them lose all of the concentration they had before, as they instinctively knew who they were, especially for Salem, as it's been a very long time since she heard their sweet voice. Mama. Mommy. Ma. Please don't fight each other. It was her 4 precious children. The tears in their eyes made her lose all of the motivation of ending the battle with Ozma. Ozma was the same. With his children here, he can't continue this fight any longer. And because of this, the conclusion of the battle is a tie. Chapter 37, Truth Without Hesitation. She dashed toward her daughters and hugged them tightly. As soon as she felt their warmth, confirming that they weren't just illusions to trick her fragile heart, the dam broke and she cried. Alongside her, her children cried as their mother did, as they too are emotional at the moment. Ozma, however, didn't join them because he didn't want to ruin the heartwarming moment of his family by hugging them. His relationship with his ex-wife is as bad as it could be at the moment. It didn't take long for his subordinates and Salem's to see the situation. Although they were still tense with each other, at the very least they stopped fighting with each other. Although Tyrion was disappointed, even though he knows not to ruin a moment, he still has his survival instinct. As for Watts, where's Watts? Oh, he died? Oh well, no one cares about him anyway. Ironwood, as much as he wanted to shoot Salem right now, held his hands, as doing that would earn the hate of the people here. He wasn't an idiot with suicidal thoughts, as he still wanted to live a long life. Glynta felt conflict at the Mother Grimm crying, Based on what she knew from Ozpin, it was very unlikely for her to act fragile like this, but then again what she knew about Salem is from someone biased. Crow said nothing, as he remembers the conversation he had a month ago with Ozma in the shop and thought, maybe it's possible for her to be redeemed. Hazel, however, was glaring at Ozma with hate. If it were up to him, he would have already rushed toward him and beat the shit out of him. But he didn't, because if someone like Tyrion isn't causing trouble, then he certainly wouldn't, because it would make him less than that psychotic murderer Scorpion Faunus. It took a few minutes for them to calm down. Even so, Salem never let out of her children because she was afraid once she did, they would disappear from her grasp. Wiping the tears from her eyes, her youngest Aurora said, "Are you okay now, Mommy?" Her dear youngest daughter looks at her with eyes filled with concern for her well-being, not hate, fear, or even amazement that she usually sees from the people who have met her. Even an immortal like her melted at such gaze. There's no way she wouldn't cave in. She nuzzles her cheeks against her youngest. "Mommy is fine now, baby." Her tone was filled with love and care, surprising not only her subordinates but also Ozma's. However, the man in question wasn't a bit surprised by this, as he knew how much his ex-wife loves their children. Ozma decided to get her attention by coughing into his hand. "Ahem, sorry to interrupt, but I have something to confirm." Although it did get Salem's attention, it also earned him a glare from her, making him flinch at the sight as old memories resurfaced. That familiar glare that she's giving me when I do something stupid or annoying. He can't help it, this body of his remembers how he would flinch at his wife's glare. What is it? It was clear to everyone that she was annoyed by the sudden interruption. Do we continue this fight or? Ozma honestly didn't have the energy to continue, nor did his subordinates. That question made Salem pause for a moment, before looking at her daughters. It didn't take her a long time to decide, as she shifted her gaze back to him. "No, it's enough. I don't have any energy to spare fighting with this seemingly stupid war." Hearing that removed the tenseness of the air, at least most of it. Ozma was probably the most relieved of all. Then suddenly Hazel spoke. "Is this it? The end of the war? Don't fuck me. I still haven't killed this bastard." Hazel hatefully glared at Ozma, who felt guilty as he knew very well why Hazel hated him so much. He can't say that he doesn't deserve it. Hazel. Hazel was about to say fuck off to the person who said that, but he realized it was his mistress, who was glaring at him with irritation, making him tense. He knew very well the consequences of making her angry. He is afraid of her for a reason. Don't say such uncouth words in front of daughters, ever again, got it? Her red bloody eyes were promising pain and suffering if he disagreed with her statement. With a gulp, he reluctantly nodded. "Oh, of course, Mistress. But..." He clenched his fists hard that they bled. "I can't just forget what he did to my sister. In the first place I joined you so that I could get my revenge, but if you can't give me that then..." Salem became solemn. She knew very well what he was talking about. However, it doesn't matter if he did leave her, as right now she simply doesn't need him. As cold as it is, their relationship only extended that much. She doesn't care about them at all. After all, she only wishes to exploit them for her goal, which is to kill all humanity and then herself. But right now, that goal changed as she had someone to keep her sanity in check, and that's her daughters. However, before she could say anything, suddenly Ozma spoke. "Hazel, I know you hate me for what I did, and I won't justify what happened." Hearing him speak made Hazel's blood boil, and countless veins appeared in his neck and forehead. You think that's enough?" Ozma shook his head and replied. "No, of course not, but what if I tell you that I have a way to revive your sister?" "What?" That made Hazel's mind blank. Salem only raised her brow at that, then shifted her gaze toward Ozma, then to her children. And thought. Is he really going to tell us how he regained his original body or revive my daughters? That's very unlike him, but she certainly wouldn't stop him, because she would benefit from it. "Yes, I'm not joking. How do you think I regained my original body and revived my children?" Salem noticed that he didn't mention the immortal killing scythe, but didn't say anything about it. Although remembering about it made the wound from her right arm ache, it probably won't heal anytime soon. "Oz, are you seriously going to tell them about it?" Crow asked doubtfully at his boss. Ozma nodded seriously. "Yes, it's not like I could hide it forever anyway, because maybe sooner or later, it would appear before them." That answer made Crow silent, as he can't refute that statement from his boss. After all, the door randomly appears, whether it's tomorrow, next week, month, year, or even a decade, it's just a matter of time. At least that's the case with Salem, who is immortal. After that, Ozma stared at Hazel in the eyes and said, "Are you willing to give up something precious for the life of your sister?" Without hesitation, he answered. "Even if it means exchanging my life for her to be alive, so be it." "You don't need to get that far." Ozma was a bit speechless at the man's devotion toward his sister. Then Ozma's eyes landed on Salem. "If you want to get rid of your immortality as I did, Then you can follow me. Mentioning that he got rid of his immortality, Salem's eyes widened in shock. Why, you got rid of your curse? Ozma nodded at her seriously. Yes, so do you want to get rid of yours? Hearing that there's a way to remove this accursed immortality, without hesitation she answered. Yes, I'm better without this curse. Ozma could sympathize with his ex-wife's words. After all, he did feel the same about his immortality. It was painful to have such a thing. Well, then let's get going. Crow and Glinda, please take care of Beacon for a while, Ozma said with a smile. However, instead of being happy, Glinda instead glared at the man hatefully. And what? Leave a mountain of paperwork for me to sign? Looking at the state of Beacon, indeed there's going to be a lot of paperwork involved in repairing the damages. Ozma started sweating a lot and quickly replied. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't want to leave so that you could do the paperwork for me. Certainly, I'd be grateful if you did. Silence. Glinda snapped. That made the man shut up, and it made Hazel feel amused at such a sight. To see Ozma suffering is one of the joys of his life after all, even though it got lessened significantly after knowing that there's a way to revive his long-dead sister. Although he still hates the man, and probably wouldn't forgive him in this life. It took a while to convince Glinda, as it took few benefits to do so, life, more holidays, more salary, better office, etc. Glinda could be demanding, which reminded Salem of herself before everything happened. While wiping the sweat on his forehead, Ozma took out his golden ID from his pocket, and after that a door of line appeared in front of them and he looked at the people that were going to follow him inside. Now, shall we get inside? Chapter 38, Memories of the Past. After that awkward morning conversation with Dee and Bocce, the fact that Bocce never came back after cleaning her fingers became suspicious, especially for her mother. But certainly, for us, it was obvious what she did, even for me who didn't know about it until Dee mentioned it. Anyway, it turns out Bocce holed up in her room after that incident, and as for Dee, she left to buy something in the convenience store, which was suspicious. Let's be honest, whatever she does is suspicious. There isn't a moment that she isn't buying a napkin for her monthly cycle. Very suspicious, as if a non-human being like her needed something like that. In the first place, her body is nothing more than a puppet to the real thing. I know she's planning something, I can feel it. I didn't realize at that time how right I was with that statement. As I was about to move from my spot, suddenly the shop called for my presence as there's another group of customers that was about to arrive. I'm really happy to have them, but if this is going to happen often then I'd be really annoyed. Thankfully though I have a solution for that. As a shop, it is possible for me to hire someone as a staff member, a clerk to be exact. Although for now, I won't hire any as I currently lack points to hire them. After all, nothing is free, that's why I needed a stable income from the shop first before hiring anyone. Sure, while I'm not lacking any sort of money in my world, however, it's different in the shop as I needed to pay my staff with credits. And I have to pay them per hour, which is why I'm unwilling since every point is important to me at the moment. With that in mind, I went to my shop with a single with everything ready, my uniform check, my posture check, my smile check. And oh, almost forgot the gloves, after that check. Now I'm ready to greet the customers with a smile on my face. Greetings, welcome to the shop, where you can buy anything at the right price. As soon as I saw the customers, I immediately knew that I'm definitely getting big money this time as I saw her. Salem, she's here with the intention to convert her immortality, I'm sure of it. I don't even need to do anything for her to convert it. As far as I'm concerned, she hates it, and treats it as a curse rather than a blessing as her ex-husband does. No wonder they're a couple, their compatibility is high enough to be similar to each other. Salem, from all the things she expected, she never thought their destination would be a shop. So far the building doesn't have anything extraordinary aside from the items on the shelves. Of course, they certainly don't feel ordinary. Anyway, if it wasn't for Ozma personally vouching for this place, I wouldn't have believed it. But then again, with her thousands of years experience living amongst the mortals, she knew that one shouldn't judge by its cover, as she experienced it enough times to know that something ordinary could mean extraordinary. Another thing, this man who greeted them is someone mysterious. It wasn't like he looked special. While he may be handsome, she had met plenty of good-looking men throughout her life, so his appearance wasn't anything special to her. But what she meant by mysterious is because of this man's presence, not to mention his aura is screaming powerful, someone that could crush her with ease. Definitely, someone she should be cautious of. Unlike her ex-husband who was sold to this man, she wasn't and certainly doesn't trust him a bit. So, you want to convert your immortality? The shop owner asked with a harmless smile, but it was actually far from being harmless as she could feel the danger radiating from his very being. Regardless of what she felt, she answered. Yes, I do. Since this man is clearly powerful, it certainly gives her hope that he could remove her cursed immortality. Are you sure that it's only your immortality you want to convert? Because I can also remove that grim essence that made you look like that. He reminded her. Oh, that too. Salem almost forgot about that. Without her immortality surely she'd be dead right this instant with the grim essence inside her. Alright then. With that, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly something inside of her soul and body got drained. The essence that she got from diving into the grim pool twice, and also her immortality. An idea fell directly into her lap, but she was busy feeling something that was taken away from her. Not that she minded, she was better out without those things anyway. Suddenly she heard someone gasps behind her. She looked at the culprit and saw that it was her ex-husband Ozma, who was looking at her with a terrible nostalgia, warmth and deep affection of love. However, it disappeared as soon as it appeared, as he shook his head reminded that it was all in the past. It was the look of the man she used to love. Honestly, she was disappointed that it disappeared. Then she shifted her attention back to the shop owner and asked politely as she could. Can I please borrow a mirror? The man bowed slightly and replied. Certainly. It didn't take more than a second for the man to bring a hand mirror. Quickly without hesitation she looked at herself in the mirror. She couldn't stop herself from looking at it with surprise. Even though she had been expecting to look exactly the same before she got corrupted by the grim essence, it was still shocking. Touching herself in the face, she can't help it. It's been so long since she saw her face, her original non-corrupted. As narcissistic as it is to hear, she is beautiful, amazingly so. It was a beauty that her corrupted self can never compare to. My original appearance is back. It is no wonder that Ozma reacted like that because seeing her face certainly recalls those beautiful memories of the past, the happy past without hate, despair, and sadness. Mommy? Is that you? Hearing that from her children, she shifts her attention toward her little darlings and smiles at her treasures. Yes, it is Mommy sweetie. Salem remembered that her 4 daughters haven't seen her original appearance without corruption. When she bore the 4 of them, she was already corrupted. It got worse when they died and killed her ex-husband's first incarnation. After that she jumped at the grim pool once more, so that she would die, but she failed yet again making her insane. Not to mention the corrupted grim essence only amplified that madness inside her making her sanity shattered. Oh, how many innocent people she killed with that madness, which she didn't regret doing by the way. To her people are replaceable, livestock that she could kill any time she wanted. She kisses the 4 of her daughters with her uncorrupted self and realized her sense of taste was back to her. After being corrupted by the grim pool, most of her senses disappeared like her sense of taste, sense of smell, and her sense of touch was greatly dulled to the point that she could hardly feel anything, making her truly inhuman in the process. Salem can't wait to eat something, since regaining her sense of taste needs a celebration. Only then she notices the ID that fell into her lap. Bronze card, Salem Ashari Multiversal Credits, 15,000 purchased history, non-conversion history, immortality, type R+, or regeneration, 12,000 M.C Brothers God of Darkness Corrupted Essence, 3,000 M.C Card Access, door to the Multiversal Shop, once a week. Oh, so this is the card Ozma has, although why is it gold? While mine is a cheap bronze. It makes me feel inferior, not to mention that golden emblem above his head looks nice. Salem said, irritated. Oh, Mrs. Ashari, you could have the same as Ozma if you spend 10,000 credits in the shop catalog. The shop owner helpfully explained. Is that so? That's easy. With that, she went to the shop catalog and saw things that blew her mind, as most of these items could beat the brother gods like they were toddlers. It was definitely tempting to buy. Here literally you could buy things that make her a goddess amongst mortals. Unlike her ex-husband, she is definitely interested in becoming one. She wouldn't be just a false god but a real one. However, she couldn't afford to become an omnipotent goddess right now, although she could settle for a minor god, but it definitely isn't enough, which she reluctantly passed. Since she can't afford most of the powerful things that she wanted, she decided to go to the dessert section to buy something sweet. Because she likes them, it's been so long since she tasted sweet, so it's definitely ideal to try something here. It is now or never. Chapter 39, Pocket Dimension. This man is officially a Siscon, hands down to him. When Hazel converted his semblance, it wasn't enough to buy a revival item to revive his twin sister Gretchen Reinhardt. He converted at least a decade of his lifespan. If it wasn't enough, he might as well convert acquired combat skills and more. Thankful though converting that much lifespan is enough. Hazel didn't even hesitate to buy the same revival scroll as Ozma and immediately revived his twin sister. It didn't take long for the physical body of his twin sister to be created. After she was revived, her naked body was seen by all. Her twin brother panicked and quickly took off his shirt to hide her modesty. I looked at the scene and couldn't help but wonder. How come when Ozma's 4 daughters got revived, they weren't back naked? Maybe it's different for children than for a woman? It's the question that I won't probably get an answer anytime soon. Anyway, I pitied Hazel's twin sister and decided to give her a massive piece of cloth to cover herself with. I mean, the shirt that her brother used to help her cover herself was only limited to the front but not in the back, as her beautiful chocolate ass was seen by all. Frankly, Gretchen is beautiful. A lot of men would admit that however beautiful she may be, she's not my type, and for why? She's taller than I am, and I don't date girls that are taller than me, period. Gretchen was finally aware of her surroundings, and the first thing that she said was, "What's going on?" It was pure confusion, not that I blame her for acting like that. Hearing his sister speak, Hazel couldn't stop himself from tearing up and rashes toward her and gave her a tight affectionate hug. Although Gretchen was confused for the most part, she didn't push her twin brother's affectionate hug. Only after a few minutes she asked, "What's going on, Hazel? Where are we? Why am I naked? Why do you look like you're a decade older than before?" Again, it's a very common question to ask if one is confused and wants answers. Ozma's daughters were special, after all, children are children. Hazel then spared nothing, as he answered his beloved younger sister the best that he could. There's no way that he could possibly lie to her. Gretchen was not just confused, but very confused at the moment, so apparently she died, which by the way she didn't remember happening, and was revived after a decade after her death. Although it may sound unbelievable, she chose to believe her brother's claim after all. Never once had her brother lied to her, as she did with him. Besides, if he did lie, she would know as her twin. She knows enough of his brother's habits and attitude, even if they weren't obvious to him. "It's good to see you alive, Miss Rainwright." A man that she didn't recognize suddenly spoke to her. Who are you?" she asked the man bluntly. However, despite her potentially rude tone toward the man, he only smiled, like it was natural for her to say something like that. Still thought, there's something familiar about this person's smile, but she can't point out where it came from. "It's no surprise that you can't recognize me anymore, Miss Reinhardt. After all, you know me as Ozpin, not Ozma." "Professor Ozpin?" Gretchen exclaimed in surprise and thought. No wonder that smile is so eerily familiar. "Yes, it is me, and what you know as Ozpin is my previous incarnation or final, since I'm not immortal anymore like before." Ozma smiled like a great burn was taken off from his shoulders. "Immortal? What's going on here?" She was absolutely confused at this point. While her twin brother Hazel did explain her death and revival, he didn't explain anything about her former processor being apparently immortal. Though, she got her explanation a few minutes later. How delicious. This shortcake is definitely a perfect fit for royalty like me," Salem happily said as she ate a piece of the short strawberry cake. "Mommy, I want one too." "Of course, sweetie, you can. I can't believe this woman just spent a couple $100 on different kinds of desserts. I know the sweets here are one of a kind, but damn, you could literally buy something more useful than temporary happiness." But it was not like I can complain or anything. It's her money, she can't do anything to it. Anyway, for the most part, my customer is pretty much satisfied with my service, or at least I think they do. Gretchen suddenly approached my direction, and the woman is at least a head taller than I am. Damn, she's really tall. She's not even 20 yet, she is still growing. What a giant. "Hey, my brother said that you're the owner of this shop," she said politely. I nodded and answered. "I do. Is there anything you need?" "No, not at all, it's just..." Gretchen suddenly started scratching her cheeks with her forefinger and continued. "Thank you." Surprisingly, she bowed in front of me, which I didn't expect her to do. "What are you doing?" I asked curiously. Her action was something I never predicted. Gretchen gave me a sheepish look and replied, "Well, it's only thanks to you I'm able to live in the world of living once more, even though I don't remember dying." "Oh, you shouldn't thank me for that. If there's someone you should be thankful for, it's your brother, Miss Gretchen. I'm only the shop owner, not the one who brought you back to life." I said her name rather than her last name. "Even so, because of you, this shop came into existence. You are a vital part of this. Without you, there's no shop and I would have stayed dead." Technically, she isn't wrong about that, which is why her words made me smile a bit, making me like her even more, as this was the first time a customer praised me rather than the shop. Even though I didn't say anything, the smile on my face was enough for her to know that I was happy with her words. That's all I wanted to say. Once again, thank you. After that, she left and went to her twin brother, who smiled at her presence. Looking in her direction, I can't help though. No wonder her brother loves her so much. Despite how big she and intimidating she is, she's a very sweet and thoughtful girl. Exactly an hour later, everyone was satisfied with what they bought from the shop, Ozma included, as he actually converted his beloved cane, saying that he no longer needed it. Although, there's nothing special about that cane aside from its longevity. It could be considered a noble phantasm in my world, that's why it was converted into 1,000 credits. I don't know what he bought this time, since I wasn't really paying attention to him, but Salem. Aside from her sweet spree shopping, what she bought was a bit surprising. It was a pocket dimension the size of a small island. The owner of this dimension could literally do almost everything, as they could instantly create something with a single thought, meaning in that pocket dimension you're a god. Although there's a limitation, a severe one. First, you can't create concepts that are already there, like time, fate, gravity, and more. You also can't create something an intelligent being that is capable of rivaling a human. You also can't bring items, being, or anything that you created outside the pocket dimension. Time also works the same as the outside world, so aside from being completely safe from the dangers outside, there's nothing special about the pocket dimension. Okay, I take that back, it is something special, as a pocket dimension is something a magus like me would literally kill for, a perfect workshop that no one would be able to discover, not to mention it's like a resort but better because you can do anything aside from the limitations inside. Not to mention the pocket dimension is a world of its own, despite its small size. And precisely because of that, Ella and Gaia won't be able to do any to you as long as you're inside the pocket dimension. Considering the brother gods would probably realize Ozma and Salem's curse is removed, there's a very high chance that they would appear once more in the world that they abandoned. In their return, won't certainly be pleasant at all, considering their return is similar to the return of Jesus Christ. The end of the world, literally. Anyway, the private pocket dimension cost 10,000 credits, which was worth it, very much so, as you can't possibly buy something like this without the shop as it's one of a kind. Because of this purchase, she also gained a golden ID and a unique golden emblem at the top of her head. Making her smirk at the direction of her ex-husband. It's kind of childish, honestly, she is that petty. Ozma, who was used to his ex-wife's antics, could only shake his head in exasperation. After that, they said goodbye and left the shop. Today, I have earned 7,000 credits from Salem alone. She didn't spend everything she had, as she still has 1,000. She said that it was for emergency purposes, which I honestly approved, unlike Ozma, who once again spent everything in one go. Not that I'm complaining, since I get more money as a result. Chapter 40, Authority. After they left, it was time for me to buy something for myself. Without hesitation, I went to the catalog. I need an escape item that would guarantee my safety if anything goes wrong with my trip with the meeting with the root. It's not that I don't trust Path to Victory, it's just that meeting a multiversal entity is very dangerous, so there's nothing wrong with a bit of caution. That's why I bought an authority similar to Return by Death, but better because I can actually save points at will. Meaning I can simply return but whenever I want, without dying. It's like having unlimited access to returning to the past. Even if I die, I could simply return before the moment I died. It's a ridiculously useful power that makes me a pseudo-immortal. Since technically I could die by old age but could return if I willed it, someone might hate this kind of power, but definitely not for me, as I'm going to use it to my advantage. With this I won't fear death. It almost drained all of my credits, but it's worth it. I was only able to afford it because of my perk as the owner, a massive discount. It's actually more expensive than the Authority of Vainglory, although only for a bit, but still more expensive. Now I only have 1,000 credits left. I wasn't sure what to buy these leftovers, an item or another kind of power. After thinking for a moment, I decided to buy a template of a character. It's like a bundle of skills that are perfectly combined with each other. However, there's a lot of choices, almost an infinite amount of them. But amongst them, there's one thing that stood out the most in my eyes. It's called D. Rogers template. It was something I could afford right now, thanks to my perks. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to buy it. As I did, my eyesight immediately started to go black, as if I became a blind person, but it's actually far from the truth, as right now my mind is gathering a massive amount of information that should have exploded my brain but didn't. It took me a few minutes to stabilize myself, which was a terrifying experience. After calming down my breaths, I inhaled a mouthful amount of air and released everything in one go. Damn, that was usually a terrifying experience. Seriously, every time I buy a template, would it have a side effect like that? I don't want to experience something like that if possible, but that is just my wishful thinking. However, compared to what I got after a few seconds of temporary blindness, it was nothing. Now that Roger's template has been installed, I now have his combat skills and other abilities, such as Observation Hockey, Armament Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey. And it also includes the Voice of All Things. However, I can't use it due to the fact I'm not in the world of One Piece, as it's only limited there apparently. Anyway, it wasn't such a massive loss to me, as the most important thing is that I have these 3 types of hockey, not to mention it's the strongest in their verse. Then I tried using Armament Hockey and my entire right arm was coated in metallic black along with a red substance. This is so similar to Luffy. Despite that, I couldn't help but smile. This is going to be useful in the long run. I know it's going to be, though I'm not sure if I need the Observation Hockey. Since Path to Victory is vastly superior to the Observation Hockey that Roger possessed, Either way, it's not useless as it could come in handy in the future if someone tries to surprise attack me. As for the Conqueror's Haki, this one I can't wait to use, this to make people faint. It's always been my dream to do something like this at least once. I'll definitely use this, that's for sure. Anyway, for now I'm getting out of the shop. It's been an hour since I left the shop, and now I'm looking at D, who is dragging an unconscious Mitsuo like she's some sort of garbage. I looked at D, then to Mitsuo and D again, and this time I couldn't help but ask, what the hell happened? It's a long story, D replied with a shrug. Oh, I bet it is. I sarcastically answered. What's with that tone? D pouted. Nothing. Anyway, what happened? My eyes narrowed in her direction. Don't look at me suspiciously like that. I'm an innocent girl. D tried to act cute, which she is by the way, however, I wasn't having it. You are suspicious, and definitely not innocent by all means. How could you say something like that with a straight face? I gave her the look of someone who doesn't believe her bullshit. D finally stopped acting cute and let out a sigh. Come on, you're no fun, not in the mood. I can see that. Anyway, I didn't do anything to her aside from talking to her and sealing her abilities for a bit. She was so scared that she passed out literally. Can you believe that someone is scared of me? D complained. Yes, I can definitely believe that someone is scared of you, because I am scared of you too. I'm not even going to bother lying about it, I said as I approached Mitsuo's unconscious body. You are? You sure don't act like it. D smirked as she stared at my face. I couldn't stop rolling my eyes and thinking. Of course, I won't act like that since it's going to be pointless anyway. Someone like her could end my life with a thought. But she didn't, because she finds me entertaining. She acts like someone who found a new toy to play with, and before the day she eventually gets bored of me, I'll reach her level as soon as possible. Either way, after getting returned by death, my fear of her has significantly lessened, because I know I can revive if she ever tries to kill me. I didn't answer her question and took Mitsuo away from her grasp, then I carried her inside my house hoping that she'll wake up soon. Yamano Mitsuo, her eyes slowly opened, and as soon as she did, confusion was apparent on her face. However, it didn't take long for her to remember what happened before she fainted. Immediately she stood up from the couch she was sleeping on, panic was evident on her face. Where I am? Before she could finish her sentence, someone beside her spoke, not to mention that voice sounds very familiar. Oh, you're finally awake, that's good. Her eyes shifted to the person and saw that it was Alexander. Hey Alex? Her jaw dropped from her mouth, she couldn't believe this was happening. How is he alive? Alex smiles at her and says, I know what you're thinking, you're wondering how I'm alive? Mitsuo couldn't stop herself from nodding dumbly. To answer your question, I got lucky. He said while he touched his chin and continued. You know, if I were a normal person I would have asked the same thing, how did you survive? Mitsuo gulped and hesitated to answer that question. To her surprise, however, she didn't need to. Don't worry about it, I know how you did it. More like Wakaba told me. He admitted with a sigh. Mitsuo's body immediately stiffed as soon as she heard him mention Wakaba. He noticed her reaction and said, What the heck did she do to you anyway? She told me that you only talked, but your reaction says it more than just talking. Alex let out a displeased scoff at mentioning Wakaba. Why, you know about her? Mitsuo asked with a bit of a trembling tone. Knowing what exactly she meant, he replied. You mean her abilities and false personality? Mitsuo nodded. Alex replied easily. Well, I found out about it by accident. Oh, she didn't know what she was expecting, but hearing that made her release the breath that she didn't know that she was holding until now. So you're not the same as her? That question apparently made Alex laugh for a bit. Same as her? As if. There's no way we're similar, someone like her is just different from a human being. In the first place, she's not. She had a suspicion that Wakaba wasn't entirely human, but to confirm that she isn't a human is another matter entirely. Then do you know what she is? Mitsuo couldn't help but ask, hoping to get some answer. Her question made him ponder as if he was thinking of a suitable answer, and after a minute he replied. That's a complicated question. The simplest term that I could describe her is that she's an alien, a being that isn't from Earth, but saying that she is just an alien isn't impactful at all. For you to understand her capabilities, I'd call her a primordial being, a being that existed before concepts such as time begins. A primordial goddess, that's what she is. Does it satisfy your question? Yes, it did. However, it didn't make her feel safe at all. Instead, it only made Wakaba more terrifying in her mind. After that revelation, she couldn't stop herself from fainting once more. Maybe I shouldn't have revealed such information without proper preparations. This was the last thing she heard before losing consciousness. Chapter 41, Moonlit World. After Mitsuo woke up after the shocking revelation, I decided to tell her about the magic side of the world since she's technically part of it, now that she has a supernatural ability, which is comparable to a true magic. After explaining about the moonlit world, she didn't really believe me, which was understandable for the most part since magic in our world is believed to be fictional. However, I said, is it really that unbelievable? I mean, you have the power to teleport anywhere as long as you know the location of that place. That made Mitsuo pause and said, that actually makes sense. I smiled. It wasn't that hard to convince her since she herself is undeniable proof that the supernatural exists. So what, you can do magic tricks? Mitsuo asked curiously. The way she said it irked me and thought. Magic trick, she says. If it was another magus who heard her words, she would have no doubt insulted them and possibly killed her in the process. Not like they could have caught her anyways. D was one of the few exceptions. No, what I'm using isn't a magic trick but magecraft, remember that, I said seriously as I looked at her. Although confused, she nodded. So what can you do? Hearing that question, I gave her a pondering look before answering. A lot. That doesn't really answer my question though. Mitsuo gave me a deadpan look. You're not wrong, but technically I'm not wrong either. I can do a lot of spells, I'll show you one. I cast one of the most basic spells that a magus could cast. Reinforcement. I reinforced the mug on the table, and it glowed into a bluish color. Mitsuo saw it, and although it was nothing special in her eyes, it was something fascinating. Whoa. What did you do? Mitsuo curiously asked. I reinforced the mug, now try throwing it as hard as you can, I told her. Mitsuo gave me a skeptical look, however, she followed my instruction and threw the mug into the floor as hard as she could possibly do. Unlike her expectation that the mug would break, it didn't. Instead was struck on the floor, like it was a sharp object rather than a plain mug. Whoa. How is that possible? Mitsuo gasps in surprise. Magecraft, I replied. Magic? She answered. Magecraft, there's a difference. Magic is something akin to a true miracle, something that science can't replicate. It was more complicated than what I explained, but it was enough for her to understand the implications of what I said. Oh. So magic is like my teleportation? Mitsuo asked with a curious look. Technically, it is. Her ability to teleport may be in the realm of true magic, however, it's nothing more than an abbreviation of the second true magic, the kaleidoscope. So it is? Mitsuo smiled as she wanted confirmation. Yes, it is, I replied with a wry smile. Then that means I'm awesome compared to your people. Mitsuo answered boastfully. Yeah, you're awesome, alright, awesome enough to get a ceiling designation and get experimented on. I couldn't help but laugh at her horrified expression. What? You heard it right, if a magus were to catch you, there's a high possibility that you'll get experimented on so that they would uncover the mystery of your craft, I said with a serious look while looking at her face and continued. The moonlit world is a very terrible place, it's filled with different kind of monsters that would eat children if it means getting stronger. What I want to say is a magus, in general, is terrible. No, the right description is obsessive maniacs that won't stop until they reach the ultimate goal of reaching the root. I can help but remember my experiences in the Mage Association in the past. There's one time that I was almost assassinated. It was really an unpleasant memory. I was forced to kill that assassin since it's either me or him. Sparing the assassin's life wasn't an opinion. You think being in a powerful mage family would make you safe from any harm? No, it's quite the opposite actually. Anyway, I regretted not being more specific with that wish. Either way, it's too late for regret now, I thought. Now that I think about it. Didn't I mention years ago about having morality as a magus? Quite ironic actually. The root? What's that? Mitsuo asked curiously. It's a bit complicated to explain, but let's say that it's a place that many magus wanted to go to. I didn't explain any further after that. Who knows, this girl might get an idea of getting into the root, which is impossible even with her teleportation. A place, how? Something is telling me that place isn't anywhere on Earth. Mitsuo pondered while resting her chin on her hand. That's correct. I nodded at her, then suddenly the phone in my pocket started ringing.